The story begins with the fact that in the city of Matsuyama in the Tang family, a wife and husband were sorting things out and the wife wanted to kick her husband out of there. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that he had to get out of there quickly and she didn't want to wait anymore and didn't want to see her beloved husband. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that her father and his master arranged this marriage, but she will not accept it and getting married is just a game for her father. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini not to be nervous anymore and he said that today was their wedding night and that's why she was acting like this now. Su Heroine said that this day is worth $1 million, but Tang Xini said that she also has money and asked who else would want to date him. And at that moment, Tang Xini threw a wad of money at Su Heroine and immediately told him to go to another girl and she didn't want to see him anymore. Su Heroine was shocked and thought that Tang Xini was a toxic girl and why was she acting like this because he didn't do anything and that's a problem. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he would take the money and as for finding another woman, he would think about it all carefully. Su Heroine smiled and told Tang Xini that the day will come and she will fall in love with him again and he knows this for sure and he is waiting for their future. Tang Xini was furious and told Su Heroine to shut up and leave and he is too arrogant and she doesn't want to hear anything anymore and it's hard. Tang Xini thought that Su Heroine was pissing her off so much and decided to call her father and tell her what happened to her now with her fiancé Su. Tang Xini asked her father to prepare a plane for Su Heroine, and also prepare all the transport that was possible, as long as Su left. But her father told Tang Xini that this time he won't be able to do everything she wants and asked her to just not be offended and her father is not evil. Her father told Tang Xini that in the future she would finally understand that he himself only wanted her to be happy and immediately hung up. Tang Xini thought that her father did not understand that it was hard for her and she no longer wanted to meet with Su Heroine and was not tired of her and she did not love him. Tang Xini thought that Su Heroine should just wait and she would show him and he would be surprised because she is not an ordinary lady at all. Su Heroine came to his house at this time and thought that Tang Xini should calm down and then they could calmly talk to sweetheart. Su Heroine lay in bed and thought that although this is a little harsh, this tiger is his wife and he likes it and is pleased with her behavior. But suddenly at that very second, Su Heroine's eyes lit up and it was the skill of the heavenly eye, one of the 6 great powers of the Buddha and it's cool. Taoists call it the vision of heaven and this power allows you to master all possible types of hypnosis and be able to see through everything. Su Heroine saw his wife go into the bathroom and thought that he really had an excellent skill and was glad that he could see everything in their world. Su Heroine thought that his wife was really great and had great curves and her skin was very white and she could attract anyone. And then Su Heroine thought that spying on other people is not a very good idea and he should never do that again. But Su Heroine thought and decided that this is his wife, so there are no problems if he looks at her for a couple of minutes and he himself has the right. But then Su Heroine heard someone knocking on the next door and couldn't figure out who it could be because Tang Xini wasn't expecting guests there. Su Heroine realized that someone had come and thought that he came just when he was about to rest after a hard day and he was not happy. Su Heroine went out to the entrance and heard Tang Xini calling him and asking him to help her, and he thought what could happen to the sweetheart now. Su Heroine began to quickly climb the stairs and immediately thought, did some scoundrel want to kidnap his wife and this is impudence. Su Heroine quickly went up to the house of his wife Tang Xini and immediately knocked down the door with a roar and wanted to scare those who were now in her house. Su Heroine noticed that Tang Xini was very scared and his wife kept asking her husband to help her and she was afraid of the bandits. Su Heroine noticed that there were bandits in the room and they broke the window there and he didn't know what they wanted from his beloved Tang Xini in her house. There were 2 robbers and they looked at Su Heroine and thought that it seemed that the girl's husband had heard the sound of broken glass and appeared. Su Heroine began to take off his clothes and he wanted to cover Tang Xini because she was cold and did not have time to put on warm clothes now. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if she really escaped from there like that and how she felt and if she was hurt by those thieves. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that she heard some sounds and immediately wrapped herself in a towel and walked out and why did he ask about it? Su Heroine asked the thieves if they suddenly burst in and attacked his wife and if they were completely blind and thought that they were heroes. The thieves asked Su Heroine why they were so nervous and said that if they were stupid, they could come up and they would quickly clear their minds there. And at that very second the thief began to walk towards them with a knife and the friend asked him to hurry up and deal with Tang Xini and they would quickly leave her house. Tang Xini was shocked and realized that the thief was very close to her and he would stab her now with a knife and she could not defend herself from the attack. But at that moment, Su Heroine grabbed the thief by the hand and asked what they wanted to do, and he wondered if they could carry out their plan. And then Su Heroine hit the thief in the face with his knee and his friend was shocked and thought how developed the reaction and reflexes of this guy Tang were. Su Heroine asked the thief if he had already rated 10 out of 10 and did he really think that he would be able to defeat him today. The thief lay on the floor and asked Su Heroine to spare him and let them go and they would no longer attack them and they would learn their lesson from the blow. But Su Heroine continued to beat the thief and realized that he deserved it and why he was ruthless, but now asks for mercy from the victim. Su Heroine grabbed the thief by the hand and did not let him attack and thought that he was impudent and did not want to accept defeat and fought back. And then the thief fell to the floor and realized that he could not do anything with the skills of Su Heroine and he was an experienced fighter and defeats them there. Su Heroine put his foot on the thief and thought that he should be there non-stop begging him for mercy and how could they attack Tang. Su Heroine ordered the thief to answer who sent him to Tang Xini, why he wanted to finish her off and who might benefit from the death of his dear. The thief thought why Su Heroine is so fast and how could a person be capable of such a thing, and he quickly beat them up and they are helpless there. The thief began to run back and thought that they could cope with Tang Xini, then she is now protected by an invulnerable fighter and he is so cool. The thief climbed out of the house from the window and realized that Su Heroine was too strong and he could not cope with him and he had to call for help for their mission. But Su Heroine began to pursue the thief and wanted to find out the answers to all his questions and who sent them on a mission and they would not be able to leave there. Su Heroine asked the thief if he still wanted to run away after looking at his wife and in vain he looked at his sweet wife. Tang Xini thought that Su Heroine was just crazy and who exactly was he and where did he get so much strength and skills for fighting? And then people came into the room and asked Mrs. Tang Xini what happened there and whether she suffered from the attack and they were all worried there. It was Qian Wuwan and asked Miss Tang Xini if she was okay and he came there with his men and all the fighters were armed. Tang Xini was happy to see Uncle Qian Wuwan there and he asked her not to be nervous and they had already dealt with the named guests at her house. Qian Wuwan told Miss Tang Xini that if Su Heroine was there, then nothing bad would happen to her and he could always protect his wife. Tang Xini sat on the diva and told Uncle Qian Wuwan that he and her dad always want to set her up with Su Heroine and she just doesn't understand it all. Tang Xini asked Uncle Qian Wuwan if Su Heroine was really so incredible and she couldn't find a better groom like him. Qian Wuwan told Miss Tang Xini that Su Heroine is a disciple of Huan Chen and these are not empty words and his teachers are known by many respected people. Qian Wuwan told Miss Tang Xini that if Su Heroine managed to become Huan Chen's disciple, then she should not question his talent. Tang Xini thought that this is praise and it's no wonder why her uncle Qian Wuwan is a fan of Su Heroine and loves the guy so much. But Tang Xini thought that the enemy looked professional and will this guy be okay and she is worried about his health in this fight. Su Heroine was walking on the street at this time and thought that it seemed that everything had not gone according to plan, but he had to cope with the scoundrels from Tang's apartment. Su Heroine was holding his hand and there was a wound there and he thought that this was not good and it seemed like they had calculated everything and had a better plan. Su Heroine looked around and asked the thieves where they were and he would soon find them anyway and then he would punish them and promise 100%. Su Heroine ordered the thieves to come out now and not hide, and how dare they come to his wife's house and now disturb her peace. The thief was hiding behind the car and Su Heroine continued to tell him to come out into the light and say that he knows for sure that he is there and is hiding. The thief told Su Heroine that he wants to be a hero but at the same time he doesn't even know his strength and how can he be sure that he will defeat him quickly. And at that very second the thief pressed the gas on the motorcycle and thought that he would definitely be able to take Su Heroine by surprise and he would not expect their attack. The thief's motorcycle started going very fast and he wanted to take revenge on the husband of their victim and why did he interfere in their plan and now foil all their goals. The thief began to drive towards Su Heroine and said that everyone who stands in their way must die and he will send him to the other world quickly. The thief told Su Heroine that he had to die because he put pressure on them and then they spared him but now it will not happen again there. Su Heroine asked the thief if he really said that he asked them there for mercy and thought that it looked like this idiot had gone crazy from the blow. And at that very second, Su Heroine threw sharp needles towards the thief, and he thought that this should be enough and the thief would understand that he had contacted him in vain. The needles got stuck in his throat and he was surprised and did not expect that Su Heroine would have time to do something to him, and he was very cunning and brought surprises. The thief began to scream in pain and fell to the ground and fell off the motorcycle and could not understand how Su Heroine managed to stop him at that moment. The thief was lying on the ground and he was in pain, and he asked Su Heroine what he did to him and was he really not injured and how did he attack him now. Su Heroine told the thief that he would not lie and he really needed all their information and he would ask him one thing and hope for help. Su Heroine asked the thief if he could take the initiative and start answering questions, and the thief agreed with him to save. Su Heroine told the thief that this is great and they can start, and realized that he must find out everything about his enemy and he will take revenge on the most important thing. Su Heroine took out a needle and asked the thief to tell him who sent him, and he agreed and told his friend that he would answer their necessary questions. The thief told Su Heroine that they were sent by Bao He and it was he who gave them this task and only he was to blame for the fact that Cine was in danger. But at that moment, Su Heroine stabbed his needles into the thief and wanted to quickly deal with the thief because he made a mistake when he attacked them there. The thief was perplexed by Su Heroine's actions and thought that he had promised him that he would not touch him, and he did not keep his word as a clear warrior. The thief fell to the ground and Su Heroine told him that there was no need to die and he wanted to talk a little more with his new friend and he really appreciated. Su Heroine told the thief that he could not help him with anything but asked him to fight him to the end, and how could he leave this world now. Su Heroine began to use his heavenly eye skill and he realized that he could find out a lot of information about him and it was interesting. The thief was still unconscious and Su Heroine realized that he should try to find out a lot about the thief and his boss who sent him. And at that very second, Su Heroine noticed a tattoo on the thief's back and he immediately realized that he could find out a lot about him, and he recognized this sign of the thief. Su Heroine was very surprised and thought that the thief was a member of the Black God Society, and he did not expect that they would send a killer to him from Tang. Su Heroine was thinking there and thought how Tang Cine could even contact these guys, and they don't have the best reputation and that's their problem. Su Heroine realized that he had completed the mission and decided to take out his phone and inform important people that he had completed the mission now. Su Heroine called Uncle Chen Wuan and said that the killer had been eliminated and he should not be nervous about the mission and his wife was safe. Su Heroine got into the thief's motorcycle and realized that it was powerful and he had better get out of there on it and not waste time looking for a car now. Su Heroine asked Uncle Chen Wuan to send someone there to remove the thief's body, and then he would not worry about them being caught. And then Su Heroine began to ride quickly on a bike and Chen Wuan was very surprised and asked the groom why he should remove the thief's body. Su Heroine told Uncle Chen Wuan that he needed to go somewhere and he would be back soon and they could discuss all the interesting matters with him. And after a couple of minutes, Su Heroine quickly arrived at the huge building and thought that it looked like his target was there and he could find the enemy. Su Heroine got off the bike and thought that he would deal with the matter 100% and no one would be able to attack his beloved again. Su Heroine thought that Bao He Tang is the most famous hospital in their Songshan city and he wants to know why his sweetheart was their target. Su Heroine wondered if Dr. Song was really so famous and he wondered why he was dealing with the Black God Society and how they were related. Su Heroine began to look at the hospital using the technique and thought that this way he could understand what was going on inside and find out their truth. And Su Heroine stood there and thought who is there and he should let him in there and then he will punish all those people who are involved. And at that very second, Su Heroine heard a sound and immediately thought whether there was a killer there, and his enemies realized that he had come to visit them. And at that moment a car passed at speed in front of Su Heroine and he thought what kind of snake this was and how did this car appear now. Su Heroine thought maybe it was a killer and it's a pity it's a good car but the driver is really bad and maybe he dared to drink and drive. And then the driver began to get out of the car and Su Heroine thought that he could tell him everything he thought about him and about his driving a car. And then the driver asked brother Su Heroine how he was doing and he was surprised and thought that he did not expect to see such a lady at all. The driver was a beautiful girl and she told Su Heroine that she felt very bad and wanted her to feel very cool. Su Heroine was shocked and thought that he was taking back his words and that this was a gorgeous and very handsome driver and he had fallen in love with a beauty. The girl asked Su Heroine's brother if he wanted to take his little sister to the nearest hospital where they could help her. The girl took money out of her wallet and told Su Heroine that she would pay him as much as necessary so that he would take the lady to the hospital now. Su Heroine looked at the girl who was handing him money and he thought that he could help the lady, and it looked like the lady was injured. Su Heroine grabbed the lady's hand and thought that she was giving him money in vain and thought that he could only help her for the lady's money. Su Heroine pushed the lady's hand and thought that he was glad to help a person in difficult times and would never take money from a lady in his life. Su Heroine understood what this girl's problem was and told her that she was poisoned and she needed quick help, and he agreed to give her a ride. Su Heroine quickly got into the car and he and the girl went to the hospital, and he wanted to help her as soon as possible and then solve all his affairs. Su Heroine arrived at the nearest hotel and thought that he should check what the enemies did to her and what they poisoned the lady with. The administrator told Su Heroine that he was lucky that they were open and could receive the guest, and they were glad that he chose them today. Su Heroine wanted to tell the administrator that they were not a couple, but the guy didn't listen to him at all and continued to chatter something as if they were a couple. The administrator told Su Heroine that of course he understood his words and said that they could go to room 305 and relax with her. The administrator told Su Heroine that the elevator was not working and they would definitely have to walk, and thought that youth could help their guest. Su Heroine went up to his room with the wounded lady and he personally wanted to help her quickly before she became completely ill from the poison in her body. Su Heroine put the girl to bed and realized that she was now breathing with difficulty, and it seemed that the poison had begun to affect her and this was his problem. And at that moment, Su Heroine lifted the girl's t-shirt and thought that he should find a place where he could apply the medicine and heal. Su Heroine began to use the technique and realized that this should definitely help her now, and he doesn't yet know who poisoned the poor girl. Su Heroine threw needles into the girl's body and thought that it would heal her and she should recover after the treatment, and he was confident in its success. The girl began to move and Su Heroine realized that his method could produce results, and the girl began to gradually come to her senses there. And after a couple of minutes the girl opened her eyes and couldn't understand how she got there and what happened to her. She doesn't remember, and that's her problem. And at that same second the girl looked to the side and noticed the stranger and thought where he had appeared next to her and what he wanted to do. Su Heroine was very glad that the girl woke up and asked her what happened to her, but he was glad that she woke up and is now healthy. And then the girl started screaming and asked Su Heroine who he was and what he did to her and why he was standing next to her while she was sleeping there. Su Heroine told the girl the table that she was poisoned and he saved her and she could at least say thank you to him for not leaving her there. The girl asked Su Heroine if he really saved her and he asked her what kind of alcohol she had since she was carried away, and she doesn't remember anything now. The girl began to remember and told Su Heroine that she only wanted to go to a friend's birthday party and they wanted to have fun with them. But she remembered that some man came up to her and asked her if she could drink to the bottom and he did not want to leave and pestered her. The girl told Su Heroine that some man got her drunk and she left under the pretext that she had to get up early for work in the morning. Su Heroine began to open the blanket and told the girl that this is a very common method and she did not understand what the guy was doing now. The girl started screaming and told Su Heroine that he was sick and he was a real maniac and what he wanted to do to her, and it was very scary. Su Heroine noticed that there were still needles on Su Heroine's body and he had to remove them so that the girl would not get sick, and this is so important. The girl told Su Heroine that she was in pain and what he did to her and what she could do to no longer feel severe pain. And at that moment, Su Heroine tightly grabbed the girl's hand so that she would no longer interfere with him to heal her, and she doesn't know anything now. Su Heroine told the girl that he wanted to remove the needles from her body and he asked her not to move, otherwise he might touch her and hurt her. Su Heroine began to take needles out of the girl's body and thought that this helped her. But needles should not be left on a person's body until the morning. And then tears began to fall from the girl's eyes and she didn't think it would hurt so much, and where the needles came from on her body and who was involved. The girl started screaming loudly at the whole hotel and told the guy Su Heroine that it was very painful, and he said that it didn't hurt at all. The administrator thought that Su Heroine and his friend were having fun there, and it was very loud and he did not expect that their guest would lie to him. The girl told Su Heroine that she would call the police if she was right and he was a pervert and would cause her pain and suffering now. Su Heroine continued to take out needles from the girl's body and said that she understands that he is saving her and why should he cause her such pain. The guy told the girl that his name was Su Heroine and asked what her name was, and she said that her name was Dong Xiu and her friend could call her Sure. The girl said that she was in a lot of pain and now even for $1,000,000 she wouldn't get out of this bed, and why did someone hurt? And at that very second, Dong Xiu stopped being hysterical and asked the guy if he really told her that his name was Su Heroine, and that was so interesting. The girl asked Su Heroine if he was the guy who recently married Tang Xini abroad, and she already knew about everything. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that she was right and he was the best and legendary person, and she was right and it was interesting to everyone. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that she was her best friend and was he really able to remove toxins from her with the help of needles, and he is a magician doctor. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that she was right and he had cleansed her of the poison and she could rest there and return home tomorrow and sleep there. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that she would visit him and Tang Xini tomorrow and they could chat with them and it would be very interesting for them. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that he married the beautiful goddess Tang Xini and many people wanted Xini to be their wife only. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that many masters of Songshan City already wanted to beat him and asked her friend to be careful with the fighters. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that of course he will be careful now with the masters and will defend himself from them and will also attack them. Su Heroine thought that all the masters were nothing to him and they would look at which of them would be stronger and they should underestimate his fighting skills in vain. And after a while, Su Heroine returned home and wanted to discuss all this with Uncle Qian Wuwan and they could solve the problem with their enemies. Uncle Qian Wuwan asked Su Heroine if he managed to get some information from the thief that would help them solve the problem with them. Tang Xini sat on the side and Su Heroine told Uncle Qian Wuwan that he was able to verify something and now he learned something important from him. Su Heroine told Qian Wuwan that the people are from the Dark Gods Association and they are strong, and Xini wondered if he was chasing them alone there. Qian Wuwan told Su Heroine that he married Xini and sleeping with her in different rooms would hurt him, and she thought that her husband Su was not injured. Qian Wuwan left home and Tang Xini asked Su Heroine why he was gone for so long and what he did after catching this thief. Su Heroine thought that this was his chance to tease Tang Xini and she would definitely yell at him after his words, and it was interesting to know now. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini's wife if she didn't give him money and send him somewhere to have fun, and he had a great time there at night. Tang Xini was angry and threw a pillow at Su Heroine and said that he was an idiot, and he asked his beloved not to throw things and it was ugly. Tang Xini began to leave the room and told Su Heroine that it would be better if he did not return home and it would definitely be better without him. Su Heroine lay on the sofa and asked dear Tang Xini to wait for him and not be angry with him over trifles, and he did not seriously say this to her. The next morning at 7 in the morning, Tang Xini woke up and thought that she should wake up Su Heroine's husband who was still sleeping there. Tang Xini kicked Su Heroine's door and thought that she should beat him up because he sleeps until lunch every day and doesn't want anything. Tang Xini was furious and asked the lazy Su Heroine to get up now, and why does he always sleep for so long and do nothing. Tang Xini pulled back the blanket from her husband and asked Su Heroine why he was still sleeping, because today was a great day and he could go for a walk. And at that very second, Tang Xini froze in surprise and thought that she never expected to see such a sight in her husband's room now. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini's wife why she needed him at such an early time and had she really missed him in the morning. Tang Xini was shocked and asked Su Heroine why he was sleeping there without clothes and what he was thinking about before going to bed like that. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he sleeps like this so that in the morning all sorts of people won't come and wake him up because he doesn't like it. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine who would even want to come there to see him and asked him to now get up and follow her to the company. Su Heroine was surprised and asked his wife why he had to go there with her early in the morning as if he had nothing to do today. And then Tang Xini stopped and thought that she would now explain everything to her husband so that he would understand and no longer ask unnecessary questions. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that he did not promise her father that he would protect her, and therefore he must be her driver and always protect her on the road. Afterwards, Su Heroine drove Tang Xini in an elite car and asked her what he will do when he gets to the office, and he also doesn't know. Su Heroine asked his wife if she would like to first tell him about the situation in the East Asian logistic city, and it is important. Tang Xini told her husband that they would discuss this later and asked him if Su Heroine had studied Kung Fu with Master Huan Chen and that it was important. Tang Xini told her husband that she thought that his master wizard could only predict the fate of others and nothing else. Su Heroan told his wife that he admits that his teacher does seem a little crazy, but he is very talented and gifted. Su Heroan told Tang Xini that in truth, their Tang company could become an international corporation and soon enter the world market. Su Heroan told Tang Xini that they should thank his master for all this, and she didn't like her husband's words and it all seems to be untrue. Tang Xini asked Su Heroan what else he can do besides kung fu and whether he can play billiards, and he agreed with his wife and he can. The wife asked her husband if he knew how to shoot a bow and he agreed with her, and she didn't believe that he was telling the truth and wasn't just lying to her. Su Heroan told Tang Xini that men are already naturally endowed with marksmanship skills, and would she like to experience this for herself? Tang Xini was furious with Su Heroan and said that he was a scoundrel and they would soon check whether he was just a braggart and what her husband was capable of. And after a couple of minutes they arrived at the building, and Su Heroan thought that it looked like Tang Xini gave him a different location and mixed up their path. Su Heroan asked Tang Xini, didn't she say that she and he should go to the company, and where they came now he doesn't know? Tang Xini asked her husband didn't he know that the most elite celebrity club in their city belongs to the Tang family, and it's all true. Tang Xini wanted to test her husband's skills and started with billiards, and she brought him to the billiards club where they were greeted by a woman at the entrance. Tang Xini told the girl that this is Su Heroan and asked her if it's not difficult to play billiards with him now and find out his level there. Tang Xini told the girl that then Su Heroan would know the true strength of the billiard queen and that he had made a mistake in choosing his opponent. The girl agreed with Miss Tang and said that her name was Xue and she and Su Heroan could start playing and she would try to win against him. Xue told Mr. Su Heroan that she hoped that he would not mind at all that she would hit first and start the game, and she was not the best player. Xue leaned over and thought that she should try not to let Miss Tang Xini down, and she was confident in her abilities and her skills. Xue realized that so far no one has been able to beat her in this game, and it seems that in this life no one can defeat her and she is so strong. And at that very second Xue struck and thought that the balls had dispersed as per her plan, and it looked like an interesting game awaited her and she was so happy. And at the same moment one of the balls fell into the pocket, and Su Heroan thought that it was a good hit, and one ball immediately fell into the pocket after Xue hit. And a second later the second ball fell into the pocket, and many people could immediately think that this was an accident and this could happen to anyone. But immediately after, the third ball rolled into the pocket, and the audience did not expect that Xue was so strong and who Su Heroan challenged in their game. And at the end the last fourth ball fell into the pocket, and people could not believe it because they had never seen such a cool blow in their lives. The girls were happy and told Xue that she was the best and hit 4 pockets with just one hit at once, and Xue is the best in the world in the game of billiards. Xue continued to pocket the rest of the balls and did not want to leave any chance for her opponent there, and was glad that everything was working out for her. Xue pocketed balls very easily and had been playing billiards all her life and knew how to pocket balls correctly and played better than all the masters. People were impressed and said that this guy Su Heroan had no chance at all, and how could he find such an opponent out of all people? Tang Xini told Su Heroan that Xue has good skills, and does he really think that he can pocket the balls and play them easily? Tang Xini continued to praise Xue, and at that moment she suddenly noticed that her husband had fallen asleep and had not been watching the game of billiards for a long time. Tang Xini pinched her husband and asked him if he had fallen asleep, and Su Heroan told his wife that last night he was so exhausted and tired. And at that same second, Xue missed and couldn't get into the pocket, and she thought that it seemed like she hadn't calculated the angle of rotation and it was just a trifle. Tang Xini began to squeeze Su Heroan even tighter and asked how Xue couldn't hit the pocket, and it was all so strange and unexpected. Xue smiled and told Miss Tang that her hand just trembled and it was okay, and Su Heroan could start her part in their game. Xue apologized to Su Heroan and said that she left him with a bad position of the ball and a difficult start to the attack, and it's all hard. The girl said that since the cue ball was behind the black one, he could only hit ball number 2 and would not be able to hit the ball, and that was a problem. The girl agreed with her friend and said that Su Heroan would have a very difficult time and he would not be able to come up with a plan and accommodate all the people. And Tang Xini thought that she wanted Su Heroan to lose, and he would no longer be able to admire the fact that he was the best in everything in their world. Su Heroan began to polish the cue and thought that he would surprise his sweet Tang Xini, and she did not expect that he would be able to show the game there. Su Heroine told everyone that nothing bad had happened and they could all watch him play and he would show them all a master class. And then Su Heroine struck his blow and thought that all the people had never seen him play billiards but already thought that he would definitely lose there. Su Heroine managed to score from the first shot and incredibly now he threw the ball over the ball and no one could understand how he did it. The girls were shocked and realized that Su Heroine had already thrown the ball straight into the pocket and how did he manage to do it, it's fantastic and so cool. Tang Xini was also surprised and the girls said that the chance of pocketing the ball was incredibly low, but he definitely managed to surprise them. Su Heroine told everyone that he was just lucky and this kind of punch is completely dependent on luck and he didn't plan to do this punch. The girls were happy and said how cool Su Heroine was and they didn't think that he was an experienced master and would be able to score these balls. Su Heroine quickly finished the game and began to collect the balls again and he wanted Shui to play with all her strength and she should try there. Shui looked at Su Heroine and thought that he knew how to play billiards and she never expected that he was on the same level as her and even better. The girls looked at Su Heroine along with his wife Tang Xini and they were delighted with his playing and wanted him to teach them how to play as well. Su Heroine decided to start the game and thought that he should play like a professional and he would teach all these people how to score so beautifully. And then Su Heroine scored the ball into the pocket with the initial kick and thought that this was his plan and scoring with the initial kick could be used. The girl said that this guy is so good and for the first time she sees someone there who can compete with Shui and even play better than her. The girl told her friend that she suddenly fell in love with Su Heroine and she did not expect that he was such a master and could do other things too. Su Heroine told Shui that in this position he should go around the 8 or throw the cue ball over it. This is an interesting situation. Tang Xini thought that this is really an interesting situation. Her husband will not be able to pocket this ball and says that he can pocket the ball. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that he would not be able to throw it so accurately and without mistakes and he was in a very bad position there now. Tang Xini said that it won't be possible to go around the ball, but if he just touches the ball there and doesn't score it, he will leave a good position for Shui. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that this is why he will definitely lose this game and she doesn't believe that people can get out of his difficult position. And Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if she had the courage to make a bet if she thought that he would definitely lose and did not believe in his strength. And then suddenly Su Heroine told Tang Xini that if he can defeat Shui there, he will kiss her and this is his condition and he will be pleased. Tang Xini froze in surprise and Su Heroine approached her and asked what she would say and whether she agreed to his terms of the game. But at that moment someone told Su Heroine that there was no way he could do what he had in mind and he would now explain to him that he himself was wrong. It was the young master of the Flea Pavilion, Song Xiaobao, and he told the guest Su Heroine that this was a stupid bet and this would definitely not happen today. Tang Xini was happy and told Mr. Song Xiaobao that he had come and she did not expect that he would come there today and help her with the bet. Song Xiaobao told sweet Tang Xini that he heard that she recently went abroad and he really missed her back then and wanted to see her. Tang Xini was very surprised and asked Mr. Song Xiaobao there to call her by name and said that she was not yet used to the word sweetie. Su Heroine began to laugh at Tang Xini's words and Song Xiaobao was angry and asked the brat what he was laughing at and he himself was nobody in life. Song Xiaobao asked Su Heroine how dare he even mention a kiss with his sweetheart and does he really think he deserved it today? Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that Tang Xini was his wife and he had done nothing wrong to her and why did he suddenly become interested in them. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that he was funny, but what does it matter to him whether he kisses his wife or not and who he is, he doesn't know. But at that moment, suddenly someone told Song Xiaobao that he didn't deserve Tang Xini at all and why did he decide that he could like. The girl told Song Xiaobao that his height is shorter than Heroine's leg and she doesn't know where he has so much impudence and he is so confident of success. The girl grabbed Tang Xini and asked Song Xiaobao how can he look down on Su Heroine and he has not achieved the same success. It was Dong Xiu and she told Song Xiaobao that he was shameless and Tang Xini asked her why she came there and what she wanted there. Song Xiaobao was shocked when he heard Dong Xiu's words and realized that she was telling them the truth and he would not be able to date a lady like Xini. Tang Xini smiled and asked her friend Dong Xiu to watch her words there and she might offend poor Mr. and hurt his ego. Dong Xiu told Tang Xini that she simply told the truth and already understood everything and would not offend him despite his bad character. Song Xiaobao called Su Heroine a brat and said that he may no longer believe his words, but very soon he will find out that he himself was wrong. Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao what he would learn from him and would he really make him disappear from this world or beat him and his friends. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that he just can't understand, maybe all his boasting is helping him grow taller and he is shy about height. Song Xiaobao was furious and told Su Heroine that he was playing with fire and he was not joking and would visit him soon and then he would not be able to joke. Tang Xini was surprised and realized that she had to resolve the conflict before Su Heroine and Song Xiaobao started beating each other right there. Tang Xini told Mr. Song Xiaobao to mind his manners and not to start a fight in the celebrity club, and this is not necessary at all. Song Xiaobao looked at Su Heroine with anger and thought that this impudent person would get what he deserved and he was pretending to be a hero in front of his sweet Xini. Song Xiaobao asked the brat if he hadn't just tried to make a bet with Tang Xini and thought that he was the best in the world. Song Xiaobao told Su Heroine that he will accept this bet and he is afraid of the bet and he will not be able to pocket this ball and he is absolutely sure that this is impossible. And suddenly Song Xiaobao said that they would bet there now for 200,000 and asked if he had the courage to accept his challenge. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that there is no problem, but he has one more condition for them and they must agree on it before their bet. Su Heroine pointed his finger at the door and told Song Xiaobao that if he loses, he will roll out of there and never come again. Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao if he heard his words and he told him that even a world-class master would be shocked by such a blow. Song Xiaobao told Su Heroine that the success rate in the position is less than 30% and how will he handle this position there. Su Heroine agreed with Song Xiaobao and handed his jacket to his wife, and he thought that his opponent seemed to think that he had already won the bet. Tang Xini realized that even Shui could not cope with such a blow and she only wanted to embarrass Su Heroine a little in front of her guys there. But Tang Xini realized that if Su Heroine lost this bet against Song Xiaobao, it would be humiliating for him and she did all this in vain. Su Heroine began to grind his cue and realized that he was ready to play and was not at all tired of playing with Shui and now he would punish Song Xiaobao for his impudence. Su Heroine began to think about how he could get out of this position and execute the shot very correctly to pocket the ball, and it's not easy. And at that very second, Su Heroine began to use the Sacred Eyes skill and they will help him execute the blow as he plans now. Su Heroine clearly saw the trajectory along which he can hit the ball and then he will definitely succeed and he believes in himself. Su Heroine prepared to perform the strike and thought that if Song Xiaobao lost now, he would laugh at him for his behavior. Dong Xiu and Tang Xini were very surprised and wondered if Su Heroine really wanted to hit the ball with his left hand and how he wanted to win. Tang Xini realized that it was very difficult to be in this position and her husband had to use his right hand at such an angle. Tang Xini thought whether Su Heroine would be able to carry out such a difficult left-handed shot without even resting after playing with Shui, and it's difficult. And at that moment Su Heroine hit the ball and realized that this blow was not difficult, but he had to hit the ball and he believed in its success. And then the white ball touched the red ball and Su Heroine had already completed half of his goal and now the ball should fall into the pocket from his blow. And at that moment the red ball fell into the pocket and this meant that Su Heroine won this bet and Song Xiaobao must now pay him. Dong Xiu and Tang Xini were surprised and wondered how Su Heroine could hit like that and he could pocket a very difficult ball. Song Xiaobao also saw Su Heroine's hit and was in complete shock and he could not understand how he was able to pocket the ball because it cannot be pocketed. The girls were happy and said that Su Heroine managed to score the ball and it's incredible and even they didn't believe in his success and he's really cool. A friend said that Su Heroine not only managed to pocket the ball, but he was also able to leave the cue ball in front of the black 8 and that's even cooler. Su Heroine improved his position in one blow and realized that he just had to pocket the last black ball and then he would finish the game. Su Heroine hit the final ball and clearly pocketed it and he was glad that everything worked out for him and the main thing is to always believe in the best. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that everything happened exactly as he planned and this is how he wanted to finish the game so that it would be cool. The girls were delighted with Su Heroine's performance and said that they loved him and he charmed them with his acting and there was definitely magic and enchantment in him. Dong Xiu was also very happy and said that everything was fine and she knew that Su Heroine was the best and would definitely do anything. Tang Xini looked at Su Heroine's husband and thought that before that she did not believe that he could defeat Song Xiaobao, but he really surprised her. And then Su Heroine asked Mr. Song Xiaobao where he wanted to go and he lost, and did he really want to leave there right away, and he forgot about their bet. Song Xiaobao threw money into the billiard table and told Su Heroine that the money of thousands is nothing to him and a pitiful poor man can take the money. And then Su Heroine asked Mr. Song Xiaobao if he was allowed to just leave there and he shouldn't roll out of there like in their bet. But the guard told Su Heroine that brother Sun is the son of the magic doctor Sun from the World Clinic and he should not test his patients there. Su Heroine began to use the sacred eyes and asked the guy if this is the clinic of the world and the clinic sucks and the deal is valid. Su Heroine looked at Song Xiaobao with the help of sacred eyes and he noticed the tattoo on his body and realized that it was important to do. Su Heroine thought that everything became clear to him and now he knows where Song Xiaobao came from and why he wanted to interfere with his business now. Tang Xini told Mr. Song that if he kept his promise now, he would retain at least a little courage and it would be right. But Tang Xini told Song Xiaobao that if he just left and didn't keep his promise, they would look down on him in the future. Song Xiaobao realized that he has no choice and he must fulfill his promise, otherwise he will not be able to just leave there and he is definitely a man. And at that very second, Song Xiaobao fell to the floor and thought that he was so ashamed now, but he would not disgrace himself in front of sweet Tang Xini in the building. And at that moment, Song Xiaobao began to roll on the floor towards the exit and everything worked out perfectly for him and all his people began to follow Mr. Su Heroine and Tang Xini started laughing and he said that it seems that friend Mr. Song Xiaobao has already encountered something like this and does it well. Song Xiaobao went outside with the people and said how humiliating this is and how dare Su Heroine do this to him and it's a shock. Song Xiaobao asked Takeo and Sakoto to keep an eye on Su Heroine and finish him off as soon as they had the chance and they all agreed. Afterwards they came to the restaurant and Dong Xiu told Tang Xini that she met her husband yesterday and didn't even think that he was definitely her husband. Dong Xiu told Tang Xini that yesterday was not a good day and she got poisoned yesterday, but fortunately Su Heroine saved her from her problems yesterday. Dong Xiu told Tang Xini that Su Heroine definitely had the best skills and healed her with just simple needles. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine if acupuncture treatment could really detoxify the body and he agreed with her now. Su Heroine said that in Chinese acupuncture there are external and internal methods, and the poison can be removed using the external type. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he should then use a good internal method to restore the body and this treatment will work. Tang Xini was surprised and asked Su Heroine if his teacher really taught him all this and she didn't know that he had such skills. Dong Xiu told Mr. Su Heroine that it seemed like his master was definitely incredible because he was able to teach a student these skills. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that she was right and his teacher was good and even Xini's father called him master and he respected their master very much. Dong Xiu told Tang that in the area Kamiva, the daughter of General Kava, has a strange headache and no one can help and maybe Su is trying. Tang Xini said that Kwev is an influential authority in the area and has a huge fortune, and if they cure his daughter, this is a chance for the family. Su Heroine said that Kwev has a group of mercenary destroyers and he occupies a high position in political and business circles. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that if they have good connections with Kwev, the safety of the Tang family abroad will be guaranteed for sure. Tang Xini was very surprised and asked Su Heroine how exactly he knew so much information about Kwev and how he knew everything about him. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if she would believe it if he said that he was familiar with Kwev and therefore knew a lot of information about him. Tang Xini and Dong Xiu looked at each other and thought that her husband was definitely lying and they could not believe his words and this was ridiculous. And the next day in the morning at 8 o'clock Su Heroine arrived at Kwev's house and wanted to see what happened to his daughter Kamiva there. Kamiva sat in the room and said that she did not expect this and now it turned out that Mr. Su Heroine is very young and he is very handsome. Kumieva continued to sit in front of Su Heroine and studied him in detail and thought that he did not look like a doctor at all and it seemed like a hoax. Kumieva asked Su Heroine if he really thought that he could save her from the disease and that would be cool and she was happy. Su Heroine told Kumiev that he could cure anything, but she should let him look at her first and know her trouble. And then someone called Su Heroine and he thought that this guy was really bothering him again and didn't want him to help with Kumiev's problem. It was Song Xiaobao, and he asked Su Heroine if he understood that Miss Kamiva is a lady of noble blood and many people respect her. The magic doctor Song listened to him, and Song Xiaobao told Su that even his father is finding it difficult to cure Kumiev and he thinks that he can cope with this. Director Zhang, Deputy Director Wang and Mayor Zhu were sitting in the room, and everyone was very interested in whether Su Heroine could cure Kumiev there. Su Heroine smiled and thought that all the people did not believe that he could cure Kumiev, but they would definitely be surprised there in the end. And then Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that if his father could not heal Kumiev, then he definitely does not deserve the title of a magic doctor. Song Xiaobao asked Su Heroine how dare he say that, and Miss Kamiva is a patient at the Peace Clinic, and if he can't cure her. Song Xiaobao told Su Heroine that he would pay if he didn't cure Miss Kamiva, and he asked the guy what the price was, and he was very interested in everything. Song Xiaobao told Su Heroine that he would have to publicly apologize to the World Clinic and make amends for his guilt and his mistake in everything. Su Heroine listened, and Song Xiaobao said that they would also demand exactly 50% of the shares of their logical company, and he would have enough strength. Tang Xini and Dong Xiu told Song Xiaobao that they were going too far and 50% was too much, and how shameful he was for everything. But Su Heroine waved his hand and asked Tang Xini and her friend to just not tell Song Xiaobao anything, and he himself would answer all their requests. And then Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao what he would pay if he definitely cured Kumiev and she recovered, and it was important for him to know his word. Kumieva listened to the argument between Su Heroine and Song Xiaobao, and she wanted to know which of these men would stand their ground and not give up in the argument now. Song Xiaobao was shocked and thought that he didn't know that he could give Su Heroine without regret if he lost the bet, and that was his problem. Magic Doctor Song listened to his son's argument with Su Heroine and wiped his mouth and realized that he must intervene and resolve all the issues now. Magic Doctor Song asked Su Heroine what he wants from them, and he is ready to hear his demands, and then they will think about his word. Su Heroine told them that if the Magic Doctor Song himself personally asks him about it, he can tell him all the requirements directly to him. Su Heroine told everyone that they wanted to take away part of the Tang Company today in their game, and people did not expect all the plans of Dr. Song there. Su Heroine told the Magic Doctor that if he cures Kamiva, they will give him the Peace Clinic and leave the city of Songshan with his son. Su Heroine told the Magic Doctor that he also wants to open a clinic, and Heroine Clinic is a good name for the clinic in his city. Song Xiaobao was shocked and asked Su Heroine if he really needed their Peace Clinic and also wanted them to leave their Songshan city. But suddenly, Dr. Song agreed with Su Heroine and said that he thought that 50% of the shares of the logistics company were so valuable. And after a couple of minutes, Su Heroine took Kumiev by the hand and thought that he could help the poor girl, and it was not easy for her to live with the problem. Su Heroine thought that this was strange, and there was a lot of warmth inside Kumiev, and he would now find out what the problem was and what was bothering the poor girl. And at that very second, Su Heroine began to use sacred eyes, and so he could understand what was wrong in her body and find the cause of the problem. Su Heroine thought that he was not harassing her and just wanted to look inside her body to find out the reason for all her troubles. Su Heroine thought that Russian girls have a beautiful figure, and he knew from a long time that their girls are very beautiful, and this is definitely a fact. And at that moment, Su Heroine found a problem in Kumiev's body and was so glad that he managed to find out the cause of the disease and will now solve it. Su Heroine found a woolen needle on the back of Kumiev's head, and this thing is incredibly dangerous and he must quickly remove it from the patient's body. Su Heroine asked Kumiev if her head really started hurting as he thinks about a year ago, and his statement must be true. Kumieva was very surprised and agreed with Su Heroine and thought how he could have found out about when her head started to hurt, and she was in shock. Su Heroine asked Kumiev if her head started to hurt at 4 or 5 in the morning, and she said that every morning she could not sleep from the pain. Su Heroine asked Kumiev if she contacted someone a year ago, and he meant strange personalities, and the lady froze in surprise. Kumieva told Su Heroine that a year ago her father invited a famous doctor from Southeast Asia to the house and he prayed for her there. Su Heroine told Kumieva that he understood her, and she asked her friend if her illness was related to a person from Southeast Asia and it was important. Su Heroine told Kumieva that he cannot say this because he is only responsible for curing her of a headache today. Su Heroine told Kumieva that she can feel pain already during treatment, and if she agrees, he can start and must be patient. Kumiva told Su Heroine that she agreed to all his conditions and he could start treatment and she was ready to endure all the pain and it was worth it. Dong Xiu was happy and said that Su Heroine was so observant and how could he see the disease on Kumiev's body and it was difficult. Director Zhao said that this is incredible and can the impulsive diagnosis of Chinese medicine be so accurate and it is a shock. Deputy Director Wang said that this guy must definitely be a genius in the field of medicine and knows many ways to help their patient. Song Xiaobao wanted to tell his father something, but he asked him just not to be nervous and Kumiva herself does not know the cause of the illness and he is bluffing. Su Heroine stood next to Kumieva and thought that he could start their treatment because they don't have time to just stand there and chat. And at that moment Su Heroine took out a needle and thought that it should help Kumiev, because the needle had helped him out more than once in difficult times. And then Su Heroine threw a needle at Kumiev and she thought that she was in a little pain, but she shouldn't scream and would endure all the pain. After Su Heroine took out the second needle and Kumiev has such a serious case and one needle may not help her recover from her illness. Su Heroine threw the second needle at Kumiev and she thought that she was in so much pain and when the treatment would end and her head would stop hurting. Tang Xini said that it was so exciting and interesting what Su Heroine could do with Kumiva and Dong Xiu also supported him. Su Heroine at this time stuck a lot of needles into Kumiev and thought that she should hold out for a couple more minutes and he would help her and promise. Su Heroine looked at Kumiev and thought that she must be very strong and not every person can withstand such pain of treatment. And then Su Heroine noticed that something was starting to happen on Kumiev's neck and he realized that his treatment would work and hoped for it. Song Xiaobao said that he doesn't know where Su Heroine gets these needles, but it's just acupuncture and he knows that he won't succeed. Song Xiaobao thought that Su Heroine was fooling them all and even his father could not do anything, but then Song's father pointed his finger at Su Heroine. The wizard Dr. Song trembled and continued to repeat the word 7 and the son asked his father what was happening to him and what he was telling him now. Dr. Song said that this is the 7-star acupuncture and how does Su Heroine know about it and this acupuncture method was given lost and no longer exists. Dr. Song continued to repeat that he did not believe that Su Heroine knew the 7-star method and how could he master the method at such an age. All the people asked Dr. Song what this 7-star method is and if he can explain to them, this acupuncture is special and so important. Dr. Song said that the earliest classic of the development of their Chinese medicine is the internal ancient canon of the Yellow Emperor. Dr. Song said that in fact there is a more mysterious one and it was called the outer canon of the Yellow Emperor but was lost long ago. And they say that 7-star acupuncture is a unique skill and all people have 7 emotions that can harm all people. Dr. Song said that this method of 7 stars should have been lost long ago, and how does Su Heroine know this method, and this is very interesting. And then people stood up and said that if they understood correctly, then Su Heroine himself is a magic doctor and the doctor knows ancient methods. Dong Xiu was delighted and told Tang Xini that although she didn't understand anything, it seemed like something very cool and Su Heroine was a pro. Su Heroine twisted the needle in Kumiev's head and thought that Dr. Song was so surprised that he knew the ancient method and could help everyone. Su Heroine told Dr. Song that he was not such a mean person who valued his knowledge and asked if he wanted to learn. Dr. Song told Dr. Su Heroine that he agreed and asked if the master could teach him the ancient method and he would be grateful to them. Su Heroine noticed that the needle in the head area began to come out and his method helped Kumieva, but she must wait a little more. Su Heroine realized that the needle would soon fully appear and he would solve all of Kumiev's problems and she would be able to continue to live without her sores. Su Heroine asked people to bring him a bowl of ice and he needs this now for treatment and they can see everything themselves there. And at that very second, Dr. Song began to run for a bowl of ice and he wanted to help the best Dr. Su Heroine and he knows what he is doing to her. And at that moment, Su Heroine pulled the needle out of Kumiev's body and realized that now she had nothing to fear and they were able to get rid of her infection. Su Heroine threw the dangerous needle into the bowl and thought that it was good that Kumieva turned to him on time and he managed to help her with her trouble. Su Heroine asked Kumiev to take a look and this was the cause of all her illnesses and he pulled it out of her head with the help of his needles. Kumieva looked at the bowl of water and couldn't believe it and immediately asked Su Heroine if it was really a needle and what was it doing on her neck. Kumieva thought maybe it was a parasite and had all this time really been preventing her from living normally and she always had a headache. The director said that in his opinion it was a parasite, and at first it was so soft and hardened by the freezing field in the water, and this is his only option. Deputy Director Wang said that in his opinion it looks more like a needle and feels kind of metallic, and it looks like he's completely right. The mayor told the director and deputy director that he thought they were right and both were telling the truth, and Kamiva thought how they all ended up there. Dong Xiu was also very interested and asked Su Heroine what it was, and she wanted to get more information from him there. The director and deputy director also wanted to find out the truth from Su Heroine and finally understand what he pulled out of Kumiev's body and how he managed. Song Xiaobao and his father also thought that they needed an explanation and could not understand how Su Heroine managed to get an incomprehensible thing. Su Heroine said that it is a wool needle and it senses temperature changes, so it becomes soft after touching her body. Su Heroine said that Kumiev was injected under the brain stem with a needle that struck her nerves, and therefore she could no longer sleep at night. Su Heroine told Kamiva that now that the needle is no longer on her body, she will no longer suffer from this pain, and he guarantees it. Kamiva was very happy and decided to attack Su Heroine and thanked him so much for being able to help her with her troubles. Kamiva hugged her hero Su Heroine and thought that only he could keep his promise and help her with the problem without refusals or excuses. Kamiva kissed Su Heroine on the cheek and thought that she had always dreamed of having such a friend who would help her with her troubles. Kamiva continued to hug Su Heroine and realized that she no longer had a headache, and how could a person help her very quickly now? Su Heroine was shocked and wondered if he was kissed by a Russian beauty and foreigners were really brave, and he fell in love with the beauty. Kamiva told Su Heroine that she is so excited now and she feels so relaxed in everything, and it was he who helped her there. Dong Xiu noticed that Tang Xini looked at Kumiev's behavior and she was very angry and was ready to beat her husband Su right now. Kamiva told Su Heroine that he was incredible, and Tang Xini immediately asked him if he would like to answer all his wife's questions now. And at that very second, Tang Xini pushed Kumiev and her husband Su Heroine aside and did not want her to continue hugging him. Tang Xini grabbed Su Heroine's hand and thought that he shouldn't behave like that around his wife, and isn't he at all ashamed there? Tang Xini asked Miss Kamiva maybe she shouldn't move too much and be very careless because she still has sharp needles on her head. Su Heroine looked at his wife and realized that she was jealous of him now and thought that he had fallen in love with Kumiev and did not want him to talk to her. Kamiva looked at her forehead and realized that Tang Xini was right, and she now has needles on her head and Su Heroine should help her and get these needles. Kamiva told Mr. Su Heroine that she would have to ask him for help again, and he is very kind and always helps a person in their trouble. Su Heroine agreed with Kamiva and said that it is not difficult for him and he will help her now, and he knows that walking with a needle is very uncomfortable. But at that very second, Tang Xini pulled Su Heroine by his clothes and she did not want him to approach Kamiva again and communicate with her. And then Su Heroine told Kamiva that it was not at all difficult and anyone could help her get all the needles, and he had already done the treatment. After a couple of seconds, Su Heroine himself approached Kumiev and took out all the needles and thought that it was good that his wife allowed him to do this. Kamiva told Su Heroine that in gratitude that he cured her illness, she now wants to cure him and he should visit the country. Tang Xini said thank you to Kamiva for her request, but Su Heroine is so busy treating people and patients will wait for their doctor to treat them. Tang Xini continued to squeeze Su Heroine even tighter and told Kumiev that he doesn't have much time for all the trips abroad. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine if she was right, and it looks like he himself will explain everything to Kamiva so that she understands her and that she is not lying to her. Su Heroine was in a lot of pain and he told Tang Xini that she was right and he had a lot of impossible things to do and he couldn't take a break from his affairs. Kamiva looked at them and realized that Su Heroine has a very jealous girlfriend and she doesn't want him to even communicate with her, and she is furious. The mayor told Mr. Su Heroine that he had some problems and asked if he could give him a minute and he would be grateful. The mayor told Su Heroine that he hoped that he would not give him a discount and that he was just an official who lives for today and is poor. Deputy Director Wang asked Su Heroine to inspect his problem, and money is not a problem and he will also pay for Mayor Zhu, and he is glad to see them. The director told the chairman that this was already giving a bribe and then he would be forced to take him away from there, he would make a mistake there. The mayor approached them and told the director that everything was fine and he could afford it, and he and the deputy director decided to joke now. Su Heroine agreed and told all the people that they could come up to him and he would check everyone's pulse and be able to tell them about their condition. Tang Xini listened to everything, and Su Heroine told Mayor Zhu that he seemed to have some complications that were difficult for anyone to talk about. Su Heroine told Mayor Zhu that he would prescribe him medicine, and if he took it for half a month he would be completely cured. Su Heroine told Chairman Wang that he has a tumor in his liver, but fortunately it is benign and there is no need to be nervous. Tang Xini looked at how Su Heroine was helping all the people in the room now, and he was finding their problems and immediately advising them of treatment. And then Dr. Song began to approach Su Heroine and asked Mr. Su what he could say about the 7-needle technique, and he was interested. Su Heroine told Mr. Song that they would talk about the 7-star needles later and better resolve the issues, and asked him to give Pa Thong. Dr. Song thought that Pa Thong with the 7-star needles was no match, and he couldn't break his promise now. Dr. Song thought that he would teach the brat a lesson when he learned the technique, and said that he would not back down from his words and asked for forgiveness. Dr. Song told Su Heroine that he was short-sighted now towards him, and Pa Thong will now be his, and he promises it. Dr. Song signed an agreement to transfer his clinic to the world, and he was not very upset because in return he could learn the legendary technique. Dr. Song signed the contract and approached Mr. Su Heroine, and he asked him if he could teach him all the techniques now there. Su Heroine hid the contract and asked Dr. Song what he should teach him now, and he does not understand what the doctor is telling him now. Song Xiaobao was angry and told Su Heroine that he was a scoundrel, and didn't he say that he would teach his father, and why did he reject it after everything? Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao if he had really gone crazy, and he didn't understand what he was talking about his father and what he promised to all of them. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that he only said that learning the 7-star needles is quite easy, and he did not promise to teach his father. Director Zhao listened to all their words and said that Mr. Su Heroine was right, and he did not promise Dr. Song that he would teach him all the skills of the stars. Su Heroine approached Dr. Song and said that moreover, he would have taught him without any problems if he were Chinese, and he was very sorry. Su Heroine said directly to Dr. Song's face that unfortunately he himself was just a Japanese, and asked if he had the right to learn knowledge. Su Heroine repeated his question and asked the Japanese Dr. Song how he still thinks he has the right to study, and asked a question. Dr. Song was very surprised by Su Heroine's words and thought that he had touched a nerve, and why did he decide to ask him exactly about this there? And at that very second, suddenly Dr. Song began to fall to the floor, and his son Song Xiaobao was shocked and asked his father if he was okay and what was wrong with him. Su Heroine looked at Dr. Song and thought that he was talking too much, and it would be good for him to lie quietly on the floor and not say anything. Song Xiaobao told Su Heroine that he is a scoundrel, and he will make sure that he regrets everything he did to his father and how he injured the old man. Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao not to be shy and said that he himself started it first, and said that now they should get out of Song's Han. Song Xiaobao began to take his father with him and told Su Heroine that he should wait, and soon he would find out that he had made a mistake in life. Tang Xini told Miss Kamiva that she looks great and is kind, and she heard that the Tang family is in Wulyo City in East Asia. Tang Xini asked Kumiev if she had heard about this, and at the beginning they wanted to invest more than 300 million in this business of theirs. Tang Xini told Kamiva that in 2 years the volume of investment will grow to 8 billion, and she is interested in working with her there. Kamiva told Tang Xini that they wanted to continue to cooperate with them, especially since she needed to somehow repay her husband for helping with the trouble. Su Heroine told Tang Xini and Kamiev that they could continue to have fun there, but he needed to call and find out information about their people. Su Heroine immediately opened the door and left the room, and thought that they should not listen to their conversation and it could be very dangerous. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu Wang that the miracle Dr. Song and his son had just left, and asked him to assign someone to spy on them. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu Wang that they were both Japanese and everything that recently happened to the Tang family was the work of their hands, and Uncle asked if he himself was sure. Su Heroine told his uncle that he made sure that they were members of the Dark God Association, and when he received their company they were ready. Su Heroine thought that there was one more thing that needed to be done, and he would try to resolve all the important issues in their company today. At this time, Tang Xini asked Kumiev if she really uses this brand of cosmetics and what a coincidence it is, and she also loves them. Kamiva told Tang Xini that she heard that they have already released a new face cream with a fresh glow effect and it's very cool. Su Heroine told Miss Kamiva that he was sure that next time Tang Sini would give her a new face cream and would not feel sorry for her friend. Su Heroine told Tang Sini that it was already quite late and asked her if it was time for them all to go home and take a break from everything. Kamiva said that they were newlyweds and wanted to spend time together and said that she would no longer delay them over a trifle. Tang Sini was annoyed and told Kamiva that this was not so and she simply misunderstood them and Su Heroine lied to her and deceived everyone. But Su Heroine told Kamiva that she was so kind and should visit them when she had time and she and Sini would be happy for her visit home. But Tang Sini pinched Su Heroine once again and wanted him to just remain silent and no longer embarrass her with ridiculous words about their entire family. After these events, Su Heroine and Tang Sini went outside and both began to go to the parking lot in order to quickly leave for their important business. Tang Sini continued to be jealous of Su Heroine and told him that she noticed that Kamiva was pretty and she was a very beautiful girl. Su Heroine agreed with Tang Sini and said that Kumiev has beautiful eyes, not like some people who act cold even if they are cute. Tang Sini told Su Heroine that Kamiva is really very beautiful and you can look at her forever and not get tired of it and she is better than others. Su Heroine told his wife that she was right and so much time had passed, but his wife did not allow him to touch her and live with her. But suddenly Su Heroine glanced at Tang Sini and noticed that something was wrong with her and her mood immediately changed after his words. Tang Sini was furious and asked Su Heroine what he wanted to say now and asked her to finish and she was ready to listen to her husband's opinion. Tang Sini told Su Heroine that he was a scoundrel and forcing her to marry him was her father's stupidest decision and she didn't want it. The magic doctor at that time was angry and hit the table with all his might and he could not believe that he had lost a bet to some scoundrel. The magic doctor told Song Xiaobao that his entire reputation had collapsed because of this brat and how could he so brazenly frame him today. Song Xiaobao asked his father what they could do next and maybe they should just forget about their Pawan Thong company and it's definitely none of their business. The father suggested that Song Xiaobao leave the city first and Su Heroine already knows that they are from the association and they cannot stay in their city. And then the father noticed that someone had sent him a message and thought that this was very important and all this information could greatly help them there. The father told Song Xiaobao that the Association of Dark Gods had obtained important information about Su Heroine for them and now they will find out who the type is. And then the father opened the message and began to read the information and froze in place in surprise and could not believe that it was all true about Su. It was written there that Su Heroine in the capital of Sin Cylinder received the code name Tiger Fong and he is dangerous and can no longer be dealt with. Dr. Song learned that Su Heroine Tiger Fong, the head of the hunters of all animals, is the world-famous uncrowned king of the underworld. The father was shocked and asked Song Xiaobao if it was really him and how could they not recognize it when they saw such medical skills. The father could not believe it and wondered if this association of the dark god would agree to help them because they were opposed by the legend of the tiger's Fong. Song Xiaobao asked his father what will happen to Su Heroine now and what he and his friends can do and it seems that he is very strong and he is ready for anything. The father told Song Xiaobao that they urgently needed to leave the city and they only needed to wait out the night and then find out the opinion of the association. Afterwards, Su Heroine came to the house and thought that he should talk to Uncle Qian Wuwan today and find out what he thinks about this. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that Tang Sini had gone upstairs and immediately asked him what the situation was and what new things had happened during their morning. Uncle Qian Wuwan told Su Heroine that the miracle doctor and his son managed to leave the city of Songshan and Su realized that they would not leave it so easily. Su Heroine told Uncle Qian Wuwan that the Japanese are a vindictive people and they will not learn their lesson if they just leave them alone never. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that the Japanese were definitely leaving tonight and he asked Heroine what his plan was to deal with the enemy. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that he was thinking of going with the flow and immediately getting rid of anyone who came close to them and that would be the right thing to do. And then suddenly Su Heroine asked Uncle Qian Wuwan if he could get a weapon and this is important for their business in the future in the fight against the enemy. Uncle Qian Wuwan asked Su Heroine what kind of weapon he wanted and perhaps he would be able to find exactly the weapon he wanted. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that a couple of weapons would be enough and they would not use them, and this would guarantee the protection of Sini in danger. Uncle Qian Wuwan told Su Heroine that he was right and now he will take him to a secret place and he can choose any weapon to fight. Uncle Chen Wuan took Su Heroine to an abandoned factory and thought that there they could find what they needed and Su would be happy with the weapon. Uncle Chen Wuan realized that they needed to be careful and the enemy could attack them at any moment and the provocation had already worked. The gates to the abandoned factory opened and Chen Wuan could go there and realized that he would surprise Su Heroine because he didn't even expect it. Chen Wuan drove inside and thought that it seemed that all his friends were already there and they could pick up excellent weapons for them there. The guy ran to them and told Mr. Richard that he was very glad to see him and what he needed this time and he would try to find anything. Chen Wuan told the guy that they would go inside and discuss everything and he agreed and asked the mister to follow him and he would take them. Su Heroine and Chen Wuan started to follow this guy and thought that no one seemed to know about this secret place and hid it well. The guy began to open a huge metal door and thought that they should walk a couple more meters and they would reach their goal. The guy asked the gentleman to be careful and in such places it is better to watch your step and you can fall and get hurt from these things. Su Heroine thought that it was an abandoned factory and an old boiler room and he was wondering what kind of place this was and used the all-seeing eye. And at that very second, Su Heroine was very surprised and thought that it was not in vain that he used the technique to find out what was inside the building. Su Heroine noticed that there were a lot of machine guns there and he didn't expect to see so many weapons there and thought that there would only be a couple. Su Heroine noticed that all kinds of weapons could be found there and they could choose any of them, and why are there so many of them in this place? Su Heroine saw that in addition to weapons there were also grenades and different models of pistols, and there it was possible to prepare for a whole war. In this warehouse you could find bazookas and machine guns and what kind of person sponsors this establishment and delivers so many weapons to this place. Su Heroine thought that they even have an anti-aircraft gun and there is also their equipment underground and it is not surprising that it is hidden. They went down to the weapons warehouse and Su Heroine thought that it seemed that their uncle was too carried away and he asked for some weapons for protection. Su Heroine looked at the warehouse and realized that it would be very bad if someone wanted to rob this place because there were a lot of all kinds of toys there. Su Heroine told Uncle Wuvang that he could choose himself, and for now he would keep Missy busy and try to explain what he needed from them. But the uncle asked Su Heroine to come up to him and said that all the guns looked much better up close and he should evaluate the best one. Su Heroine realized that there was even a shooting range there and an ideal place for any man who likes to shoot without everyone's attention. But at this moment, suddenly Su Heroine's attention was attracted by some girl and she was sitting there not far away and he didn't know what the lady was doing. The girl's name was Xiao Ili and she was polishing her weapon and Su Heroine thought that she was very attractive and he should talk to her now. Su Heroine asked Xiao or who it is and playing with weapons at such a young age isn't her family's concern and where are they all looking there. Uncle Wu told Su Heroine that there is no need to talk like that and it is better for him to come up to him there and choose which pistol he uses in the fight. Su Heroine went to the shelf and began to choose the best pistol from all that were lying there, which one would be more convenient for the shooting team. Su Heroine told his uncle that this gun was good, but it was recently calibrated and he would have to recalibrate the gun again now. Xiao Ili asked Su Heroine if he really wanted to say that all her weapon calibration was bad and could he really do it better. Uncle Wu thought why Su Heroine is interfering where he doesn't need to and why is he arguing with this girl even though his wife is the best in the world. Su Heroine told Xiao or that every shooter has his own style, which is why you need to calibrate your weapon yourself, and isn't he right? But suddenly at that same second a bullet flew next to Su Heroine and he realized that it was a good thing he hadn't taken a step to the side and he would have been dead now. This shot was fired by Xiao Ili and she asked Su Heroine if he could repeat his words and she wanted to hear all of his opinion. Xiao Ili asked Su Heroine to repeat this again and why is he already silent and cannot say anything and has he really changed his mind. Uncle Wu was shocked and thought why Su Heroine decided to ask this lady and he heard that she was not to be trifled with and he himself found trouble. The guy was also sitting on the floor and was also terrified and thought that this girl could finish them all off if Su Heroine angered her. Su Heroine smiled and thought that this lady thinks that he is a simple person and cannot do anything and only wants to buy weapons there. Su Heroine took out a gun and began to calibrate her and thought that he would definitely do better than this girl and she would regret everything there. Su Heroine took out the cartridges and thought that he could do a great calibration and he had been doing this for a long time and he was ready for its challenge. All this time, Su Heroine very quickly changed all the spare parts in the weapon and realized that everything was done incorrectly and was inconvenient for shots. Su Heroine placed the spring into the weapon correctly and wondered why this girl immediately began to threaten him without realizing what she was doing. And in a couple of seconds, Su Heroine reassembled the weapon and thought that all the people didn't think that he would answer for his words and do the calibration now. The guy was shocked along with Uncle Wu, and they realized that Su Heroine was very angry, and when he is angry he completes all the tasks very quickly. Xiao Ili also froze in place and thought that this guy is not simple and how he reassembled the weapon so quickly, and this is cool fiction. Everyone looked at Su Heroine and realized that he was very calm and as if he had worked as a killer all his life and he collected weapons every day. Su Heroine loaded his weapon and realized that it worked and he assembled everything correctly and the calibration was excellent and he is a weapons master. Su Heroine told Xiao that this is what he needed and he changed the entire structure of the gun and now it will be convenient for him to shoot at the target. Su Heroine told the little girl that fortunately she did not kill anyone and she would have made a huge mistake and he would not have forgiven her for it then. Xiao Ili told Su Heroine that it is easy to say all this and he must prove everything in practice and then she will believe that he is a real master. Xiao Ili told Su Heroine that calibrating weapons is not just assembling and disassembling and this process is much more difficult than he thinks there. Xiao Ili told Su Heroine that he should still know how to shoot from it and if the shot was smooth, then everything was definitely correct. Su Heroine smiled and told Xiao Ili that he understood her and now he will try to convince her that he is a professional in assembling their weapons. Su Heroine inserted a cartridge into the gun and thought that this girl still thinks that he can't do anything and couldn't understand his talent. Su Heroine loaded the gun and realized that now he would show all of them a master class and then they would understand that it was better for them not to mess with him. Su Heroine fired a shot and realized that he had calibrated his weapon 100% and it was very convenient for him to shoot at the target now. Xiao Ili looked at how Su Heroine was shooting and realized that he had maximum motivation and he was shooting and there was no return from him at all. And at that very second, Su Heroine hit the target right in the head and realized that he had not lost his skills and could fight all their enemies. The guy was surprised and told Xiao Ili that Su Heroine doesn't even need to aim and he just shoots and hits their target right in the head. Su Heroine continued to shoot and thought that none of the people now would understand how he shot and would be shocked by the accuracy of the pros. Su Heroine fired many shots, but there was still only one hole on the target and it looked like he missed the target. The guy noticed this and said to Xiao that there was still only one hole and did Su Heroine really miss because he was very accurate? But Su Heroine shot without stopping and thought that it seemed that none of the people could understand how he was shooting and thought that he missed. And there was still only one hole on the target and nowhere nearby there were signs that Su Heroine had hit the target and it was all very strange. The guy asked Xiao if Su Heroine had missed again and his first shot was just luck and he was not as accurate as everyone else. But Xiao Ili did not agree with him and said that Su Heroine hit the target and they simply did not understand how he fired those shots at the target. Xiao said that these were 3 accurate shots and all 3 shots hit the same place and she clearly doesn't know how this is possible. The guy asked if it was really 3 precise shots in one place where he hit at the beginning and said that Su Heroine is a master and he didn't lie to everyone. Uncle Wu thought that he was biased towards Su Heroine, and as long as he is with them, Tang Sini and the Tang family are not in danger, and he will definitely protect them all. Su Heroine asked people why they were so shocked and accuracy like this is not difficult and he was also very lucky during the shot. But at that moment Xiao began to hold Su Heroine's hand and wanted to ask him one question and would be glad if the master answered all the questions. Xiao asked Su Heroine if he could teach her how to use weapons as well and she would be glad if he became her shooting master. The girl told Su Heroine that her name was Xiao Ili and asked him to become her master and then she would be grateful to him for all his help. Su Heroine told Xiao that she just shot him and already wants to become her student and said that for some reason he was very scared. But Xiao wanted Su Heroine to accept her as his student and called him her master and said that she had never seen anything like this. Xiao clung to Su Heroine and did not want to let him go until he definitely gave her a positive answer to her request and she let him go. Xiao looked pitifully at Su Heroine and asked him to accept her now as a personal student and she would learn everything he said always. She said that Xiao just made a mistake and she promises the master that she will never point a gun at him again and she has lost her mind. Su Heroine thought that the feeling of Xiao clinging to him was so pleasant and her name meant beautiful and was very suitable for a lady. Uncle Wu was surprised and thought that it seemed like Su Heroine had completely forgotten why they came there and he was only interested in this girl Xiao Ili. And then the guy was told something through the earpiece and he told his friends that they had guests there and they weren't expecting anyone and didn't know who they were there. Xiao told the guy that she was busy today and asked him just not to bother opening the doors for those who want to enter the building. Xiao thought that she should work for the master to accept her as his student and she wants this most of all and will not leave just like that. Su Heroine thought that Xiao was beautiful from all sides and thought that if it weren't for his wife, he could flirt with her and the lady is beautiful. But at that moment the guy said that people were already there and Xiao told him that these people ruined her moment and how could they do this to her. The guy decided to open the door to see who came to them there and what they needed from them and he was interested in finding out all this about people faster. The guy saw that two people were hiding behind their building and he just didn't understand what they needed and why they were hiding there and neither of them came in. The guy noticed that these people continued to walk towards the building and it looked like they needed someone and maybe they came for Su Heroine there. Su Heroine saw these people and froze in surprise and remembered that these were two bodyguards of Master Song Xiaobao and understood why they were there. The bodyguards were armed and wanted to deal with the enemy of their boss Song Xiaobao and hoped that Su Heroine had not yet managed to escape. Su Heroine told his friends that it seems these killers followed them there and want to find him there so that their boss will be happy with the job. Xiao asked the master to let her solve this problem and she would quickly and without further ado deal with these killers and it would not be difficult for her. Su Heroine agreed with Xiao and thought that she had excellent shooting skills and could defeat even trained killers so easily. The man Song Xiaobao continued to slowly and silently study the area so that the enemies would not find them and thought that they were hiding well from the enemies. The man told his partner that he didn't see anyone and they could move on with her to quickly find their target and resolve the issue. Xiao at this time began to aim at the killer and thought that he would not notice or feel anything and she would do everything quickly and without his pain. Su Heroine looked at how Xiao aimed and thought that he hoped that she wouldn't miss because she had shooting experience and that's so cool. Xiao caught the target and realized that he was already in sight and she had to pull the trigger now and then Master Su Heroine would be so happy. Xiao said that the killer can say hello to all her friends from the other world and he will soon meet with them and she wishes him good luck there. Xiao was not nervous and began to pull the trigger to solve the blatant problem that continued to look for her master and did not want to leave. But then the killer's attention was attracted by the fact that there was money lying on the ground and he realized that this was luck and he had to take the 100 and this was a sign from above. The killer sat down and wanted to get the money because it wouldn't hurt anyone, but at that very second Xiao shot at him and hit a solid wall. Xiao was at a loss and couldn't understand how she could miss the target because he was on target and this was a mistake and she let Su down. The killers were very surprised and were speechless for a while because they could not expect that a sniper was aiming at them at this time. The killers were terrified and said that there was a sniper there and in a split second they ran away from there and realized that they had to escape before they were killed. Xiao was furious and asked the master how one could waste money in such a place and what people even think about when they lose money. Xiao only asked the master how she should now shoot at these killers there if they hid and will no longer come out. But then Su Heroine began to aim the pistol and Xiao told the master that she didn't think that he could shoot through this wall of theirs. But Su Heroine began to use the all-seeing eye and thought that this way he could see where the killers were hiding and hit the target directly. And at that very second, Su Heroine noticed that their enemy was hiding behind the wall and he could hit him if the shot was very accurate now. And at that moment Su Heroine fired and Xiao looked at him and definitely thought that he would miss and the chance of hitting the killer was very low. Su Heroine was able to hit the wall with a shot and thought that his method should work and he would definitely hit their killer without any problems. And then the killer wanted to look out from the corner and find out what their target Su Heroine was doing there, and it looks like he hid with his friends and he's afraid of him. But at that moment Su Heroine was able to hit the killer with a shot and realized that he never makes mistakes in his calculations and therefore he is the best shooter. The bullet came through the wall and touched the killer, and he definitely didn't expect that his enemies were already ready and could shoot like that now. The killer fell to the ground and showed no signs of life, and the partner told Takeo that if he heard her words, she would help him now. Seeing the shot from teacher Su Heroine, Xiao dropped the weapon from her hands and she realized that his skills were at the maximum level and he was cool. Xiao couldn't believe that teacher Su Heroine was able to hit the killer with a pistol from such a distance, and how is this possible? Xiao realized that Su Heroine was able to hit the man behind the wall, and how did he manage to do this if he did not see where his killer was moving? Xiao realized that this was not just an accident, and teacher Su Heroine from the very beginning wanted to hit the killer in this way, and it succeeded. Xiao realized that Su Heroine is a master of his craft and he can easily kill many killers, and her partner wanted to help Takeo wake up. Xiao realized that Su Heroine must become her teacher, and it doesn't matter what it costs her, and she is ready to do anything for this, and that's right. Killer Sakoto was furious because she saw that Su Heroine began to slowly approach her and she did not want to see this man there. Sakoto immediately grabbed Takeo's gun and realized that she needed to quickly escape from there, otherwise Su Heroine could easily finish her off too. But Su Heroine shot next to Sakoto and she was terrified and immediately realized that she could not escape anywhere because her enemy had a weapon. Su Heroine ordered Sakoto to turn around and he wanted to ask her a couple of very important questions for him and hear from her only the whole truth there. Sakoto turned around sharply and wanted to shoot at Su Heroine while he clearly did not expect this and take the enemy by surprise, and this is the right tactic. But at that moment Su Heroine shot Sakoto's gun and realized that she thought he was joking with her, but he was serious about everyone. Sakoto was sitting on the ground and her arm was very painful after the shot, and she realized that Su Heroine was able to wound her and she must protect herself. And at that same second, Su Heroine suddenly put a gun to Sakoto's head and realized that now she definitely wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. Su Heroine asked Sakoto if Song Xiaobao really sent them to kill him and thought that his guess was correct and he was not mistaken there. Su Heroine asked Sakoto what Song Xiaobao was already planning to do next and what he intended to do with the Tang company and the Tang family. Su Heroine asked Sakoto to give her phone and not try to deceive him, otherwise she would immediately get a bullet in the forehead and would not be able to escape anywhere. Sakoto gave Su Heroine her phone and thought that he still wouldn't be able to read what was written or make out the words on her phone. Xiao also looked at Sakoto's phone and asked teacher Heroine what it is, and it doesn't look like Chinese and she won't understand it. Su Heroine told the killer that they were smarter than he thought and they knew that he could take their phone and prepared in advance for the worst. Su Heroine told the killer that her name was Sakoto Yagyu and he didn't know this fact yet, but now he can find out all the information about her. Su Heroine asked Sakoto if she really thought that he wouldn't be able to read these characters, and he studied abroad for 5 years and he knows. Su Heroine told Sakoto that her language was absolutely clear to him, and Xiao thought that the master was incredible and how could he solve this issue. Sakoto told Su Heroine that then he should know how powerful the Dark God Association already is and he cannot defeat all of them. But suddenly Su Heroine told Sakoto that he would just finish her off and she was nothing to him, and besides, they wanted to finish him off there now. Sakoto was horrified and realized that Su Heroine was not joking and his gaze was filled with anger and he could finish her off in a couple of seconds without difficulty. Sakoto realized that she had to do something to stay alive now, and Su Heroine turned out to be much stronger than she expected. And then Uncle Wu came out to them and asked what was going on, and Su Heroine told him that Dr. Song's real name is Kanchi Yagyu and facts. Su Heroine said that the doctor and his bodyguards Takeo Yagyu and also Sakoto Yagyu are members of the Yagyu clan and the Dark God Association, and this is important. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that the Dark God Association would definitely show up at the Tang family's house tonight and they should wait for them there. Su Heroine threw Uncle Wu a phone and said that there he could find a detailed attack plan, and Uncle Wu was very surprised by all this. Su Heroine said that in addition to this, their logistics company Tonga is also looking towards the East Asia project and is cooperating with Yagyu. Uncle Wu said that the Tang family had invested all their money abroad and would never have thought that a small player, Tong, would interfere with their plans. Su Heroine said that they shouldn't be nervous and for now they could all go home and decide what to do about the night visit of all their friends. Xiao continued to ask Master Su Heroine to accept her as a student and she would help him in any way she could and he could ask for anything. Su Heroine told Xiao that they would talk about it later and asked her to get a couple of good pistols with silencers and a lot of bullets. Night came and Su Heroine and all his friends were ready to meet the enemies at home, and then they would know that they were difficult to fight. Tang Xini saw Xiao there and asked her what she was doing there, and she did not expect to see her there and has no idea why the lady came. Xiao told Tang Sini that this did not concern her and she was not obliged to answer her this question there and thought that she had come to their house in vain. Su Heroine was surprised and asked Uncle Wu what the relationship was between these ladies and he said that God could bless him now. Xiao told Tang Sini that it was none of her business and she came there with her master, and Sini was surprised and wondered if Su was the master of Xiao. Tang Sini asked Su Heroine if he really took Xiao as a student and is not doing well and the fathers are best friends and she is also the master's wife. Xiao was angry and told Tang Sini that they are equal to her and that she shouldn't try to take advantage of her client and this makes her angry. Tang Sini told Xiao that if she wants to be Su Heroine's student, she needs to get permission from her because she is his wife and this is a fact. Xiao and Tang Sini continued to conflict and thought that they were annoying each other so much and did not want to agree with their common opinion now. And at that very second, Uncle Wu began to run and told everyone that he would take a short walk and they still had a hard night ahead of them and he should be ready there. Su Heroine asked Uncle Wu to wait and said that he would also take a walk with him and he could also use some rest before a hard night today. But Tang Sini was against this and ordered Su Heroine to stay there and they had not yet finished the conversation and where did he want to go from their trouble. Xiao asked Tang Sini what she wanted and she couldn't understand her logic and why she couldn't agree with her master Su. And at that moment, Tang Sini sat on the sofa and thought that she had just come up with a plan and what Xiao should do and this is one condition. Tang Sini told Xiao that lately her shoulders have been hurting very badly there and asked her friend to give her a massage and this is her condition. Xiao was angry and asked Tang Sini if she really wanted her to give her a massage and if she wanted to hear the request again. Tang Sini looked straight into Xiao's eyes and said that she understood her correctly and she should get a massage right now and that's all the condition. Xiao wanted to hit Tang Sini but realized that she couldn't help but do it because she was Su Heroine's wife and she could forbid him to cook her. And at that very second, Xiao began to massage Tang Sini and hoped that her best friend would like everything and be satisfied with the service. Tang Sini asked Xiao to be more gentle and if she didn't like the massage, Su Heroine would no longer teach her and she told Tang that she understood her. And then Uncle Wu came into the room and told Su Heroine that the guests had arrived and they should be ready to meet them inside and this is so important. Uncle Wu told Su Heroine that the enemies only have 5 cars and they have already surrounded the house and apparently they are also ready to fight them there. Su Heroine asked Uncle Wu to distribute weapons to the guards and they should all go up to the attic and he would take care of everything from below the house. Uncle Wu was surprised and asked Su Heroine if he was sure that he didn't need a gun because there were a lot of enemies and they were all armed and ready. Su Heroine told Uncle Wu that these weapons were originally intended for them and he did not need weapons at all and was confident that he could handle it himself. Uncle Wu asked all the guards to go upstairs and told Sini that if anything happened to her, he would not let her get hurt today. Su Heroine told Tang Sini that she should go with everyone and they would discuss everything after the battle and he would explain to her why this all happened. Tang Sini asked Su Heroine why he didn't go with them and she didn't want to go there without him and would be nervous about his health. But Su Heroine waved his hand and told Tang Sini that this was dangerous and she should be safe because he could not bear her pain. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini to believe in her husband and go upstairs with everyone so that they could protect her if she was threatened by enemies. Tang Sini looked at her husband and thought that it looks like everything is serious and Su Heroine is not joking and she should listen to him and go with all of them. Tang Sini agreed with Su Heroine and said that she would go there with everyone and she believed that he could defeat all the enemies there alone. And after a couple of minutes there were no people left in the room and Tang Sini, like everyone else, went there and the husband was glad that his wife obeyed and did everything. Su Heroine thought that now he was calm and would no longer be nervous that something might happen to his wife and she would get hurt. Su Heroine said that now it's time to have fun and he will not give mercy to his enemies and in vain they decided to come to his home. At this time, everything was quiet in the courtyard of the house and no one could have thought that enemies had come to them and they wanted to strike, and they were all hiding. The enemies silently studied the area and thought that they could take their target by surprise and then carry out the plan and he would not know that they had come. The mercenaries looked out from the corner and thought that everything was quiet inside the house and it looked like all the people were sleeping and they could start their fighting there. The mercenary asked his friend to look there and give his assessment of what was going on in the house and he thought that all the people were sleeping and not expecting an attack. The friend decided to look into the house to make sure that they could attack them without resistance, and if this is true then they are now very lucky. The ninja looked into the garden of the house and realized that it seemed his guesses were wrong there and their enemy had been preparing all this time and wanted to meet them there. The mercenary immediately disappeared behind the wall and didn't want to look there anymore and thought that he could give them away if he looked into the garden again. But suddenly at that moment Su Heroine asked the mercenaries why they were hiding there and did not want to go out and see the owner of his house. Su Heroine asked the mercenaries and said that he knew that now there were 33 of them and he counted each of his guests. Su Heroine told the mercenaries that his garden is too small for all of them and so many of them are hiding nearby and he sees them all there. And then all the mercenaries began to come out of all places and realized that they could no longer hide and their enemy very quickly noticed them and this is strange. The mercenaries asked Su Heroine what he was doing and what he was thinking about and did he really hope that he could defeat them all alone and this was a miracle? Su Heroine didn't hide anywhere and just sat in front of the mercenaries and he wanted to chat a little with the guests before starting their battle. Su Heroine asked the mercenaries to do their work and he is hungry as a wolf and wants to be in time for dinner after the fight and he is sure that he will make it there. The mercenary called Su Heroine a scoundrel and said that he made a huge mistake when he decided that he could defeat them and was overconfident. The killer told Su Heroine that he was a corpse and now he would not be able to escape from them anywhere and they would get him from anywhere and punish him for all this. But suddenly at that very second Su Heroine found himself behind the killer and he could not understand how their enemy moved towards them so quickly now. Su Heroine put a knife in front of the killer and said that he thought that his friend was wrong in his guesses and he did not agree with his statement there. And at that moment, Su Heroine waved his hand and thought that it was all over with this idiot who spoke the most and believed in himself. The killer was lying on the ground and Su Heroine told him that he was mistaken and he was the corpse himself and now he definitely couldn't escape anywhere and he was strong. The killers were surprised and asked where Su Heroine got the knife from and how he was able to take their colleague by surprise and finish him off in an instant. Su Heroine told everyone that they didn't even notice when their opponent now took out a weapon and said that they were just trash and were no match for them. Su Heroine told the killers that he does not like to kill, but they are all definitely exceptions and the killer pointed a pistol at his opponent instead of a knife. But Su Heroine was not at a loss and quickly ran towards the killer, and he thought that he knew that everyone had a gun and he knew them all. Su Heroine quickly walked up to the killer and grabbed his hand tightly and he could no longer move it and realized that their opponent Su was very strong. Su Heroine pointed the killer's gun at himself and thought that he could not defeat everyone and were mistaken about everything there. And at that moment Su Heroine dealt with the killer and all his colleagues realized that they had to be on alert and their opponent was even stronger than them. Tang Xini and other people watched from the surveillance cameras what Su Heroine was doing to his enemies on the street and thought it was very cool. Tang Xini sat in the attic with others and thought that she really wanted to help her husband, but it seems he doesn't need her help at all. Tang Xini looked at how Su Heroine was fighting in the garden with all their enemies and thought that he was so strong and many could not defeat. Tang Xini thought that now she understands what her father told her then and she is very lucky that she is Su Heroine's wife and he will protect her. All the guards told Tang Xini that Su Heroine's brother is very strong and he doesn't need their help and they can only cheer for their brother together. Tang Xini thought that people were crazy and the guards were sitting there and everyone asked brother Su Heroine to spit at the opponent and hit him in the face. The mercenaries all together decided to attack Su Heroine and thought that then he would definitely not be able to destroy them all at the same time in battle. But Su Heroine began to run quickly and thought that he would surprise all his opponents and could cope with them even if there were so many of them. Su Heroine continued to swing the knife and he dealt with all those people who decided to attack him at the same time and defeat him. The other killers wanted to escape from there and thought that they could not do anything to their opponent, but Su Heroine caught up with them and finished them all off. Su Heroine thought that he expected experienced and all-trained killers to come to him, but these people look like beginners and he is disappointed. One of the killers wanted to attack Su Heroine from above, but he saw him and immediately threw his weapon at him and thought that it was also a mistake. The surviving killers were in shock and could not understand who this guy was and why they could not do anything with his battle skills. The killers realized that Su Heroine was terrible and he had already wounded even more than half of their people and they did not touch him and how is it possible? And at that very second all the killers began to flee from there and said that the god of war was fighting against them there and he would not leave any of them alive. Su Heroine began to take something out of his pocket and told the killers that they had said so many unpleasant words to him and did not want to respect him. Su Heroine took out his needles and told the killers that he simply could not let them go and they would pay for everything they wanted to do there. And at that moment Su Heroine threw his needles at all the killers and thought that this was right and he could not let them go to the owner and they would not reach. Su Heroine went downstairs and thought that the owner of the killers should find out for himself what happened to them and what his enemy is capable of. And in the end there was only one killer left alive and he asked Su Heroine just not to approach him and he would have problems if he approached there. The killer frantically pointed the gun at Su Heroine and said that he would shoot him if he took one step and finish him off quickly. But Su Heroine did not want to listen to the words of the killer and thought that he was also in this gang and would not be able to escape, and he himself decided to take them into account. Su Heroine continued to walk towards the killer and the enemy began to move back and he did not know how to escape and what he could do so as not to die. The killer laid down his weapon and thought that he had one plan and he could convince Su Heroine not to kill him and then he would definitely be saved. And then the killer knelt down and asked to forgive him and he promised to leave the association of the Dark God and would no longer appear in their country. Su Heroine was surprised and told the killer that he did not think that all the people from this country were so pitiful and could not accept their fate with dignity. Su Heroine told the killer to quickly call his master and he wants to discuss something with him, and the killer immediately agreed with the strong fighter. The owner told the killer that they were great and handled everything very quickly and without any problems and asked if he caught Tang Xini there. Su Heroine told Song Xiaobao that his people failed in this task and asked if it would be better for him to call him Shunji Yagyu now. Su Heroine asked Song Xiaobao not to be nervous and said that he would meet soon and he could tell him everything he thought about his friend. And immediately after these words, Su Heroine ended the call, and Song Xiaobao froze in surprise and thought that this was a huge problem for their family. The father asked Shunji Yagyu if something was wrong and why he froze there and did not answer his questions and asked him to explain their whole situation to him. Shunji Yagyu told his father that all the killers were dead and they were finished off by the same Su Heroine and he does not understand how he dealt with their fighters. The father told Shunji Yagyu that Su Heroine's tiger Fong was annoying and they should quickly get rid of it before it ruined their plans. Song Xiaobao asked his father if they could get rid of Su Heroine and he told him that he would soon come for them and he thought they had better run away. The father told Song Xiaobao that they were definitely being followed by people from the clan and they would not be able to escape and these people would prevent them from doing so now. And then the father asked Song Xiaobao to bring him a laptop and he would place a reward on their network for Su Heroine's head and this could help them in their business. The father told Song Xiaobao that they would hire a professional killer to deal with Su Heroine without any problems, and the son was very happy. Song Xiaobao told his father that as long as they have money, the scoundrel Su Heroine cannot do anything with it and he will fail in business. The father agreed with Song Xiaobao and said that as long as they have all the money, dealing with Su Heroine will not be difficult and he will beg them. At this time, the girl was having a great time on vacation and didn't think about any business at all and wanted to spend every day the same way. But the girl noticed on the internet that Su Heroine is wanted and there is a 10 million price on his head and he is already in the city of Songshan. The girl got up from her seat and thought that this was very interesting and she herself wanted to find out why Su Heroine did not please the customer and what he did. The girl said that the tiger Fong returned to this country and she did not expect that it would light up again and thought that it had died somewhere long ago. The girl thought that someone was trying to kill the tiger's Fong, but she would go to this country to find him and she should communicate. At this time, early in the morning, the maids were cleaning Su Heroine's house and realized that yesterday was a spectacle and how could Mr. defeat everyone alone. The maid said that Lady Tang Xini's husband is so strong and he alone dealt with 33 murderers and this is incredible. And then the maids heard some sounds and did not understand what it was and decided to take a look at what was happening there and where Su Heroine is now. The girls heard that Xiao asked the master if everything was really that bad and he asked not to move and just not to delay the treatment. The maids thought that Mr. Su and Xiao were there and he only needed attention and they should tell Miss Tang Xini about it quickly. But then Tang Xini appeared in front of them and asked the maids what they were doing there and why they were whispering and she wanted to know a lot. The maids were surprised and did not expect to see Lady Xini now, and realized that it looked like Su Heroine was about to receive a strong blow from her. And then they all heard Xiao asking Su Heroine to be more careful, and he asked her to be patient a little longer and everything will pass, and he promises. Tang Xini was furious, and the maids asked Miss not to be nervous and she would be embarrassed if she walked into the room right now, and it was a mistake. Tang Xini thought how she could be calm, and Su Heroine himself is a scoundrel and a traitor, and she just developed feelings for the scoundrel. But they heard Xiao tell the master that she had sprained it in the morning, and he told Xiao that she still had an injury, but in her lower back area. They all looked into the room to find out what was going on there, and they all heard Su say that if she doesn't treat it now, she will get worse. They noticed that Su Heroine was massaging Xiao and asked her to wait a little, and she was lucky that she met him and he is a professional. Tang Xini exhaled and said that everything was fine, and the maids also told Miss that they would go from there and maybe they were mistaken like her. But Tang Xini thought that she was still a little angry, and why was her husband there giving another woman a massage, and it was very strange and she was not happy. And then Tang Xini thought that she was thinking about completely different things, and why did she care what happened to Su Heroine, because she was indifferent to him. Tang Xini wondered what she was thinking about and how she could recognize Su Heroine as her husband because he is a cretin and can no longer change. And at that moment, Tang Xini's phone rang and she thought that she could chat with her friend and forget about all the bad thoughts. Tang Xini answered Dong Xiu and asked how she was doing, and she missed her so much and they could meet her and sit somewhere. But suddenly, at that very second, Tang Xini froze in surprise and clearly understood that something was wrong with her friend and Su Heroine had to help. Tang Xini immediately ran into the room and told Su Heroine that she knew that something had happened to Dong Xiu and he should help her in trouble. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that Dong Xiu just called her and she needed help and they had to hurry, and there was something very serious there. Su Heroine ordered Tang Xini to tell her where Dong Xiu is now, and they will definitely help her friend if she is in trouble now. Afterwards, Su Heroine quickly arrived at the Heroine clinic and thought that this was his personal clinic that he had won in a bet with Song Xiaobao. Su Heroine looked at the sign and realized that they changed the name so quickly, and he didn't expect that they worked so quickly and cool. Su Heroine saw workers there asking each other to move the tea table so carefully, and he was from Thailand and expensive. Su Heroine approached the people and asked where Dong Xiu was, and they said that she went out to talk on the phone and then they didn't see her there. Su Heroine wondered if the builders hadn't heard Dong Xiu's cry for help and realized that the kidnappers seemed to be professionals and trained. And at that moment a boy started running towards him and asked the mister if his name was Su Heroine and he himself had been looking for him all this time. Su Heroine asked the boy what was the matter, and he said that his people asked him to give it to him and said that it was a very important piece of paper. Su Heroine was surprised, and the boy said that they promised him that he would give him dollars for this information, and he quickly brought it to him. Su Heroine gave the boy money and he was happy and said that now he can buy a gift for his mother and Mr. Kind, and he is happy to help him. Someone wrote to Su Heroine that he heard that he is strong, and if he wants to save Dong Xiu, he should come to Nightingale's bar and they will discuss. Su Heroine wondered if they were inviting him to Nightingale's bar, and he wondered if they knew that he wanted to save her, and this was a great chance. And then Su Heroine arrived at the Nightingale bar and realized that these people had chosen the wrong meeting place and they would get what they deserved from him there. Near the entrance, Su Heroine was met by a bald guy and asked the guest if he was Su Heroine, and he very quickly came to them and surprised them. The guy took Su Heroine to a bar and wanted to arrange a meeting there with his boss so that they could discuss all matters and come to a common conclusion there. The guy asked Su Heroine to wait there and said that he would quickly notify the boss of his arrival and they could arrange a meeting with the boss. And then suddenly Su Heroine kicked the door and told the guy that he was in a hurry and thought the boss wouldn't mind if they came in together. The boss was sitting in the room with the girls, and his guard asked the guest Su Heroine if he was really tired of living and where did he get so much impudence from. Su Heroine pushed the guard and said that he was too annoying and constantly interferes with his plans, and why doesn't he listen to his advice. The guard crashed into the wall, and Su Heroine told the boss that he was not in the mood to find out who he was and told him to free her. The boss asked Su Heroine if he didn't know who he was and how could he not be familiar with his business, and he had already disappointed him. The girl told Su Heroine that Brother Tong is the heir of the Tong Logistics Company and let him not dare to be insolent to him and he is not worthy of it. Su Heroine told the boss that anyone who talks a lot about himself is either stupid or out of his mind and he didn't come up with this and knows because these are his facts. The guy said that he is Tong Xianzheng, one of the 3 misters of Songshan City, and if he wants to save Dong Xiu he must accept the conditions. But suddenly at that very second Su Heroine hit the guy in the face and there he was tired of listening to his biography and must quickly save their friend. Su Heroine pressed Tong Xuanzheng's head with his foot and thought that he would not be able to say anything now and he was tired of all Tong's insolence. The girls asked Su Heroine what he was doing and he said that the coward Song Xiaobao also called himself one of the 3 gentlemen of Songshan City. Tong Xianzheng asked the girl to quickly call Lan Yang there and he would explain to this scoundrel that you shouldn't joke with them and it's so dangerous. The girl told Mr. Tong Xianzheng that she understood him and she wanted to run but she stepped on his hand and he was in great pain. Su Heroine looked at Tong Xianzheng and realized that he was a laughing stock and who he thought he was. He didn't understand why he thought he was the boss. And then the guys started running into the room and they didn't know who this man was who had pinned down their brother Tong Xianzheng and who the impudent guy was working for. The man entered the office and was surprised because he did not expect that his brother Tong Xianzheng was lying face down on the floor and could not get up because of the guest. Tong Xianzheng told Lan Yang that he was glad to see him and he should help him and he doesn't know who this person is but he beat him up there now. Lan Yang told Su Heroine that he probably had a misunderstanding with their brother Tong and maybe he would let him go and calmly solve the whole problem. But Su Heroine told Lan Yang that this did not suit him and he did not want to let Tong Xianzheng go and should definitely receive punishment. The guy told Su Heroine that his name is Lan Yang and he runs this bar and let him do him a favor and let Mr. Tong go now. But Su Heroine no longer wanted to listen to excuses from Lan Yang and he began to trample Tong Xianzheng so that he would be in great pain now. Lan Yang was shocked and told Su Heroine that he should show them some respect because he had heard about his father Lan Gang and his father's authority. Lan Yang told Su Heroine that his father Lan Gang is the head of the underground world of Songshan City and owns many businesses in the city. Su Heroine remembered Lan Gan and asked his son if this is his father and this is the man who has a chicken tattoo on his chest. Lan Yang was furious and told Su Heroine that it was a phoenix and how could he confuse a phoenix with a chicken and is he really completely blind. But Su Heroine asked Lan Yang to forget his words and just call his father there and he wants to ask him a few questions and hear the answers. Lan Yang told Su Heroine that his father is an influential head in the city and the boss of the underground world and has he already forgotten all the facts. Lan Yang asked Su Heroine who he was so that he could ask his father to meet him and he seemed to have completely lost his mind in business. But Su Heroine told Lan Yang that he would do this for him and started calling his father Lan Gang and said that now it will be very interesting. Lan Yang was angry and asked Su Heroine if he had listened to his words and that his father could kill him for brazenly disturbing his peace. Lan Gang asked Su Heroine who it was and said that he was very busy and asked him to say what he needed and Su asked if he recognized this voice. Lan Yang was surprised and asked Su Heroine why he called his father old and how he got his father's number and when he was able to find it out. Lan Gang asked if it was Mr. Su and Su Heroine told him that he was in Nightingale and wanted to see him urgently and he was already on his way. Lan Yang was perplexed and asked Su Heroine if he and his father were friends. But why did his father never talk about his friend Su? Su Heroine ordered Lan Yang to free shirt before his father arrived, and he was so surprised and asked if he was really telling him about the girl Dong Xiu. Su Heroine asked Lan Yang not to tell him that he knew nothing and pretend that he knew nothing about his friend Dong Xiu. Su Heroine asked Lan Yang and Tong Xianzheng if they both didn't take part in the kidnapping and where was his girlfriend now. Lan Yang was really very surprised and asked Su Heroine what kidnapping he was telling him about and he doesn't know anything about it and that's for sure. Lan Yang asked his friend if he kidnapped Miss Dong and he told him that Mr. Tong Xianzheng paid them to kidnap. And at that moment, Lan Yang hit his friend and said that they all had nerves of steel and told him to bring Miss Dong Xiu to them quickly. Su Heroine realized that Lan Yang did not order his men to kidnap Dong Xiu and they were stealing without his knowledge recently. Su Heroine looked at Tong Xianzheng and said that he was already tired of holding his leg like this and asked if they could change their position and that would be great. Tong Xianzheng was very surprised and asked Su Heroine if he really wanted to change his position and why it was necessary, and he wanted to get up and he was tired. Su Heroine told Tong Xianzheng that he guessed right and he wants to change his position so that he no longer holds his head in this position now. Tong Xianzheng was terrified and didn't know what Su Heroine was up to, and his smile looked scary and he doesn't want to experience his blow on himself. And after a couple of minutes, people brought Dong Xiu into the room and she was happy and told Su Heroine that she knew that he would save her so quickly. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that her clothes are different today and he likes her style so much, and she said that she can wear whatever he wants. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that she would wear any outfit he liked and would do everything to make him happy because he saved her. Su Heroine thought that Dong Xiu was saying such things to him with a sweet and innocent face, and it looks like she really is a very kind girl. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that they would get back to business and asked her if she knew what it was, and she couldn't understand what it was in front of her. Tong Xianzheng was sitting in front of them in a difficult pose, and Dong Xiu was surprised and told Su Heroine that it didn't even look like a human. Dong Xiu said that she couldn't believe that Tong Xianzheng personally kidnapped her and her company would easily buy out all of Tong's logistics. Tong Xianzheng was crying and he no longer wanted to harm Dong Xiu, and he realized that he had made a mistake and had already received what he deserved from Su. Dong Xiu asked people to bring her a bottle of wine, and she had a very hard day today and wants to take a break from all her affairs at night. Su Heroine told people that they had better bring yogurt for Miss Dong Xiu, and he thinks that it is too early for Miss to drink alcoholic beverages. And then Su Heroine heard that some person ordered others to move out of his way, and he wanted to personally communicate with Su Heroine there now. It was Lan Gang, and he told Mr. Su Heroine that it was indeed him, and he was very happy to see him at Nightingale Bar and he did not expect the visit. Su Heroine told Lan Gang that they had not seen each other for a long time and he was also so glad to meet and they could discuss all the interesting things with him today. But at that very second, suddenly Lan Gang hit his son Lan Yang on his face, and it was very strong and no one expected his father to hit him. Lan Yang's friend was perplexed and felt sorry for his friend and thought that his father had hit him in vain because his son was not to blame for Dong's kidnapping. Dong Xiu was also shocked and realized that Lan Gang is a serious person and he does not forgive mistakes and can immediately punish anyone there. Tong Xianzheng also saw how the father hit his son and thought that it was good that he was not there, and Su Heroine helped him not to get hit. Su Heroine also realized that his friend Lan Gang is a harsh person and he cannot forgive if his honor is humiliated by his son and he punishes him. Lan Gang apologized to Mr. Su Heroine and said that he was a little late there and his son made him angry and he was very sorry for that. Lan Gang asked Su Heroine to tell him what happened and she would reprimand her son and try to punish him for what he did to him. Tong Xianzheng thought that Lan Gang hit his son without knowing what happened and realized that then he was a dead man and his father would definitely kill him. Su Heroine stood up and asked his friend Lan Gang not to be nervous and not to make hasty conclusions, and he would try to explain everything to him. Su Heroine asked Lan Gang to sit down and he needs to discuss something with Mr. Tong, and this is very important and he will solve all the problems today. Lan Gang told Mr. Su Heroine that he can do everything as he sees fit and no one will interfere with his plan. Su Heroine turned to Tong Xianzheng and the guy realized that it looked like he would now tell everything and they would finish him off for all his past mistakes. Su Heroine asked Tong Xianzheng if he asked the young boy to give him a letter and he was interested and important to know this now. Tong Xianzheng thought that Su Heroine would finish him off now and he would not be able to do anything to him, and how could he correct the whole situation there. Su Heroine told Tong Xianzheng that this child took $1 million from him for this letter, and Tong was very surprised to hear this news. And then suddenly Su Heroine asked Tong Xianzheng if he would return all this money to him because it was he who stole Dong Xiu and he is to blame for everything. Tong Xianzheng told Mr. Su Heroine that he did not tell this child to take $1 million and only asked for $100. Lan Gang was very angry and asked Tong Xianzheng how dare he deny Su Heroine's words and doubt that he said the truth. Tong Xianzheng told Lan Gang that it was true and told Mr. Su Heroine that he would return the money to him and there would be no problem in returning it. Su Heroine told Tong Xianzheng that he took a taxi from Tang Villa to the hospital and from there and he had to pay 2 million for the taxi. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that he had forgotten about compensation for moral damages and he should calculate the amount and not forget about it. Su Heroine thanked Dong Xiu for reminding him of this, and he almost forgot about compensation for his moral damage. And then suddenly Su Heroine told Tong Xianzheng that in total he owed him $5 million and that would be enough to cover the expenses. Tong Xianzheng was shocked by Su Heroine's demands and thought that he could not give him huge money and this was simply impossible. Su Heroine found Tong Xianzheng's card and said that he thinks that there are $5 million on this card and that it will be enough for him even without his bonus. Su Heroine told Tong Xianzheng that he had twisted his joints and he should see an osteopath and within a couple of days he would be fine. Tong Xianzheng thought that Su Heroine took away all the money he had and didn't leave him a single cent, and how can he live there now? Lan Gang told Mr. Su Heroine that he would throw a banquet in his honor and Mr. said that they would talk to him about it a little later in the hall. Su Heroine told Lan Gang that he had no plans to meet him and didn't even think about him until he met his son there today. Su Heroine asked Lan Gang to resolve the issues and if he could contact the Tong family and tell them not to bother him in the future. Lan Gang told Mr. Su Heroine that he need not be nervous and this Tong logistics will no longer cause him problems and thank him for his son. Su Heroine told Lan Gang that they would meet him again and sit together and they could have a banquet and then they could relax together. Lan Yang asked his father who Mr. Su Heroine is and why he treats him with such respect and always helps him in all matters. Lan Gang asked his son if he remembered what happened to him 2 years ago abroad and it was terrible and difficult to remember. Lan Gang told his son that he would have been dead if Mr. Su Heroine had not killed 40 armed assassins with his bare hands without any weapons. Lan Yang was very surprised and asked his father how Su Heroine could quickly finish off 40 fighters with his bare hands and how this was already possible. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that he was so hungry and wanted to eat, and he didn't even have breakfast today and was ready to eat anything now. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that there was a bakery on Qingfeng Street and she loved the buns there and they could go there and have dinner there. At this time, the builders were working and asked to be careful with this particular thing and it was very expensive and they lifted everything very carefully. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that it looks like this place is undergoing renovations and they will not go there and she agreed with her best friend Su. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that he knows how influential Lan Gang is in Songshan City and why he was so afraid of him in the room. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that this is not fear and he and Lan Gan have known each other for a long time and this happened 2 years ago and this is a very long story. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that Sini called her this morning and she asked her to come visit them and asked if he was happy to hear this. Su Heroine wondered if Tang Sini really decided to get rid of Qiao with the help of Dong Xiu and he doesn't understand what she's up to and it's scary. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that of course he is very happy and she can feel at home and he is always glad to have such guests as a friend. Dong Xiu clung to Su Heroine and said that it was very nice of him and she was also glad that she had a best friend like him. Su Heroine thought that it's good that these women never drag him into their squabbles and he doesn't solve all the boring issues. And then suddenly a woman appeared behind them and asked if it was Dong Xiu and she couldn't believe her eyes that she saw her. Dong Xiu turned around and realized that it was her mother and she didn't know how she appeared there and what she needed from her daughter and this is interesting. Su Heroine said good afternoon to Miss Dong and she said that he was the same Su Heroine and how lucky it was that they met and talked. Mom told Su Heroine that Shi's father's old friend recently suffered a stroke and she heard about his medical skills and could help. Su Heroine told Miss Dong that of course he can examine this person and they can go to him right now and he will help. They arrived at Dong Xiu's house and Su Heroine thought that he would do everything to help Miss Dong's friend because her daughter was so dear to him. Xiu's father Dong Yuan told Su Heroine that he was glad to see him and he and Tang Sini's father were good friends and had known each other for a long time, and this made him so happy. Dong Yuan and Su Heroine discussed everything and remembered past years, and the girl's father was glad that he had such a good friend. Su Heroine asked Dong Yuan where his friend was and he could examine him quickly and return to his business and he would help them like a doctor. Dong Yuan told Su Heroine that his friend is in the guest room upstairs and he can follow him and he will lead him now to the sick man. They started to go up to the top floor and Su Heroine was very curious about what happened to Mr. Dong's friend and what was the whole reason. This room where Mr. Dong's sick friend lay was guarded by the military and not every person could come in and see him and it's all so strange. Su Heroine was also very surprised and wondered if the room was now being guarded by the military and he wanted to find out who was inside the room. Su Heroine opened the door and thought that there seemed to be a very important person there, because an ordinary person would not be guarded by the military at the entrance. The man was sitting in the room and doctors were standing next to him, but they couldn't help him in any way, and everyone was hoping for help from Su Heroine, and he's a pro. Su Heroine looked at the sick man and wondered if this was the same person he was thinking about, and it looked like he was already seriously ill. The man sat in the room and told Su Heroine that he had a stroke and this was a serious case and only he could help him solve this problem. Dong Yuan told Su Heroine that this was Commander Zhang and he must have already identified the symptoms and asked if he could help him there. Commander Zhang looked at Su Heroine and thought that it would be very good if this guy could cure him of a serious illness. Su Heroine asked Commander Zhang if he could check his pulse now and understood how the house was guarded by so many military men, and this is a fact. Commander Zhang extended his hand to Su Heroine and thought that he could do anything, and the main thing was to get rid of his stroke. Su Heroine began to measure Commander Zhang's pulse and thought that he could definitely be helped and would do his best to help him. Su Heroine began to use the sacred eyes and thought that he would instantly know the cause of Commander Zhang's illness in the body. Commander Zhang looked at Su Heroine and the other doctors said that they had studied medicine for decades and could not cure Mr. Zhang. The doctor asked all the people what a boy who uses traditional medicine can do, and all the chances of success are extremely small. The doctor said that they say that Chinese medicine is just a collection of all theories that are unsuitable for practice, and they will all be convinced of this. Su Heroine listened to the words of the doctors and thought that all the doctors always doubt his treatment and then cannot believe in the cure. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that he was now having a severe stroke, and the doctor said that it was definitely obvious at first sight. Su Heroine said that the pulse showed the table. The commander had cerebral thrombosis 10 years ago and since then 3 more thromboses. The doctors were surprised, and Su Heroine told the commander that his love for alcohol also greatly affects his health and this is a disaster. The doctor was surprised and thought how Su Heroine managed to find out so much information about Commander Zhang, and it looks like it's definitely all a hoax. Commander Zhang asked Su Heroine how he was able to find out so much about him just by measuring his pulse, and he was interested in finding out the treatment method. Commander Zhang told Su Heroine that he will stop drinking forever if he can be cured, and his health is more important than alcohol, and this is a fact. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that there was no need to give up alcohol completely and he should drink it in smaller quantities. Commander Zhang asked Su Heroine if he could cure him, and if so, he would be very happy because he had no hope left. Su Heroine said that acupuncture to treat the meridian and also massage and herbal tonics will help him heal in just a week. But the doctor was outraged and told Su Heroine that this was nonsense and simple acupuncture and massage could not cure thrombosis, and he was lying to everyone there. The doctor approached Commander Zhang and asked him not to believe Su Heroine, and he is trying to deceive him and takes advantage of the fact that he is now naive. But suddenly Mom Dong came into the room and asked the doctors what they were both talking about now and how they had so much courage now. Mom Dong said that Mr. Zhang has been at her house for many days and has he gotten better while all these doctors are treating him with their method? Mama Dong said that Su Heroine was able to cure Kumiev from another country with ordinary acupuncture, and then everyone doubted him too. The woman told the doctors that they were scammers and it was only important for them to prolong the treatment of Commander Zhang and also take money from him. Mama Dong told the doctors that they were two losers and could only play smart and insist that they already had the best treatment method. Dong Yuan asked his wife Shiyu what she was doing and asked her not to behave so rudely, and these doctors might be offended by her words and leave home. Mama Dong told her husband that she could no longer tolerate these scoundrels in her house, and they had been there for how many days and had done nothing with the patient. Su Heroine looked at the woman's behavior and thought that he never expected Miss Dong to be so fierce, and she was a classy lady. Su Heroine realized that Dong Xiu took after her mother in character, and she could just as quickly get angry for any reason and beat up her friends. Su Heroine wanted to leave the room, but Commander Zhang asked them all to stop arguing and asked Su Heroine to heal him. Commander Zhang told Su Heroine that he was a man of honor, and if he really could cure him, he could ask for whatever the doctor wanted. Su Heroine thought and decided that he could use the support of a person like Commander Zhang and he could help on any issue. Su Heroine told everyone that today he will show how effective all the knowledge about medicine accumulated by the old ancestors over thousands of years is. The doctors were very surprised and wondered where Su Heroine got the needle from, and they couldn't understand how he wanted to help the commander with the method. Su Heroine began to use sacred eyes and thought that he would try to find all the sore spots on the commander's body and help. Su Heroine saw all the sore spots on Commander Zhang's body, and he realized in which places he could place needles to treat the disease. And at that very second, Su Heroine began to throw needles at Commander Zhang, and this will help him get rid of harmful substances and purify his spirit. Su Heroine carefully aimed at the commander. Zhang thought that he should hit the target directly and not make a mistake in shooting at their friend. Su Heroine placed all his needles on Commander Zhang's head, and they will quickly help him clear the meridians and will definitely become healthy. Su Heroine began to twist the needles and realized that the commander should only trust him, and then his treatment would go well, and he was confident of it. Su Heroine continued to twist effective needles, and they will make life easier for their Commander Zhang, and he will get rid of stroke and other diseases. Commander Zhang's face was still in the same position, and all the people thought if Su Heroine's treatment was helping, nothing had changed. But over time, Commander Zhang's face began to change, and he also felt relief after so many days of torment, and it was a shock. The doctors were surprised and said that the commander's face began to change greatly, and did acupuncture really work, and he didn't expect. And then the doctor was completely shocked and told Su Heroine that his acupuncture technique is different from the usual one, but he doesn't know which method. Su Heroine asked the doctor then he can tell what is the difference, and the doctor said that he heard about the lost acupuncture from the teachings. The doctor said that people have emotions, and 6 desires and 7 emotions are able to control all their diseases of any complexity. The doctor said that 6 wishes can heal any creature, and this is the acupuncture of the 7 stars, and he thought that the teaching had long been lost. Su Heroine thought that the doctor really seems to know something about their 7-star acupuncture and has important information, which is cool. Su Heroine asked Commander Zhang not to move and began to very carefully pull out all the needles from the patient's head, and this helped. Su Heroine continued to pull out the needles and knew that the commander was in so much pain, but he did not talk about it and held on, and it was immediately clear that the soldier. And after a couple of seconds, Su Heroine pulled the last needle out of Commander Zhang's head and thought that now he would ask him about his pain. Commander Zhang's face changed, and he looked at Su Heroine and realized that his method seemed to be working, and he was feeling very good. The doctors told Commander Zhang that he looked completely healthy now, and he asked them if they were all telling him the truth. Commander Zhang told the people that his face is now relaxed and he can speak more simply and no longer feels pain when he communicates with them there. Commander Zhang smiled and thought that Su Heroine really kept his word there and easily cured him of a severe form of stroke. Commander Zhang stood up and thought that he should say thank you to his best friend Su Heroine for not leaving him in trouble. Commander Zhang smiled non-stop and told Su Heroine that he was a miracle doctor and his treatment was incredible, and he couldn't believe it. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that he was flattered and thought that he was like a young soldier, energetic and full of energy, and this made him happy. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that his current condition is a temporary solution to the problem and the cause of the disease has not yet been eliminated. Su Heroine asked the commander to sit on the table and he would give him an internal acupuncture massage there to accurately cleanse his body. Su Heroine told the commander that let 2 great doctors who have been studying medicine for years will see if he can cure him there. The doctors were at a loss and realized that the boy was able to slowly treat Commander Zhang there, but how is this all possible? The doctor started biting his nails and thought that if Su Heroine managed to cure Mr. Zhang today, his reputation would be ruined. The doctor thought that the doctor using 7-star acupuncture for treatment should use true qi, so their gift was lost. The doctor realized that the price of such treatment is very high, and if Dr. Su Heroine really cures Mr. Zhang, he will not lose face there. There was tension in the room, and Dong's parents looked at how Su Heroine was giving a massage to Commander Zhang and realized that it was interesting. Dong Xiu looked at the treatment and whispered that Su Heroine could cure the man and he would succeed, and she was his best friend. Su Heroine had a hard time, but he continued to treat Commander Zhang and thought that he should correctly find the location of the lesion in the back. And at that very second, Su Heroine began to insert needles into the commander, and he wanted to quickly help the patient so that he could get rid of his problems. Su Heroine realized that he did everything right, and now it only takes time for the needles to absorb the bad energy from the commander's body. Commander Zhang thought it was painful, but now he feels some warmth from behind, and this Su Heroine knows his business and he is a professional. Su Heroine exhaled and realized that he had completed the treatment and had successfully found all the places where the commander had accumulated bad body energy. Su Heroine began to pull the needles out of the commander's body and realized that now he must rest and then he will regain all his strength. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that everything was ready, and the man immediately asked the doctor what happened to his thrombosis and what was the result. Su Heroine asked the commander not to be nervous and said that he himself could go and the examination would show the result of his needle treatment. And a couple of minutes later they all came to a private clinic and wanted to check on Commander Zhang's condition and find out how the treatment went. The doctors saw the result of the commander's condition and looked at each other nervously and realized that it seemed the device was not lying and everything was correct. The doctor began to sweat a lot and thought that it looks like they were wrong and now everyone will laugh at them and their reputation is ruined now. The doctor told all the people that Commander Zhang was completely healthy and his partner fell to the floor and said that now it was all over for both of them. Dong Xiu told everyone that she knew that Su Heroine could quickly cure any patient, and Mom said that their friend Su was amazing. Su Heroine congratulated Commander Zhang and said that now he is definitely completely healthy and can live as before, and this is definitely luck. Commander Zhang looked at his results and thought that this was good and he would no longer suffer from illness and enjoy his life. And at that very second, suddenly Commander Zhang tore up the document and realized that he no longer needed it and all his results were already completely normal. Commander Zhang began to smile and said that now he could drink just like before, and it was hard for him for so many days, but he endured everything. The doctor approached Su Heroine and told the miracle doctor that his name was Huda and he wanted to become his student and learn how to treat all their patients. But Su Heroine asked Hood to forget about it, and he was old enough to be his father and he didn't want to take on such an old student and asked him not to be offended. Huda told Su Heroine that he would like to talk with him about medicine when he has free time to talk with him. Su Heroine told Dr. Huda that this suits him and he can always find him at the Heroine Clinic and he will be happy to talk with him there. Dong Xiu said that Su Heroine meant the former World Clinic that they renamed when he won it from Dr. Song. Commander Zhang hugged Su Heroine and asked how he heard this clinic of his will open in half a month and he knows a lot of information. Commander Zhang told Su Heroine that he would personally retrieve the 30-year-old Maotai's box for him to celebrate their occasion. But Su Heroine smiled and told Commander Zhang that it was better for him to refrain from drinking alcohol for now and it was very harmful. Su Heroine told Commander Zhang that he would write him a prescription for all the medicines to restore damaged blood vessels for him to take. Su Heroine told the commander that he should be checked again in half a month and if there are no problems, he will drink with him. Afterwards, Su Heroine entered the restaurant with Dong Xiu and she realized that her best friend is always ready to come to the aid of any people. Dong Xiu wanted to ask Su Heroine something and hoped that he would understand her and answer her honestly, and it was important for her to know this information. Dong Xiu asked Su Heroine why he was in such a hurry to leave, and his mother suggested that he stay at home for dinner with her family. But Su Heroine asked Dong Xiu to forget about it and said that he was busy treating Commander Zhang at their home for half a day and he was very tired. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that he doubted that he would be able to eat there in peace because he had all the attention of all their guests. Su Heroine asked Dong Xiu why she was looking at him like that and she was scaring him now and let her explain to him what was wrong now. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine thank you for saving her back then and he didn't tell her family about it and they would both be very nervous about it. Su Heroine said that he taught Tong Xianzheng a lesson and Tong's logistics company will be destroyed if he continues to harm everyone. Dong Xiu told her friend Su Heroine that he seems so scary when he speaks like that and can scare anyone and it's scary. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that he is ready to be cruel if it is necessary to protect the people dear to him and he will always protect them in trouble. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that in any case, thanks to him from her and she would definitely repay him in kind and save him from all troubles. Su Heroine asked Dong Xiu how she wanted to repay him for all his kindness and he was interested in finding out exactly what method she would repay. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that he would see this and she promised that he would like everything and be happy because he had helped her out so many times. Su Heroine thought that Dong Xiu was not planning anything bad and she was talking about something completely different and it seems that he was wrong in his guesses now. And at that very second he received a message on his phone and he thought that his people could have written it and it looked like it was important for their business. Someone told Tiger Fong that he is really in Songshan now and there is a reward on his head and someone wants him dead and this is their problem. Su Heroine realized that this was bad and they know that he returned to marry Tang Sini and now the killers will start hunting him. Su Heroine arrived at the house and thought that he could now rest a little from all the fuss because he was very tired this day and needed sleep. And at that very second Xiao started running to the master and said that he had already returned and she was very glad that nothing happened to him and he was home. Xiao immediately clung to Su Heroine and did not want to let him go, and she missed the master so much and wanted to find out a lot of information from the doctor. Xiao told Master Su Heroine that her back hurts again and can he give her a therapeutic massage again and after it she will feel very better. But at that moment, Dong Xiu grabbed Su Heroine's second hand and said that her whole body hurt from being kidnapped and she needed his massage. Dong Xiu told Xiao that Su Heroine should help her first and she has a more serious injury and cannot bear all the pain in her body. Dong Xiu told Xiao that actually Su Heroine is her teacher and how can she ask him for such a thing and shame on her and shame on all her behavior. Xiao hugged Su Heroine even tighter and told Dong Xiu that this was none of her business and she shouldn't ask her about it and that it was all their business. The girls asked each other how they could be so impudent and Su Heroine wondered if this was the gratitude to him from Dong Xiu. And at that moment, Tang Sini suddenly entered the room and asked Su Heroine what he was doing there and why he didn't say that he had returned home. Su Heroine immediately jumped to the side and thought that it seems that he did not have time to escape and his wife Tang Sini noticed what the ladies were doing. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini not to say anything and it was all just a misunderstanding and they should just forget about it and move on with their lives. But Tang Sini continued to look angrily at Su Heroine and asked him what he just did there while she was away and what he was hiding. Su Heroine thought that he was very scared and he was afraid that this time his wife Tang Sini might hit him for everything and not forgive him. Uncle Wu told Su Heroine that this time he would not be able to help him and he was doomed and immediately hid behind the newspaper and realized that it was right. Tang Sini started screaming and called Su Heroine a scoundrel and immediately asked him how he could do this to his wife and feel ashamed. Everyone was shocked and Su Heroine realized that his wife was very angry and jealous of him and he liked it because she was not indifferent to her husband. Dong Xiu asked Tang Sini what she was talking about because she didn't even allow Su Heroine to sleep in the same room with her and what kind of couple they were. Tang Sini told Su Heroine that tonight he can now go back to the room and he will no longer sleep downstairs and all alone. Tang Sini immediately turned around and began to walk away in the other direction, and she thought that she had done the right thing and this is how all husbands and wives should live. Uncle Wu was shocked and thought maybe he was imagining things and could it really be Tang Sini and she just said such things to her husband. Su Heroine also couldn't answer to believe that Tang Sini herself allowed him to sleep with her in the same room and how is this possible. Dong Xiu looked at her best friend Su Heroine and asked him how he liked her acting and it seemed like everything was done perfectly without lying. Su Heroine froze in surprise and now he understood how Dong Xiu wanted to thank him personally and this was her best deed. Su Heroine was very happy and told Dong Xiu that this was a great idea and she was great and she asked him to quickly come up to his Tang Sini. Su Heroine thought that spring had finally come and how many days he had been waiting for this particular day and now it happened and he is so happy. Su Heroine continued to repeat that spring had come and ran there to his wife Tang Sini and Dong Xiu wished him good luck in the whole business. Xiao asked Dong Xiu if she did this intentionally and she used her and Dong asked her and why Su Heroine is so happy. Dong Xiu told Xiao that Su Heroine and Tang Sini were legitimate husband and wife and asked her not to try to come between them and interfere with their love. Xiao was furious at Dong Xiu's words and thought that everything was so great until she showed up and she ruined everything and that was the end. Su Heroine at this time wanted to go up to Tang Sini and hoped that she would not change her mind because he had been waiting for this day for an eternity and he was happy. But then Su Heroine received a message and his man told him that the fox had gone after him and why he did not respond to all messages. Su Heroine thought that if someone like him appeared there, this could all become a problem. And how could he protect his wife Sini? Su Heroine thought that even the fox was also in the city and told the master that it seemed his student had huge problems and was in trouble. Su Heroine decided that let it be what will be and his wife Tang Sini is the only thing that worries him and he will protect his sweetheart at any cost. Su Heroine went up to the desired floor and decided to open the door and immediately noticed that Tang Xini didn't lock the door and he was so lucky today. Su Heroine was very happy and thought that his wife left this door open specifically for him to come to her and miss her. Su Heroine realized that behind this door something beautiful was waiting for him and he was glad that he had such a beautiful wife and he adored her and loved her. Su Heroine was very surprised and thought that this was not what he expected and it looked like his wife didn't want him to come into her room at all. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that she would not let him on the bed and he would sleep on the floor, otherwise he could leave from there and she would not be offended. Su Heroine was perplexed and asked his wife why she didn't let him in because she herself called him and he thought that everything was fine now. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini where she saw the married couple sleeping separately, but she asked her husband not to come near her now. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine what he wanted from her and she didn't think that he would enter the room with just such a thought and his logic is terrible. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that if she knows the newlyweds sleep in the same bed after the wedding and they still sleep separately with her. Tang Xini told her husband that for this he needs to buy a house because it is her house and must provide her with everything, otherwise he may not dream. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he understood her and thought that he was so happy in vain and his wife had not changed at all and this was just an illusion. Tang Xini pointed her finger at the floor and told Su Heroine that today he will sleep on the floor and should not be offended and this is also convenient. Su Heroine noticed that Tang Xini had made a place for him on the floor and he could either sleep on the floor or go to his room as before. Su Heroine was shocked and thought that this place of his on the floor was much worse than Tang Xini's bed and this fortress could not yield to him. In the morning, Su Heroine woke up and thought that the night was terrible and he was so sorry that he decided to come to his wife's room and she didn't love him. Su Heroine walked down the stairs with Tang Xini and was in a very bad mood and did not get enough sleep at night and was irritated. Su Heroine thought that the floor is so hard and his whole body hurts and this is even worse than sleeping in the living room and in vain his wife does not let him in. But Su Heroine did not lose heart and thought that on the other hand, he had finally taken the first step in his relationship with his wife and was glad that it was working out. But suddenly at that moment someone threw confetti at them and wanted to congratulate Mr. Su and Mrs. Tan because this is so important for the family. The maid said that they congratulated Mr. Su and Lady Xini and they wanted her to give birth to the baby as soon as possible and now become a happy couple. Su Heroine sobbed and thought that something had pierced his heart and how painful it was because he didn't even sleep in the same bed with his wife Tang. Afterwards, Su Heroine left there in his car and thought that in the morning he could solve all the issues and find out important information for them. Qian Wuwan told Su Heroine that today the TAC company announced the official opening of Heroine's personal clinic in 10 days. Su Heroine asked Mr. Qian if he was sure that they were there and he told Su that he sent his men to monitor the doctor and son. Qian Wuwan said that although Dr. Song and his son moved often, they failed to escape and Su promised Shunji Yagyu that they would meet. Su Heroine came to that place to find Dr. Song and now he will definitely not be able to leave anywhere and he will pay for all his actions. Su Heroine got out of the car and thought that today the day started so well and he could even find the enemy and find out about their boss there. But at that moment, some girl grabbed Su Heroine's hand, and he didn't know who this girl was, but he had a pleasant feeling now. But at that very second the girl pointed a gun at Su Heroine and he was surprised and thought that this girl liked him but she was a liar. The girl asked Su Heroine not to move and said that someone was already ready to pay 10 million for his life and this was a huge price. Su Heroine asked if this is a murderer and if his hand finally brings good luck and everyone wants to hold on to it and this action is cute. Su Heroine told the girl that if he were her, he would do it right now because there may not be another chance and she must hurry. The girl told Su Heroine that they had been watching him for a long time and he was still alive only because he could still be useful and her words were true. Su Heroine was perplexed and thought about who he is dealing with this time and who wants to finish him off and when will he be able to live like ordinary people. The girl brought Su Heroine to a man who was sitting and drinking tea and he was very calm and thought that everything was going according to plan and it was so cool. The guy drank his tea and thought that he should talk to this impudent Su Heroine and he should answer a couple of important questions. The guy told Su Heroine that they already promised a good reward for his head and he could finish him off now and get easy money. The guy asked Su Heroine if he knew why they still didn't kill him there and he was now sitting in front of him and could communicate and breathe. Su Heroine asked the guy maybe he left him alive because he is handsome and he will honestly say that he is not for sale and this is a fact. But suddenly Su Heroine told the guy that if he gives him this beauty standing behind him, he will think about it and she is beautiful. The guy smiled and told Su Heroine that he was a joker and continued to joke even though he was in danger and could die. The guy told Su Heroine that they will get down to business and he knows that he is very close to Lan Gang and he needs help to take his gang. The guy told Su Heroine that he could refuse but he knew what would happen to him and Su told the guy that of course he knew what would happen. And at that moment, immediately after his words, Su Heroine began to reach out to the girl and wanted to grab her hand to prevent her from shooting at him. Su Heroine grabbed the girl's hand tightly and realized that now they would not run away anywhere and they would receive punishment for disturbing him. Su Heroine grabbed the girl by the throat and began to throw her forward, and he realized that she did not know how to properly hold a weapon in her hands. The guy was surprised and did not expect that Su Heroine would immediately start attacking everyone after his request, and why did he not agree to help him? The guy wanted to reach for the gun and told Su Heroine that he had angered him and now he would not survive and this was his huge mistake. But the guy looked up and realized that things were bad and it looked like he had completely forgotten that Su Heroine had grabbed his assistant and now he would get. And at that moment Su Heroine threw the girl asking at the guy and they were all in great pain and they thought why Su Heroine was merciless. Su Heroine began to take her weapon from the girl's hands and thought that the weapon was not suitable for this lady at all and why did she carry it with her there. Su Heroine pointed the weapon at the guy and said that now he knows what will happen if he doesn't answer his questions and angers him there. The guy was in pain and realized that he had underestimated Su Heroine's skills and he was an experienced killer who dealt with many enemies quickly. Su Heroine first said about the girl and she has 3 knives on her belt and lay down and understood this from her unnatural gait and she does not know how to carry them. Su Heroine told the girl that he advises her to wear a short skirt in the future, and this way she can already carry a weapon secretly on her hip. The girl was surprised and thought how Su Heroine could understand that she was hiding a weapon only by watching her movements and this is fantastic. Su Heroine told the guy that he put the gun on the table to appear cooler there and asked if he was really weak-minded and a complete idiot. Su Heroine asked how people like them were even hired and immediately ordered them to lay down their weapons and both kneel down very quickly. The girl and the guy quickly put all the weapons on the table because it was already stupid to hide the weapons because Su Heroine knew everything and it was funny. Su Heroine sat down on a chair and told the guy to answer why he needed his friend Lan Gan's gang and what he wanted to do with them and what his plan was. The guy asked Su Heroine if he told him the whole truth now, would he spare him, and it was important for him to know this before answering the question. Su Heroine told the guy that he would not agree with him and he could not let go of those who threatened to kill him and wanted to hurt him so much. The guy said that then he wouldn't respond and the police would come there at the sound of shots and he'd have serious problems, and that's for sure. But Su Heroine told the guy that he wouldn't need a gun to take his life and he would be surprised to know how many talents he has. And at that very second, Su Heroine threw a needle at the guy and thought that this should be enough to shut him up and he definitely wasn't expecting his attack. The guy looked at Su Heroine and couldn't understand what he wanted to do and how he wanted to attack if he didn't have a weapon, and it was very interesting. And at that moment the needle touched the guy and he was in shock and started screaming loudly and thought that it looked like he had thrown a needle at him and it was a shock. The guy fell to the floor and his partner was in shock and didn't understand what was happening to the guy and why he was writhing in pain and feeling bad. The guy asked Su Heroine what he did to him and he would tell him everything he knew and asked just not to hurt him, and he understood the threat. Su Heroine realized that his method works great and he can interrogate all his enemies in this way and everyone will beg for mercy. Su Heroine approached the guy and pulled out the needle and realized that now he can answer his questions and will not pretend to be a hero there. Su Heroine told the guy that now he won't be hurt and he can talk about why he needs the Lan gang and he wants to find out their truth. The guy thought that he dared to order the murder of such a terrible Su Heroine and he would kill him when he got out of there, and they were all wrong. The guy said that his name was Zhuo Peng and he was the best killer of Lan Gan, but this old man didn't care about him and he wants to take revenge on him. Su Heroine asked Zhuo Peng why he wanted to do this and he told him that Lan Gang kicked him out because he took part of their money. Zhuo Peng told Su Heroine that Lan Gang was trying to put his son in charge of the gang and he was afraid that he would become too powerful. Su Heroine asked Zhuo Peng what he would do if Lan Gang's son became the gang leader, and he is very interested to know his logic now. Zhuo Peng said that he would object because he served there for the good of the gang for many years and his son came prepared for everything and that's why he's furious. Su Heroine asked Zhuo Peng if he were in Lan Gang's place, he would transfer power to his son or the gang's best subordinate. Zhuo Peng thought about it and Su Heroine told him that of course, after he stole the gang's money, Lan Gang no longer considered him reliable. Su Heroine told Zhuo Peng that old man Lan Gang had already shown him mercy by simply throwing him out because he was a threat to his son. Su Heroine told Zhuo Peng that characters like him always die at the end of the story and he should read more in his life. Zhuo Peng was shocked and asked Su Heroine to wait and said that he should think about all this and understand what to do next in life. Zhuo Peng told Su Heroine that he did not want to die, and at that moment Su Heroine hit him on the neck and thought that he himself decided his fate. And at that very second, Zhuo Peng fell to the floor and didn't speak anymore, and Su Heroine realized that it was all over with him and now he couldn't interfere. Su Heroine looked at the girl and said that now it was her turn and she should also answer a couple of questions and he would think about her. But the girl asked Su Heroine to stand and listen to her words and she would explain everything to him and he should not make a decision about her now. The girl grabbed Su Heroine's leg and said that she would tell him everything she knew in exchange for her life and would not lie to him with everything. Su Heroine told the girl that he did not believe her because there were other killers in their organization and that if they wanted to take revenge on him soon. The girl said that other people will not cause him problems and they are all mercenaries and carry out orders from Zhuo Peng, but he is dead and everything is fine. Su Heroine began to think and realized that this girl could help him find his main enemy if he now saves her life and forgives her. Su Heroine told the girl that he would give her a chance and go there to finish off her employer and then he would be completely calm. Su Heroine told the girl that if by the time he finishes she gets out of there alive, she will be saved and he will forgive her for everything. The girl began to bow to Su Heroine and said thank you very much to Mr. for being merciful and kind and not like others. The doors closed and Su Heroine went to find the head doctor so that he would also answer him for what he wanted to do to him, and this is very important. The girl thought that she was saved and said that Su Heroine is very kind-hearted and thinks that she will forgive him for what he did to her. The girl thought that even if she was unable to defeat him, she could always take his family hostage and this was his weak spot. And then suddenly someone told the girl that it seemed like the tiger Fong had noticed him and she couldn't understand who was communicating with her there now. A guy appeared in front of her and said that his name was Lion's Claw Yudonli, and was she really going to threaten the family of his boss Heroine? Lion Claw smiled and told the girl that as boss Su said, she would be safe if she only got out of there alive with him. Yudonli told the girl that this is unlikely to happen and he has already gotten rid of 2 people and eliminating another weakling is an easy task for him. Afterwards, Su Heroine came to the Heroine clinic and thought that it looks like he made the right investment and was lucky that he won the clinic then. Su Heroine came to the clinic with Dong Xiu and Xiao and thought that all his friends could contact him, he is always happy to help. And then Mr. Wang started coming to him and he congratulated Dr. Su on his opening of the Heroine clinic and he is glad that everything worked out for him there. Mr. Wang told Dr. Su Heroine that after his treatment, his appetite returned and he now feels much better and fresher. Su Heroine told Mr. Wang that it was only due to his physical condition and next time he would give him a session. Dong Xiu and Xiao looked at them and Xiao asked how he dared to come there after everything he did to Dr. Su Heroine, and this is so stupid. It was Tong Xianzheng and he asked Dr. Su to accept his congratulations now and he is glad that his friend opened his cool clinic. Su Heroine told Mr. Tong Xianzheng that he did not expect that he would also visit him today and was glad that he found time for his friend. Tong Xianzheng asked Dr. Su Heroine to meet this man and said that his name was Zhao Gong and a very important person. Zhao Gong asked Tong Xianzheng why he was so afraid of this Su Heroine and said that he was there for Tang Sini and not him and he was not important. Tong Xianzheng thought that he would never have come there if Zhao Gong had not asked him to do so because he had not fully recovered. Su Heroine thought that Tong Xianzheng was now behaving quite docilely and this made him happy and it seemed like the guy had learned his lesson well. Dong Xiu thought that Tong Xianzheng was okay, but Zhao Gong's behavior was too much and how dare he call Sini next to her husband. Xiao told Dong Xiu that everything was fine and Zhao Gong had already decided his fate there and now he would not be able to escape anywhere from the monster doctor. Mr. Wang asked Master Zhao Gong that how could he treat Dr. Su Heroin so arrogantly and did not even congratulate him like others. Zhao Gong told Mr. Wang that it is none of his business and he is the only one who takes Su seriously now, and is there anyone who does not do business with Tang there? Zhao Gang said that they will see who else came to congratulate Su Heroin and he will stay there to watch Dr. Su disgrace himself. Tang Xini was inside the building at this time and she was busy with business and only now was able to free herself from business and find time for her husband. Tang Xini heard that there was a lot of noise outside and it seemed like someone was having a conflict there, and why couldn't people live peacefully on a beautiful day? Uncle Qian Wuwan told Tang Xini that it seems it is a little noisy outside and they are disturbing Miss from working and they will all get what they deserve. But Tang Xini told Mr. Qian Wuwan that she would now go out there and check what was happening there and find out what the reason for their conflict was. Tang Xini decided to personally look at the street and find out what was going on there and who was involved in the mess and was behaving as if they were in the market. Tang Xini was surprised and wondered what he was doing there, but it didn't matter to her and she was sure that Su Heroin would take care of the guest himself. Zhao Gong continued to tell Dr. Su Heroin that he would see who would come to congratulate him and it seemed like he had no friends or family at all. And then Zhao Gong noticed that there was a noise behind him and he had to look and find out what was happening there and it seemed to be the sound of a car. And at that moment a car suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Gong and he fell in surprise and was angry and thought who would drive a car like that. Zhao Gong was angry and asked the driver if he was blind and almost killed him and asked him to get out of the car and pay him money for everything. The passenger of the car started to open the window and wanted to talk to Zhao Gong and thought that this guy seemed to be completely crazy there. It was Commander Zhang and he asked Zhao Gong who taught him all the manners and it seems he grew up without a family and why is he rude to all people. Commander Zhang asked Zhao Gong what he was trying to achieve by standing in the middle of the roadway and shouting at his elders, and Zhao was very surprised by the guest. And at that very second, Zhao Gong realized what kind of person this was and froze there in surprise and could no longer say anything to Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang asked Zhao Gong what was the matter and it seemed to him that he wanted to tell him something and he was listening to him and he could say it. Zhao Gong told Mr. Zhang that he didn't want anything and thought that he looked at his shoulder straps and he was a lieutenant general and a dangerous man. And then Su Heroin approached them and asked Commander Zhang why he came to him personally and it was a great honor for him and he was glad to see him. Commander Zhang told Dr. Su that he was glad to see him and as he promised him, he brought Mao Tai and hopes to have a drink with him today. Zhao Gong wondered if it was Commander Zhang himself and why he himself came there and where Su Heroin got such connections and this is so interesting. And then suddenly Commander Zhang glanced at Zhao Gong and told his friend Su Heroin that this guy was behaving very impudently with the guest. Su Heroin told Commander Zhang that this guy was just passing by and asked him to ignore him and he was already leaving. Commander Zhang told his friend that it seemed like this guy definitely had problems with his head and asked him to be examined at a clinic sometime. Dong Xiu asked Commander Zhang to come inside and they are always happy to receive him and he is always a welcome guest at the doctor's clinic. Xiao also asked Mr. Zhang to pass and he told them that he was just looking around and they could go back to their work and not worry. Tong Xianzheng approached Dong Xiu and wanted to ask her something, but she said that she was busy and did not have time to talk to him. Tong Xianzheng told Miss Dong that he had prepared special compensation for her for his action and hoped that she would forgive him there. But Dong Xiu told Tong Xianzheng that she would not forgive him because he knew that Zhao Gong liked Tang Xini but still brought him. Tong Xianzheng said that it was an accident and he met him there on the way and thought that he didn't know that Su Heroin knew the commander. Xiao told Tong Xianzheng that she thought he was lying and asked if he knew what she was good at and he said that she was the best at shooting. And at that moment, Tong Xianzheng fell to his knees and asked the girls to forgive him and he would no longer harm them and promised this to the ladies. Dong Xiu told Tong that they would forgive him but Xiao said that he must earn their forgiveness and she would tell him one of their conditions. Xiao told Tong Xianzheng that he would stay there with them as a doorman and serve the guests and he thought it was stupid. Tong Xianzheng said thank you to the ladies and thought that he had heard that they didn't get along with each other but this time they worked well together there. Mr. Wang told Dr. Su that he was so famous that even Commander Zhang himself had already arrived there and his presence was of no use and he would leave. Su Heroine told Mr. Wang that he was wrong and all the guests who came to congratulate him were all his friends, regardless of the people's status. Zhao Gong told Su Heroine that he was worthless and Commander Zhang came there for the sake of the Tang family and he had no interest in him there. But then suddenly a man asked who this brat is and how dare he be rude to Mr. Su Heroine and he will teach him a lesson and he is angry. It was Lan Gang and he asked his son to tie up this scoundrel and now throw him under the train and Lan Yang agreed with his father and wanted to do. Zhao Gong was shocked and wondered if this man really wants to tie him up and throw him under the train and why is Dr. Su important to him. Tong Xianzheng approached Mr. Lan Gang and asked him to just spare this scoundrel and Lan Gang asked if he had come again. Tong Xianzheng said that he is not with him, but still he is the youngest son of the Zhao family, and besides, today is the opening of Dr. Heroine's clinic. Lan Gang told Tong Xianzheng that he was right and Dr. Su Heroine is the boss there and he decides what to do and Tong said thank you to Mr. for everything. Su Heroine said that today is a good day and Zhao Gong came there to congratulate him and let them forget about it and have fun. Lan Gang asked Zhao Gong, he didn't come empty-handed to congratulate Dr. Su Heroine, and why did he just come then? Tong Xianzheng started to leave there and thought that this is all he did for Zhao Gong and if he helps him he will have problems. Zhao Gong was at a loss and thought that he did not have a gift and how could he get out of this situation and now he would be punished. Zhao Gong realized that he now had serious problems and it was in vain that he did not bring a gift with him for Dr. Su Heroine and this man is angry. Lan Gang thought and asked his people to throw Zhao Gong under the train now and he infuriates him and behaves very arrogantly and he will not forgive this. Zhao Gong looked at Su Heroine and thought that maybe he would be against this, but he was silent and was glad that his friend would now be thrown under the train. Su Heroine noticed that a donkey was standing next to him and said that they should all throw Zhao Gong under the train and wondered where the donkey came from. Zhao Gong wondered if he would really die today and not even talk to his mother anymore, and why did he want to harm Su Heroine now? Dong Xiu and Xiao also looked at Zhao Gong and thought that he himself was to blame for everything and he should not have mocked and threatened Su Heroine. And then suddenly Xiao told the guests that she had an idea and they could listen and then decide whether it was worth doing it or whether it didn't make sense. Xiao said that let them see who prepared the most expensive gift and Zhao Gong will be obliged to give the same and this is interesting. Lan Gang told Xiao that this was a great idea and told Mr. Su that he had brought 10 million as a gift for his best friend. Lan Gang told Mr. Su Heroine that he was ashamed and felt awkward giving him such a small amount and Su said thank you. Zhao Gong thought that he could afford only 10 million and Su Heroine's reputation would come to an end and shame today. But at that very second, suddenly an elite car already appeared in front of Zhao Gong and he thought who this guest was and why he came to Dr. Su. And then a girl started getting out of the car and everyone was wondering who else had come to congratulate Dr. Su Heroine on the clinic. Zhao Gong thought that this is a leg and this is a very beautiful girl and he seems to have fallen in love with her and wants to ask her for her phone number. It was Kamiva and she also did not forget about the good deed of her friend Su Heroine and came to congratulate him and talk to him about everything. Zhao Gong thought that this was a beautiful foreigner and he would definitely meet her now and where she came from there and she was definitely an angel. Zhao Gong approached Kamiva and said good afternoon to the beauty and how she was feeling and it seemed like he really liked her now. But suddenly Kamiva didn't even pay attention to Zhao Gong and she attacked Su Heroine and said that she really missed him. Kamiva told Su Heroine that she congratulated him on the opening of the clinic and she brought a gift and payment for her treatment and did not forget. Su Heroine told Kamiva that he thought that they had returned to their homeland and she said that their country has so many interesting things and it's cool. Dong Xiu was annoyed and told Xiao that this foreigner was seducing their best friend Su Heroine again and how she was not at all ashamed. Xiao told Dong Xiu that they could not allow her to take her friend and suggested that they join forces against the foreign invader. Dong Xiu asked Kumiev what she brought to Su Heroine and Xiao was also interested to know this and she asked to see the gift. Kamiva said that there are $100 million there, although this is all just a trifle that is not enough to express all her gratitude to Su. Zhao Gong was shocked and thought, did she really give him $100 million now and what kind of relationship is between them and this is a shock. Dong Xiu asked Kumiev to pass and she could take a look at his clinic, and Su Heroin tried to make sure everything was better there than anywhere else. Tong Xianjing thought that it was good that he broke ties with Zhao Gong, otherwise he would have had to lie with him on the railway. Lan Gang told Mr. Wang that for Kumiev 100 million is already a trifle and he thinks that it is better for them not to embarrass themselves and leave right now. Mr. Wang agreed with Lan Gan and said that he could pass and he would follow him, and he agreed with his word 100%. Su Heroin looked at Zhao Gong and smiled and thought that now he must decide where he can get him 100 million now. Zhao Gong thought about 100 million and he doesn't have that much money and he'll definitely have to borrow from his mother and she'll agree if he's good. And then someone started calling Dr. Su Heroin and said that he was glad that he managed to get there and he had been waiting for this day all his life and got there. Mayor Chu told Dr. Su Heroin that he did not know that he had opened his own clinic and was glad that he was informed and had time to come to his best friend. Su Heroin asked Mayor Chu if they had not seen each other this morning and asked him not to rush, and he had already met his friend. Mayor Chu told Dr. Su Heroin that he is the pride of Songshan City, and the doctor told the mayor that he cannot accept such praise and honor. Su Heroin thought what was going on and had his identity already been revealed, and the mayor was talking about it, and it seemed like someone had leaked his biography. Zhao Gong thought, why is this poor mayor there and everyone in the city knows that he has no money, and did he really show up there without a gift for Su? The mayor told Dr. Su Heroin that he had received a message from a very important royal family, and Zhao Gong was surprised by Mayor Chu's words. The mayor told Dr. Su Heroin that they sent him 100 million euros as a gift and congratulated him on the opening of his clinic. Su Heroin was happy and asked the mayor to convey his gratitude to them, and they could not give such a gift and he already respects everyone very much. Dong Xiu and Xiao were delighted and wondered if the Dr. Su Heroin had now been given another 100 million, and it seems he is very much appreciated. Zhao Gong couldn't believe that Su Heroin had just been given 100 million euros again, and how could he get a huge amount of money? Zhao Gong asked his mother for forgiveness, and he thought that he would definitely have to marry a rich 70-year-old woman from their city of Lin. At this time, in the National Security Department office, the person there was studying the royal family's message to Dr. Su Heroin and important. The man asked his man what they knew about Su Heroin's past and asked him to find out everything now, and his man agreed. Tang Sini was telling the guests at this time that this is a waiting room and guests can relax there while they wait for a doctor's appointment at their Su clinic. Mr. Wang told friends that the clinic under the management of their friend Su Heroin had changed for the better, and all this cannot be denied. The soldier told Commander Zhang that he heard that 3 years ago there was an assassination attempt on the prince from the country, and they said that he was a corpse. But the soldier said that later, thanks to the efforts of Dr. Su Heroin, a miracle happened and the prince recovered, and even today everything is fine. Commander Zhang thought that Dr. Su Heroin is a real hero, but he doesn't tell anyone that he helped someone, and he is humble and smart. The commander told the soldier that this guy is not so simple and asked him to return to the military district and find out information about their friend. And then Qian Wuwan started running to Tang Sini, and he wanted to tell her something there, and it was very important and she should find out about it all. Tang Sini heard Qian Wuwan's words and asked her uncle if this was all true, and she had never heard these details and was surprised. Tang Sini thought that Su Heroin's personality is becoming even more mysterious as the days go by, and she doesn't know anything about his past, which is interesting. The mayor asked Dr. Su Heroin how about he now invite his familiar reporters there to interview him about everything. Su Heroin told the mayor that this was not necessary and appearing on screens could bring him a lot of inconvenience and it would harm all his business. The mayor said that if the miracle doctor wants to remain in the shadows, he will not interfere with him, but will stay to cut the ribbon in honor of the opening. Su Heroin told the mayor that of course he should stay, and it was an honor for him that such an important person would stay in his clinic today. After that, Su Heroin checked Xiao's pulse and condition and wanted to make sure that everything was fine with her and that the doctor's services were free. Su Heroin told Xiao that she was healthy and there were no problems in her body at all and she could continue to live the same way as before. Xiao was delighted with the doctor's appointment and realized that she was definitely not in danger and she didn't have to worry about her health these days. Su Heroin began to see all sick people and wanted to help every client so that they were healthy and satisfied with their doctor. Tang Sini thought that when her husband Su Heroin only focused on work, he looked incredible and helped all the sick people. But Tang Xini thought about what she was thinking about, and Mr. Lang Gang looked at Miss and could not understand what was happening to her, and it was strange. But suddenly at that very second someone told Dr. Su Heroine that he was a scoundrel and she would tell him everything to his face in front of his friends now. The woman told Su Heroine that they had been together for so many years and she couldn't believe that he left her and called him a brat and a liar. Su Heroine thought that now every person would burst into his office and say that they had a relationship, and he abandoned them all. Lan Gang was angry and ordered his people to throw the idiot out of there, and it is obvious that she is lying and they should quickly kick her out of the clinic. But the woman asked people not to touch her and said that she was carrying a child from Dr. Su Heroine and he was a traitor and he broke her heart. Zhao Gong asked everyone to wait and said that if this woman was telling the truth, they should listen to Dr. Su Heroine first. The woman said thank you to the kind stranger and they should listen to everything they're justifying Dr. Su Heroine and what he will come up with. Zhao Gong told Dr. Su Heroine that he would not kick his patient out of his clinic, and besides, she said that she was pregnant. Zhao Gong told everyone that there is no excuse for this, and how can you do this to your wife because he has a beautiful wife Tang Xini. Tang Xini asked Zhao Gong if he really treats all his friends there as idiots and thought that they might believe in his performance. Mr. Lan Gang said that he thinks that Zhao Gong really wants to lie under a train and he can arrange it for his doctor friend. Zhao Gong was very surprised and thought that this was not what he expected from the play and thought that all people would believe the story of the pregnant woman. But Zhao Gong realized that there was no turning back and he would be safe only after the destruction of Su Heroine, and he must try further. Zhao Gong told Su Heroine not to think that he could go unpunished, and today he will try to reveal the whole truth to everyone. Zhao Gong told Dr. Su Heroine that the people of Songshan City should already know what kind of person he is and what actions he does there. Su Heroine told Zhao Gong that he would listen to this woman, but Zhao must remember that later he would not stand on ceremony with him there. Zhao Gong was horrified and realized that if Dr. Su Heroine realized that it was a deception, he would kill him himself or tell his friends. Su Heroine asked the miss to sit down and said that he would now check to see if she was really pregnant or was just pretending with her friend Zhao. But the girl was hysterical and asked Dr. Su Heroine not to call her miss, and she is his ex-girlfriend, and how does he communicate with her now? Su Heroine told the girl that if she was his ex, then they had already met with her and asked what her name was and wanted to know this thing first. The girl told Su Heroine that her name was Xiaolan, and he then promised to marry her before Miss Tang Xini married him. Xiaolan told Su Heroine that he disappeared some time ago, and then she found out about their marriage and asked him not to deny it. Su Heroine told Xiaolan that she is indeed pregnant, but he himself cannot say whose child it is and why don't they do a test with her. Xiaolan asked Dr. Su Heroine how he can now do a paternity test before the birth of the child, and it seems that it is simply impossible. Su Heroine told Xiaolan that she was right and it could be done as early as the 6th week of pregnancy, but he now found out that she was in the 2nd. But Su Heroine told Xiaolan that he has another simpler method, and if she agrees, they will easily find out whose child it is. Xiaolan was at a loss and began to look at Zhao Gong and wanted him to help her somehow, and he also did not understand what to do there. Zhao Gong wondered if Su Heroine was trying to fool them again, and he didn't believe his words and seemed to think that he was smarter than the others. Xiaolan told Su Heroine that he can do it and they will all see what he can do and how he can prove it to everyone. And at that very second, Su Heroine threw a needle at Xiaolan and thought that this would definitely help him, and then he would find out that she lied to everyone. The needle touched Xiaolan's forehead and she didn't understand what happened, and she felt a little pain there, but she didn't notice the needle and didn't know what it was there. And at that moment Xiaolan became very calm, and Su Heroine realized that now he can find out the truth about her and she will tell them all this. Su Heroine touched Xiaolan's head and began to use the technique and thought that his method had always worked and now everything would work with her. Dr. Su Heroine realized that everything was done correctly and now he can ask her questions and find out important information about himself. Su Heroine asked the girl what her name was, how old she was and where she worked, and thought that now all her friends would hear honest answers. The girl told Su Heroine that her name was Shang Xiaolan and she was 28 years old and worked as a waitress in a nightclub in their city. Zhao Gong froze in surprise and was in complete shock and thought that how is this possible and why Xiaolan is telling Dr. Su the whole truth. Dr. Su Heroine asked Xiaolan who the father of the child was and why she tried to frame him and who ordered her to do it right now. Xiaolan said that she was pregnant by Dong Xiu and she was hired by Zhao Gong and he paid her $1 million to frame Su. Zhao Gong didn't understand what was happening now, and Lan Gang looked at the scoundrel Zhao there and realized that he had said from the very beginning that he was lying to them. Su Heroine told Zhao Gong that Dong Xiu had already run away and only he was left there and people like him do not live long and what will he do? Zhao Gong asked Su Heroine how dare he say that and Mayor Chu is downstairs and what does he want to do to him and he won't prove anything. Su Heroine told Zhao Gong that he is just a doctor and can only make a diagnosis and his eyes are wrinkled, his forehead is red and they can see it. Dr. Su Heroine told Zhao Gong that his eyebrows had also turned black and this meant that he would soon die and Zhao was shocked by everything. Zhao Gong asked Dr. Su Heroine to shut up and said that he would not be able to intimidate him and he knew that all his words were all deception. Zhao Gong immediately ran out of the room and told Su Heroine that he didn't believe him and he could talk all this nonsense to his other people. Heroine said that there are two branches of medicine, Confucian and Taoist, and studied Taoist and knows how to tell fortunes and Zhao will die today. And at that very second Lan Yang ran into the room and told his father, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su that he had to tell them all a very important message. Tang Xini was furious when she found out and thought why this guy there called her Mrs. Su, and this is the first time she has been called that way and it is unpleasant for her. Lan Yang said that Zhao Gong just got into a fight with some man there and was killed and he was sorry but he had to report it to them. Su Heroine said what a shame this is and he warned him, but fate cannot be changed and he himself chose his path now. Lan Gang asked Mr. Su Heroine what about this woman who was in cahoots with Zhao Gong and what will they do with her there. Su Heroine asked to take this girl to Dong Xiu because she is pregnant with his child and he himself must be responsible for his actions. Lan Gang told Mr. Su Heroine that he was very merciful and he realized that the Tong family was very lucky that he did not decide to take revenge on everyone. Tang Xini decided to approach her husband and ask if he needed support now after so much news, because he didn't expect anything there. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that she was afraid that he would beat Zhao Gong right there because a lot of people had gathered there and he was a great guy. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that fortunately he restrained himself and her husband asked her not to be nervous and it is already very difficult to make him angry. After that, Su Heroine rested at home and then came by car to pick up his wife Tang Xini and wanted to give her a ride home, if that's okay. Tang Xini began to approach Su Heroine's car and he asked her if she was free and he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with his lovely wife there. Su Heroine asked his wife if she really had problems at work and was in no mood at all, and she agreed with her husband and got into the car. They left there and Tang Xini told her husband that something strange was already happening with logistics in East Asia and she needed his help there. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that after returning to the Tong family, Xiaolan had become a laughing stock and no one would take her seriously now. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that it looks like Dong Xiu is planning to take revenge on them and now wants to strike back and this is so despicable. Tang Xini said that the logistics zone is located in the coastal development and one plot of the Tong family and they create a lot of problems. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that now it doesn't matter and they are all acting so arrogantly and he will no longer show mercy to everyone. Night fell and Su Heroine asked his wife to tell him more information about Dong Xiu and he should get to know their enemy better. Tang Xini said that at first her father wanted to buy all the lands and Tong agreed but suddenly now he changed his mind there. Tang said that the Tong family built a mansion on this property and they teamed up with others to give away market share to their companies. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that Dong Xuanzheng's actions are simply disgusting and they need to stop their family from their construction plans. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he admired his father-in-law and all his goals were incredible and he just had to achieve them, but there was a problem. Tang Xini was surprised and did not understand what her husband was talking about now and what he meant, and looking at him she understood what was going on and what he said. Su Heroine played a game and asked if he was blind and couldn't he see that there was someone on the second floor and this bunch of stupid idiots there. Su Heroine said that he has already taught Dong Xiu a lesson and how they are not afraid of Lan Gang and his gang and continue to harm them all. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that she becomes even angrier when he talks about this and has he heard of the three young masters of Songshan. Su Heroine told his wife that he had heard about them, although Song Xiaobao and Dong Xiu are typical supporting characters and without power. Tang Xini said that the most important of the three is Huan Renhui and they cannot ignore him, and even Gon will not be able to attack him. Su Heroine asked if the Tong family really serves the Huan family, and she agreed and said that Huan Renhui is in charge of the construction. Tang Xini said that construction was stopped under their pressure, but now they have resumed it again and this is a disaster for them. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that now everything became clear to him and he would think about how to fight the Huan family because they had captured everything. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if she would reward her husband if he solved this problem, and besides, she does excellent yoga there. Tang Xini was surprised and wanted to kick Su Heroine, but he told his beloved wife that it was an unexpected blow and he could not notice. But at that very second, Su Heroine grabbed Tang Xini's leg and thought that he would not have enough reaction to defend against her blow there. Tang Xini pushed off and began to fall to the floor, and Su Heroine didn't understand at all why she wanted to break free from his grip and he was not dangerous. Tang Xini hit her head on the floor and thought that it was very painful, and she didn't think that she would feel bad now from defending the attack. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if she had gone crazy and thought that her husband could harm her and this would never happen in her life. Su Heroine asked to forget about it and continue the conversation from where they left off, and asked how she wanted to reward her husband. Tang Xini was at a loss and began to think how she could make Su Heroine happy with her reward in the future. Su Heroine asked Tang Xini if he could ask her for anything he wanted because he would solve all the problems and issues of her company. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that she would kiss him if he kept his promise, and she promised him this and he could trust his wife. Su Heroine released Tang Xini and said that this suits him and he will try his best to handle all the nuances of her company. Su Heroine lay down on his place on the floor and told Tang Xini that now he will wait for this and he really wants to receive a kiss from his beloved. Tang Xini was embarrassed and thought that every day she likes her husband Su Heroine more and he is changing for the better and he is cool. At this time at night in the country's logistics zone, Tong Xianzheng was discussing important issues of the company with Huan Renhui's brother. Tong Xianzheng walked up to Mr. Huan Renhui and said that all the people from the Tang family were already there and perhaps Heroine was also with them. Huan Renhui told Tong Xianzheng that it doesn't matter who comes and the businessman's priority should remain profit and all the money. Huan Renhui told Tong that the Tang company wants to buy all these lands and he will not sell it for less than $2 billion. Tong Xianzheng told Mr. Huan Renhui that he was right and he could finally hold his head high and he himself was happy. Su Heroine was also awake at this time and looked at all the buildings and realized that he must act for the sake of the kiss of his beloved Tang Xini. Su Heroine looked at the tall buildings and realized that the people from the Huan family would not be able to do anything and he would interfere with every person. Su Heroine took out the phone and called a friend, and the man told the boss that he finally called him and he had been waiting for a long time for the boss to call. Su Heroine asked him to stop talking nonsense, and now that he is there he knows what he is doing and has already studied all the information about the boss. Su Heroine said that there was one ugly building in the logistics zone and asked if he could do something with it and he would be happy. Lion's Claw Yadonli asked Boss Su what building he was telling him about, and as he will find out more information he will do it all. Lion's Claw Yadonli told Boss Su that it was as easy as shelling pears and he would blow it up at night when no one was around and he was ready for action. Su Heroine was surprised and asked the Lion Claw Yadonli if he really wants to blow up this building, and this is an interesting idea and his friend is smart. Lion's Claw asked the boss not to be nervous and he would not make mistakes there, and Su asked how everyone knew about the opening of a personal clinic. Lion Claw Yadonli told the boss that it was the fox who spread this news to everyone and he couldn't do anything and didn't even know it all. Lion's Claw Yadonli asked the cook to quickly prepare 20 portions of lamb shish kebab for him and he told the owner that he understood. Lion Claw Yadonli told the boss that the fox had conveyed that if his identity was revealed, he would have to go with her and that would suit her. The boss asked Yadonli if the fox was with him, but he said that he saw her only once, but then he lost her and she doesn't even contact him. The boss said that he wants to meet the fox within 3 days, and as for the Tonga building, he must do it tonight. Lion's Claw Yadonli told Boss Su Heroine that he understood him and he was not happy because he just wanted to have dinner and bought kebabs. Su Heroine began to walk towards Tang Xini's room and thought that he should tell her all the information so that she would be aware and understand everything. Su Heroine entered the room and Tang Xini asked her husband if he had solved their problem and she was interested to know what he started doing with his enemies. Su Heroine sat down on the sofa and Tang Sini asked her husband why he was silent and did he really not want to tell her something so as not to offend her. Su Heroine asked his dear wife to massage his feet and he was so tired today and his feet were very sore and he wanted to rest. Tang Sini was angry and threw the thing at her husband and said that she asked him a question and another day of delay would cost them a lot. Su Heroine smiled and asked Tang Sini to be more patient, and he asked her if he could massage her legs better and it wouldn't be difficult for him. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini not to be nervous and perhaps the Tong building will collapse tonight and he is confident in their success, which is great. Tang Sini was surprised and asked Su Heroine if he really wants to demolish the building so easily, but how is this possible and she doesn't understand the plan. Su Heroine told Tang Sini that he didn't say anything like that and he only told her that maybe the building will be allowed and what's wrong. Su Heroine was very calm and told Tang Sini that perhaps it would be God's will and who knows what will happen to their building today. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini not to drink too much coffee and he knows that warm water will be much better for her health and everything. Tang Sini wondered if Su Heroine could do something about this whole situation and she hoped that he could help in their cause. At this time at night, the builders continued to work and wanted to quickly finish all their work and get money that they had not seen for a long time. The builder asked a friend when they would be paid and he said that he also did not know and he had not received payment from their director for the last month. And then Su Heroine approached them and asked how could such an important company not pay wages to workers and this is an obvious problem. The builder said that they thought the same thing but still haven't paid the money and they don't know what to do and asked the man who he was. Su Heroine told the builders that he was a good person and hit their heads with each other and asked the guys for forgiveness for the damage to their lives. Su Heroine said that this helmet is of terrible quality and it is indeed a very bad enterprise and you can tear it down and not regret it at all. Su Heroine said that after everything is done, he will inform everyone that Huan Company did not pay salaries to all its workers. Lion's Claw Yadamli called and told the boss that he had planted explosives there on the bottom floor and everything would collapse and both would meet at the hotel. Lion's Claw Yadamli agreed with the boss and said that he would do everything there himself in 5 minutes and then they could discuss their affairs with him. At this time, Tang Sini looked from the window and thought that she should quickly realize her father's goals and then he would be pleased with her work. Tang Sini thought where Su Heroine went and she doesn't know what he was up to there and why he said that the Huan building might collapse now. Xian Wuwan approached Tang Sini and told her that Su Heroine for some reason asked him to gather people, but he doesn't know what his husband is up to now. And at that very second, a huge explosion thundered and Tang Sini and Xian Wuwan were in shock and did not know what shook their huge building. Xian Wuwan asked maybe it was an earthquake and what was happening there now and where the noise came from and it looked like something had exploded. Tang Sini looked out the window and realized what the noise was, and she couldn't believe it and thought that it looked like she clearly hadn't woken up. Tang Sini told Xian Wuwan that the Huan family building really collapsed there now. How could this happen and where is Su Heroine now? The news reported that there was an earthquake of magnitude 4.5 in Songshan City and they don't know if there are casualties there. Lion's Claw Yadamli asked Boss Su if he felt all this trembling and yet he did not lose his skills and was glad that he helped the boss. Su Heroine asked the Lion Claw of Yadamli whether the fox had contacted him and where she was now and where she could have gone and no one knows. Yadamli told the boss that he really doesn't know where she is now, but she said that she would take him with her if he was found out and he believed the fox. Yadamli told the boss that the fox might meet him soon undercover and he told Yadamli that he already needs to leave the country. The boss told the Lion Claw Yadamli that it was easy to open it and he was shocked and asked the boss if he really wanted to leave him alone again. Su Heroine asked the Lion's Claw Yadamli, maybe he should then meet the Thai doctor and he had long wanted to meet. Lion Claw Wadongli was horrified and told boss Su Heroine that he understood him and he would leave the country tomorrow and not bother them anymore. Yadamli asked the boss Su Heroine what he would do next and blowing up the building could be a big problem and that's their question. Su Heroine told Lion Claw Wadongli that he need not be nervous at all and the Tang family will sort everything out and they will not have any problems. Su Heroine said that if he could be exposed, then why not take part in it himself and he could present himself as a hero. All the reporters quickly arrived at the scene of the building collapse and they all wanted to be the first to report from the scene and this is all important. The reporter said that the rubble behind her was what was left of the building that collapsed during the earthquake today and it was terrible. The reporter said that rescuers and police are now conducting search and rescue operations in this place and want to find important evidence. But suddenly at that moment the reporter heard someone asking them to bring him a stretcher quickly, and this is so important for people's health. It was Su Heroin, and he asked people to help him, and he began to very quickly pull 2 people out of the wreckage in his arms, and he was in a hurry. The officers told their friends that they should carry the stretcher quickly, and the reporter was very surprised and said that this guy saved 2. The soldiers put the wounded people on stretchers and quickly began to take everyone to the hospital because they needed help and they were so wounded. The reporter told Su Heroin that he witnessed the earthquake and could he tell him more information about what happened there. The reporter told Su Heroin that he had just pulled out 2 people there and asked if he was nearby when the building collapsed. Su Heroin said that he just arrived and they have a project there, and he, as a member of the Tang company, is already obliged to act when trouble comes. Su Heroin told the reporter that he didn't have time to chat with her right now, he had to save people from the rubble and that was his goal. The reporter said that he is a hero and can she find out his name, and all people should know the name of the hero because not everyone can save people. The guy said that his name is Su Heroin but asked to forget his name, and he does not think that his actions deserve praise and this is unnecessary. The reporter asked the hero Su Heroin to be careful and take care of himself there, and the city of Songshan still needs him, and wished him good luck in saving him. The reporter said that in this sudden natural disaster, they all witnessed a great miracle and heroism from a common man. Su Heroin continued to pull people out of the wreckage, and the guy told him thank you for saving him and he has a family and they are waiting. The reporter said that more than a dozen citizens from Tang Company, joyful at the actions of their hero, joined all the rescuers. The reporter said that the hero saved 4 more people, and Tang Sini looked at the screen and thought, isn't that the person she knows there? The reporter said that the man was undressed and it was Huan Renhui, and there was a woman next to him, and he asked the reporters not to film him. The reporters said that they were live, and Tang Sini thought that Tong Xianzheng and Huan Renhui deserved it, and she was so happy. Tang Sini immediately stood up and thought that it looks like Su Heroin didn't lie to her and this building collapsed and she doesn't know how her husband could. Tang Sini started walking and thought that she should also be in this place right now and she would assess the situation and help the people there. The firefighters put out the fire there and realized that now they had nothing to worry about and all the threat had been eliminated, and it's good that all the people were safe. The firemen sat with the rescuer and they rested after all the difficult moments, and now they could have dinner because they were very hungry. Tang Sini asked the men to take the bag and said that there were some buns and soy milk and they should have dinner because they saved everyone. The rescuer said thank you very much to Miss Tang Sini, and she told them that they were great and did a good job and deserved their respect. The man told Tang Sini that that guy worked the most hard back then and he was the one who brought the most people out of there and was definitely a hero. The man asked Su Heroin how about he also join the rescuers soon, and he works even better than all of them. Su Heroin told people that he was not as selfless as them and thought that he saved so many people because he had a heavenly eye. Su Heroin asked the reporter this is the only building that collapsed due to the earthquake and he wants to know all the information. The reporter told Su Heroin that she thought this was true, and she had not yet been informed of any other destruction, and it seemed that only this building had fallen. Su Heroin told the girl that he simply found many places in the building where you can find defects that are not of very high quality. Su Heroin told the girl that many places in this building are of very dubious quality and why the walls are so fragile, and this is a mistake. And then the rescuer looked at Su Heroin and was surprised and thought that he had accomplished an incredible feat and did not want to tell anyone about it. Su Heroin told the girl that this helmet too, that he found it fragile as paper and cannot be used, and she thought maybe it was true. Tang Sini thought that there really were problems there, but her husband had a strong hand and if he told everyone about it, it would help a lot. Tang Sini thought that moreover, many people were watching the news, and when they rescued Huan Renhui, he was naked and there was a lady nearby. Tang Sini realized that in any case, the Huan company would not be able to avoid problems, and Su Heroin had done an excellent job now. Tang Sini thought that now it seems possible that they can all acquire Tonga Logistics Company, and that is so good. The reporter picked up the helmet and told Su Heroin that he was right and even she could break it and what a poor quality the helmet was, and it was terrible. But at that moment the reporter stumbled and realized that she had been standing there all the time on the stone and had not noticed it and was about to fall painfully. The reporter started screaming and realized that now no one could help her there and she had to look at her feet and she made a mistake there. But at that very second, Su Heroine extended his hand to the reporter and realized that he would not let her fall and get hurt and would protect her from all troubles. Su Heroine saved the girl and said that it was dangerous there and she should be careful because she could get hurt and this is dangerous to her health. The reporter was very happy and surprised and thanked her hero for saving her and how he managed to grab her and he had such a reaction. Tang Xini was angry and she only thought that Su Heroine had become a little better, but it seems she was very mistaken and her husband has not changed. After Tang Xini and Su Heroine returned home and went to bed, they wanted to rest after all the work because tomorrow is a difficult day for them. Tang Xini lay down in bed and immediately fell asleep, and she didn't notice how she fell asleep and seemed very tired after her competitor's building collapsed. Su Heroine noticed that his wife had already fallen asleep and he could carry out his plan and no one would interfere with him now and that's so cool. Su Heroine noticed that the blanket on his wife fell a little and thought that he should do what he had in mind because he was the faithful husband of his beloved. Su Heroine began to slowly and quietly approach Tang Xini and realized that she would no longer hear his steps and the darling had been fast asleep for a long time. Su Heroine walked up to Tang Xini and covered her with a blanket so that she would not catch a cold and realized that it was cold outside and she was sleeping there so cute. Su Heroine covered the feet of his lovely wife and realized that he could find a common language with her and that she was not as harmful as he himself had thought before. Su Heroine told dear Tang Xini that he wanted to take a walk and she would soon receive Tong's logistics and would be happy to manage their company. At this time, in the Tonga mansion, a man was sitting in his room and at night he decided to watch the news and find out what happened in the city. There was a sensation in the Songshan Weekly and the Tong Company gave the territory to the Tang Company and illegally built a building in their place. The man was very dissatisfied and thought that he had been in this business for decades and admitted that he could not exactly defeat Tang Yun. But the man could not understand how he could lose to his daughter and son-in-law and it seems he made a mistake and his enemies did not forgive him for all this. But suddenly behind Su Heroine told the man that he himself should just admit that he has already become and can no longer control everything. Su Heroine told the man that his time was up and he could no longer torment himself with the question of why he could not defeat all his enemies. The man was very surprised and asked Su Heroine who he was and why he came to his house now and what he needed from the businessman. Su Heroine sat down on a chair and thought that now he will explain everything to this man himself and he will understand that he does not need to interfere with them in their affairs. He said that his name was Su Heroine and he was Tang Yun's son-in-law and he asked the man if he himself was now under great pressure. The man silently looked at Su Heroine and realized that this son-in-law of Tang Yun is a very arrogant guy and it seems that he has many different ambitions in business. The man told Su Heroine to let them get straight to the point and immediately asked him why he came to him and what he needed from him there. Su Heroine said that he wants to buy Tong's logistics and they can solve this matter with him now and in the morning he will make a deal with his wife. The man did not want to sell the company, but he realized that now they are all in a very difficult situation and they need money and he must solve everything. The man clenched his fist and thought that it looks like he has no choice left now and he must make up his mind and sell Tonga Logistics to his guest. The man asked Su Heroine what price he was offering for the company because Tonga Logistics is a very valuable company and is very expensive. Su Heroine said that he read the evaluation report of his company and they have an office building, 2 transport terminals and cargo ships. The man said that only one of the ships has a capacity of more than 10,000 tons, and the others are 5,000 tons and that's also a lot. Su Heroine asked not to interrupt and said that 12 for all 6 ships, 5 for the land and 3 million for their entire office building. Su Heroine told the man that he would give 20 million for everything and the man was angry and told Su Heroine that this was robbery and his impudence. Su Heroine asked the man not to get excited or nervous and it was bad for his health and he should think about himself first. Su Heroine said that before coming to him, he recently stopped at the hospital to see his son and they would be interested to see this. The father took the phone from Su Heroine and thought that he wanted to show him what his son Tong Xianzheng had done and he wanted to know exactly everything. Tong Xianzheng told the nurse that he was his father's only son and even if he committed a crime, his father would settle everything for him. Tong Xianzheng said that the father has another daughter and he cannot allow her to get part of the property and took her to a social home. The father looked at all this, and the nurse told Tong Xianzheng that he was a bad guy and she liked him like that, and Tong promised to love her always. And at that very second, the father put the phone on the table with all his might, and the father no longer wanted to look at Xuanzheng's humiliating behavior. Father Tong told Su Heroine that he accepted his offer, but he had one condition, and he would be glad if he accepted his request. Father Tong asked Su Heroine to first help bring his daughter back to her father, and then he would be grateful to his friend for his help. Su Heroine listened to Tong's father's words, and he secondly told him that now he has no son and he must remember the words and not forget. Father Tong said that thirdly, he must add 30 million to the price and he needs money to support himself and his daughter. Su Heroine got up from his seat and thought that he was satisfied with all these three conditions of Mr. Tong and he could fulfill each of the conditions. Su Heroine told Mr. Tong that he was in business and asked him to go to Tang Company at 8:30 and complete the deal. Su Heroine left the house and Father Tong continued to sit on the sofa in thought and could not understand how his son could do this to their family. Father Tong couldn't believe that Su Heroine was capable of doing this at such a young age, and it looks like he is very smart and he knows how to run a business. Mr. Tong thought that now he was out of business and would just enjoy his old age, and he deserved it by working there. The next morning, all the people gathered at Tang Company, and the man told Miss Tang that they did not have $1 billion to buy Tong Company. The man asked Miss Tang what if they took out a loan for business abroad or raised funds through shares in a logistics company. Tang Sini remembered that Su Heroine received a lot of money as a gift back then, and she was sure that he could lend her some. And then the secretary knocked on the door and asked Miss Tang Sini if she could come into the office and wanted to tell her important news. The secretary told Miss Tang that Logistics President Tong had arrived and he was there to sign the sale agreement for his company. The sales director said that this was impossible and they were all just discussing the possibility of purchasing and did not notify Mr. Tong. The director of the finance department asked his colleague if he was sure that they did not have a meeting with Mr. Tong and why he came then. Tang Sini also didn't understand why Mr. Tong came to her company just now, but Su Heroine came into the room and asked what they were doing. Su Heroine asked all the people not to make him and Mr. Tong wait for them at the reception because they know that they are free there now. Tang Sini asked them to sit down and asked Mr. Tong if he was really willing to sell his Tong Logistics Company now. Mr. Tong agreed with Tang Sini and said that he and Su had long ago agreed on 3 conditions and 2 had been fulfilled except for the price of the company. Tang Sini asked Mr. Tong and how much he wants to get for Tong's logistics and can tell her approximately so that she knows it. Mr. Tong told Tang Sini that he had already made a deal with Mr. Su himself and the price was 50 million and no less, and this was the condition. Tang Sini was completely shocked by the price that Mr. Tong wanted to get for his expensive and popular company Tonga Logistics. Tang Sini was surprised and asked Mr. Tong if he was not joking and wanted to get 50 million for the company, and this is the condition. The director of the sales department was shocked when he heard the price and thought maybe he was sleeping and came up with a figure of 50 million, and how is it possible? The director of the finance department also sat on the floor and thought that all this was simply impossible and there could be no such price for such a company. Mr. Tong asked if 50 million was too much for them, since building the ships and the station would cost them more than $1 billion. Tang Sini asked Mr. Tong not to be nervous and they can calmly discuss everything with him if he sits down, and they are happy about their deal. Mr. Tong told Dr. Su Heroine that he gave him his word and he doesn't understand. Does he really want to take the word back and deceive him? Tang Sini was surprised and Mr. Tong asked Su Heroine, maybe he wants to buy the company for 20 million. It's just a joke. Tang Sini was perplexed and wondered if Mr. Tong was talking about a price of 20 million for a huge company and maybe it was a dream. Tang Sini thought maybe Su Heroine threatened Mr. Tong yesterday and this is the whole reason why Mr. is offering them such a price now. Su Heroine asked everyone not to be nervous and said that this is all just a purchase of a company and why all this fuss and chaos in Tang's office. Su Heroine asked Sini if 50 million is really that much and Tong is already angry and she thought why he blames her for everything. Mr. Tong asked Tang Sini not to be ruthless and he realized that he had treated her company a little rudely, but what else should he give her? Tang Sini told Mr. Tong that he had misunderstood her and she just wanted to make sure that he really only agreed to this price. Mr. Tong said that he had agreed for a long time and if she also agreed, they would sign the contract right now and he could call a lawyer. Tang Xini asked her people to quickly draw up an agreement for her and they will sign it today and will not delay, and this is of no use to all of them. Tang Xini also asked to tell the marketing department that they should all prepare for the press conference that will be held very soon. Su Heroine realized that Tang Xini did not believe for a long time that Mr. Tong could sell Tong's logistics for such a ridiculous price to a competitor. At this time, in the military district, Commander Zhang was sitting in his office and he thought that this was really true and he never expected this biography. Commander Zhang stood in thought and wondered if all this could be true and his sources were not mistaken in collecting all the data. Commander Zhang found Su Heroine's biography and realized that he never thought that his best friend, a doctor, could turn out to be such a person. In the biography it was written that Su Heroine is the king of the underworld in the west, the leader of the mercenary hunters and also the ruler of the city of Slanda. Commander Zhang told the head that this guy is amazing and the head told him that it doesn't matter how good he is and he doesn't care at all. The head told Commander Zhang that if Su Heroine himself interferes with the interests of the country, they will have to finish him off and no one will help. But Commander Zhang told the head that Su Heroine does not do this and he lives as a peaceful citizen and does not interfere with people and all interests. The head thought that Commander Zhang was right and Su Heroine did not do anything bad to them and all the people and did not deserve punishment and this is dishonest. But the head realized that they must do this because they have an order from a person who is higher and can give orders to all of them. The head told Commander Zhang that someone wants him to personally and quickly deal with Su Heroine and Zhang asked who wants this. The head told Zhang that Zhou Tian has a godson named Huan Renhui and he knows what happened during the earthquake. Zhang told Lan Qing that he owes Dr. Su a debt and he can fight him but should never harm his best friend's life. Lao Qin said that perhaps in the future he will have to turn to him for help and Zhang asked if he really said about the competition. Lao Qin asked Commander Zhang not to talk about it in advance and asked him to go first and he would go right after him. Afterwards, Su Heroine returned home and thought that he had kept his promise today and now Tang Xini must keep her word. Su Heroine smiled and was in a great mood and he didn't want to be depressed anymore and thought that he didn't need it and everything was fine with him. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine why he was so happy and the husband told his beloved that shouldn't she reward him for everything he did? Tang Xini told Su Heroine that if she told him then that she would kiss him then it would be so and she always keeps her word like a boss. But Su Heroine came up to Tang Xini and said that he wants her to do it now and he can't stand it because he really loves her dear. Tang Xini thought that if she didn't keep her word, Su Heroine would no longer leave her alone, but she didn't want to kiss her husband at all today. Su Heroine thought that he deserved it because he did everything as he promised his wife and even blew up the building for Tang Xini and was not afraid there. Tang Xini thought that it looked like she wouldn't be able to leave there and what she needed to do to make Su Heroine leave her behind and disappear forever. The maids were very interested and she asked her friend if they were kissing already and she said that she couldn't see it and she would look there now. And at that same second, the maid noticed that Su Heroine wanted to kiss Tang Xini there now, but she did not allow him to do this and pushed. Tang Xini pushed Su Heroine with all her might and he began to fall to the floor and thought that this was not what he expected and seemed to have been deceived. The maid didn't understand why Miss Tang Xini didn't kiss Su Heroine's husband because he did everything 100% and kept his word. Su Heroine sat on the floor and told the maids that women are always so treacherous and never keep their word, and how can men trust them? Su Heroine thought that he would have to sleep in the living room again and he had already forgotten how he slept there all day and got used to his wife's room. Su Heroine lay down in his place and thought when will this end and he will be able to sleep in the same bed with his beloved Xini. But suddenly at that very second, Su Heroine noticed the radiance and thought that this seemed to be what he was thinking about and he didn't think that the time had come. Su Heroine stood up and realized that this was what he needed and how could he completely forget about it and he was ashamed that he had not trained at all. Su Heroine realized that it seems that his heavenly eye is close to improvement, but he has not practiced it recently, so what happens then? Su Heroine thought that the first two levels gave him the ability to see the truth through the object and illusions and what will he get this time? Su Heroine thought about it and realized that this could be the truth and maybe it happened because of her and he was able to develop his skills now. Su Heroine remembered a girl who was special and she would be useful for eating training, and he would understand all this in their future. And Su Heroine thought that if this is the case, he realized that Tang Xini is the reason for which he should try harder and it will give success. In the morning, Tang Xini thought that she had nightmares that night and that's why she couldn't sleep well and was not in good shape in the morning. Tang Xini thought that she dreamed that she became a bone and that a dog who looked very similar to Su Heroine tried to eat this bone. Tang Xini realized that she had such nightmares because he almost kissed her yesterday and wanted to do it to the end, and this is a shock. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine to pay attention on the road, and why is he staring at her and not controlling where he is driving the car now? Su Heroine asked Tang Xini not to be nervous and said that he could drive a car even with his eyes closed and he would not deceive his wife. Su Heroine thought, what difference does it make to him whether his eyes are closed or still open if he can see through everything, and this is his cool skill? Tang Xini pinched Su Heroine and said that he was too arrogant and should be a little modest and not act like an authority. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that he was in pain and he was driving and it could be dangerous for her, and is she really not afraid of accidents? But at that very second, very strange lights began to flash in front of Su Heroine again, and he did not understand what they were and how they appeared there. Su Heroine continued to look at these lights and thought that these lights were definitely related to the development of his skill, but he would not understand their essence. And at that moment, Su Heroine saw a very interesting detail and realized that it seemed like he had just realized what gift he received last night. Su Heroine saw the light above the people and now everything became clear to him and he was no longer afraid or nervous when he saw such lights nearby. Su Heroine realized that the third level of heavenly eyes allows him to see through fate and he must develop his new skill. Tang Xini was surprised that Su Heroine froze and asked what was wrong with him and why he was staring at one place and what he saw now and who it was. Tang Xini asked Su Heroine if he was okay and he looked so thoughtful and what was he thinking about now, and she wanted to know now. Su Heroine smiled and told his wife that she brings him good luck, and she told her dear husband that it wouldn't hurt for him to go to the doctor soon. And at that moment Su Heroine began to slow down the car and Tang Xini asked him why he stopped, because they were driving on business and would be late. Su Heroine told his beloved wife that she is beautiful now and he loves her so much and asked her to come to him and he will kiss her if she wants it. Tang Xini told Su Heroine that he was a scoundrel and he found the perfect moment for himself to kiss her, and how could he do this? Tang Xini realized that it was too crowded there and there was nowhere to hide, and her wife wondered if her terrible dream was about to come true and why would she care. And at that very second, suddenly someone knocked on the car window and prevented Su Heroine from kissing Tang Xini, and he was not at all happy with the guest. Su Heroine asked who it could be and why he came there at such a moment, and it was impossible to wait a couple of minutes there. It was an officer and she wanted to talk to Su Heroine and understand what he needed and asked him to get out of the car, and she had a conversation. Su Heroine told Miss that she seems to be unlucky lately and he knows it, but she can fix it and clear all her karma. Su Heroine told the officer that someone could force her to do something she didn't want and she had better be careful around such people. The officer asked Su Heroine to stop talking nonsense and said that they suspected him of murder and he should go there with her. Su Heroine was shocked to hear about this and asked the officer if she wanted to make fun of him because he was handsome and the best doctor. Su Heroine told the officer that if she wants to meet him, he can leave her his number and she is too hot-tempered towards them. Su Heroine extended his hand to explain everything, but suddenly the officer instantly handcuffed his hand and wanted to take him to the police station. Su Heroine asked the officer if he was detained and said that there was definitely some kind of mistake and he didn't do anything and he had an alibi. The officer asked Su Heroine not to resist or interfere with her and said that otherwise he would be in huge trouble. And then Tang Xini got out of the car and asked the officer what was happening now and why she wanted to arrest her husband and it was illegal. Tang Xini started running to Su Heroine and thought that she would help him because she knew that he was 100% innocent of anything. Tang Xini asked the officer how she could arrest people at will and did her husband Heroine do anything wrong? The officer told the lady that she must be Miss Tang Xini and she had heard a lot about her but asked not to interfere with her doing work there. Tang Xini said that she would call her lawyer and resolve this issue, and Su Heroine asked her not to worry about him so much now. Su Heroine told Tang Xini that instead of a lawyer, she should now call Uncle Qian Wuan to pick her up and it is not safe there. The officer began to take Su Heroine to the police station and there he asked Tang Xini not to be nervous and he would soon return home to his wife. Tang Xini thought and couldn't believe that Su Heroine was worried about her even in this situation and didn't think about what would happen already at the station. Su Heroin and the officer quickly arrived at the Songshan City Police Department, and he knew that he was innocent and they would soon release him. Su Heroin was sitting in the interrogation room, and the officer said that her name was Yang Miao Miao, and to be honest, she had already heard a lot about him from Shishir. But Yang Miao Miao will immediately say that at work she is guided only by the law and not by feelings, and hopes that he will answer all their questions. Su Heroin told Miss Miao Miao that it was nice to meet you, and she said that someone sued him for murder, but before that, Yang Miao Miao said that she wants to ask him questions about the collapse of the Tonga building, and they know that the cause is not an earthquake but an explosion, and this is a fact. Officer Yang Miao Miao asked if he had anything to do with this, but Su Heroin told her that he knew nothing and everyone called him a hero. Yang Miao Miao told Su Heroin that he can answer as he wants, but sooner or later the police will find out everything and he won't be able to lie. The officer asked the suspect to give his name and age, and he said that his name was Su Heroin and he was now 22 years old, and that was fair. But suddenly the officer asked Su Heroin his gender, and Yang Miao Miao immediately thought that her partner had gone crazy, and what was he asking him about? Su Heroin smiled and told the officer that he really needed to answer this question, and he thought the question was so strange. The officer asked Su Heroin not to be so arrogant and answer all questions honestly and without sarcasm, and they are all important to them. Su Heroin asked the officer if he really couldn't determine the gender of a person, and said that then he should consult an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. The officer was angry and asked Su Heroin how dare he look down on him there, and the eldest son Huan said that it was he who killed Xiaolan. Su Heroin realized that Zhang Xiaolan was dead, and they wanted to pin this murder on him, and realized that Huan Renhui himself was the one who started it first. Su Heroin told the officer that he did not kill anyone, so he no longer needed to be afraid of them, and on the contrary, he noticed one strange thing there. Su Heroin told the officer that he noticed that his blood pressure had jumped up there, and maybe he himself killed someone and was just hiding everything from everyone. Su Heroin told the officer that this is not nonsense, and the evil aura around him resembles a woman's silhouette and he feels moisture, and the officer drowned her. The officer was furious and asked Su Heroin what evidence he had for this and what his answer would be, and he was interested to know. Su Heroin asked the beautiful Yang Miao Miao if she remembered what he told her when they first met, and he would remind her of all this. Su Heroin also told Yang Miao Miao that the pads can put pressure on the nerves and she should be careful because they make people angry. Yang Miao Miao told Su Heroin to shut up and asked how he knew about this and couldn't understand, and could he really guess all the events. Su Heroin told the officers that he had good eyesight and asked them to admit it because they were convinced of it themselves and realized that it was true. The officer began to get very nervous and thought that it seemed like Su Heroin knew the truth, but how could he know about it because no one knows it? Yang Miao Miao asked Chen why he was nervous, and he asked Yang Miao Miao why she was looking at him like that because he was a policeman like her. Su Heroin asked Officer Cheng who he killed for what and when, and he wanted to hear from him only the truth and no lies, and he knows. Su Heroin began to use the sacred eyes and told Officer Cheng to answer his question, and he would know if he lied to him in the answer. Officer Cheng was in shock and could not do anything with the guy's order and thought that she was under hypnosis and was obeying the owner. Officer Cheng told Su Heroin that he was obeying, and this was his cousin Ma Xiaoqi, and the day before yesterday she caught him peeking at her and screaming. Cheng told Su Heroin that he was afraid that she would tell everyone about him and therefore pushed her into the bathtub and drowned her so that she would not tell everyone. Su Heroin told Cheng that he was trash and took the life of his cousin because of such stupidity, and the police should restore order and sort it out. Yang Miao Miao told Cheng that she did not expect such an act from him, and how could he? After all, he himself works in the police and he ruined his reputation. Yang Miao Miao immediately tied up Officer Cheng and said that he must wait for the investigation and trial, and he will receive the punishment he deserves for this. Su Heroin asked Officer Miao Miao now that the interrogation is over, maybe they will let him go and he really doesn't know anything about this matter. But Yang Miao Miao refused and said that they still haven't figured out his case and now he is also a suspect in their case. Yang Miao Miao asked Su Heroin not to think that everything is fine now just because he helped them and it doesn't matter. Su Heroin told Yang Miao Miao that he did not kill anyone and that then she wants to hear from him if he tells them the truth in this matter. And then an officer ran into the room and told Miao Miao that the director had just called and said that Su Heroin should be imprisoned immediately. Su Heroine was very surprised and asked the officer if they really wanted to imprison him without evidence and what was going on in their police station. Su Heroine noticed that there were bandits and thieves in the prison cell and none of them wanted to ask why they were imprisoned and knew everything. All the bandits looked at the newcomer Su Heroine and thought who this guy is, and he doesn't look like a lawbreaker at all, but he's in prison. Su Heroine entered the cell and noticed that all those people who had broken the law were gathered there and they would be in prison for years. Su Heroine realized that he was really imprisoned without knowing about it and without having anything against him, and he himself does not understand how this could happen. An hour ago, Yang Miao Miao asked the officer if Su Heroine shouldn't be tried first, but the officer said that this was the director's order. Yang Miao Miao told the officer that this was madness and she would go to him and ask him personally why he decided to put Su Heroine in prison. Su Heroine told Yang Miao Miao that he told her that someone would force her to do something she didn't want and it turned out to be completely true. Su Heroine asked Officer Yang Miao Miao if this really happened to her and he was sorry because he told her about it and she didn't believe it. The criminal told Su Heroine that this is the 5th section of this Dabi prison and the most dangerous criminals are kept there and he is not joking. The man told Su Heroine that none of the people here were ever released and were ready to rot in prison and said that he was personally his type. The man told Su Heroine that if he obeys, he promises that no one will touch him except him and he doesn't have to worry about his life. Su Heroine smiled and told the criminals that he thought that they should serve him and he would give them 2 minutes to think. All the thieves and maniacs were surprised and thought who this guy was and did he really think that he could command him from the first day with them? The man immediately got up from his seat and decided to go up to Su Heroine and personally explain to him how everything worked there and why he began to get impudent there. The man asked newcomer Su Heroine if he didn't know the rules that everyone knew in their prison and it seemed like this was his first time in prison. Su Heroine told the criminal that he did not need to know them because he was already in charge there and they should do what he ordered his people. The man was furious and wanted to beat Su Heroine because he now imagines himself to be a hero and does not want to follow the rules and this is a mistake. But Su Heroine hit the bandit and he flew away a couple of meters and didn't want to attack him anymore because he realized that he was a very strong guy. The bandit crashed into the wall and realized that he himself had made a mistake and underestimated their newcomer and did not know that such a person could be so strong. The bandit's friend was angry and told Su Heroine that he was a scoundrel and they would all beat him up so that he would understand that he should not joke there. Su Heroine said that it is one of the signs of dementia to think that if she is attacked by a crowd, the result will be different and they are deluded. At this time, at the Songshan City Police Station, Yang Miao Miao wanted to solve the problem and find out why they imprisoned Su Heroine. Yang Miao Miao asked the director why Su Heroine was imprisoned because he is only a suspect and what law gives the right to imprison innocent people. Yang Miao Miao asked the director if the boss had given an order and she wanted to talk to him and ask a couple of questions and find out everything. But at that very second the director disconnected the call and Yang Miao Miao asked the director why he was silent and then realized that he hung up. Yang Miao Miao was angry and remembered that the director said that he wanted to introduce her to his son and she no longer wants to do him a favor. Yang Miao Miao thought who Su Heroine had crossed the road with and it was the first time she had seen the director do this to one of them at work. Su Heroine thought that Huan Renhui was really influential and he put his son-in-law of the Tang family behind bars and this is so sad and sad. Su Heroine realized that the furniture there was very durable and he was surprised that it remained intact after such a fight and in vain they all attacked him now. Su Heroine told the man that he had already warmed up and when they would begin to sort things out and find out which of them was stronger in their battle. The man told Su Heroine that he did not follow the rules and he could not go unpunished for breaking all possible rules. Su Heroine told the man that he himself comes up with the rules there and they must obey him and he can punish them all for this. The man told Su Heroine that he expected such a character from the very popular Tiger Fong and he is crazy and doesn't listen to anyone there. Su Heroine asked the man who he was and wondered how the jailer knew his nickname and his look was terrible and maybe he wanted to kill him. The man told Su Heroine that he will answer his question if only he defeats him and he warns that it is extremely difficult to do this. And at that very second the man rushed to Su Heroine and wanted to teach the impudent man a lesson so that he would respect his elders and not behave like that and this is impudent. Su Heroine realized that this man is very fast and it looks like it will be difficult for him to deal with him there and he must be careful in their fight. The man continued to walk towards Su Heroine and wanted to attack him and teach his young opponent a lesson on how not to behave. But Su Heroine confidently dodged his blow, and the man told him that this was not bad and he did not expect that the guy had such a good reaction. The man said that they would see what he would do if his enemy became faster and if he could dodge his blow again in an instant. Su Heroine told the man that he was right and his opponent was very good and he needed to try to defeat him and make it so difficult. Su Heroine stood firmly on his feet and thought that now he would meet the man's attack and defend himself from his blow and he would do nothing. Su Heroine and his opponent bumped fists and Su told the fighter that he was still weak and he would not have enough strength to defeat him there in their fight. The man flew to the side and realized that Su Heroine did not lie to him and he is very strong and has so much power and energy and his enemy is a strong fighter. Su Heroine rushed towards the enemy and wanted to show him that you should never underestimate your opponent and the enemy may be more powerful. Su Heroine grabbed the man by the shoulder and thought that his enemy was strong but he needed to use his skills to the maximum to survive. The man told the Tiger Fong that he was very strong and invited him to continue their fight another day and he would forgive him for his impudence. But Su Heroine hit the man and said that they didn't finish the fight and he said that he was in charge there and he decides when to stop hitting. Su Heroine continued to beat his opponent and told him to answer his question and was it really because of him that he went to prison and what was their whole plan? The man asked Su Heroine to be easier and said that if he beat him with such force, his back would break very quickly. But at that moment, Su Heroine hit the man right in the back and told him that no matter what happened to his back, he would cure his pain for free. Su Heroine wanted to completely beat the impudent man, but someone asked him to stop beating this man and he was surprised who told him this. Su Heroine turned around and noticed that someone was trying to hit him, and he thought that he did not expect that someone would hit him from behind at that moment. Su Heroine at that very second quickly dodged the stranger's blow and thought that it was powerful. But who dared to hit him right there? Su Heroine used the heavenly eye and wondered if there was someone else in the corner of the room and he hadn't even noticed him all this time there. There was a guy with white hair sitting in the corner of the room and he didn't attract people's attention or make any movements and therefore he was inconspicuous. But at this moment the guy waved his hand and wanted to hit Su Heroine when he was not expecting a blow and surprise him by hitting him with a blow. Su Heroine noticed that the guy decided to hit him again and he already wanted to attack him for sure to hurt his opponent with his shoulder. But Su Heroine very deftly dodged this blow and wondered who this guy was and why he wanted to get rid of him and what he did. The guy told Su Heroine that he had a good reaction speed and was surprised that he was able to dodge his blow in a matter of seconds. The guy immediately jumped and wanted to talk to his colleague now and they thought that Su Heroine would be weaker and underestimated all his skills. The guy landed on the bed and flew a couple of meters and realized that they had to decide what to do with Su Heroine and he could defeat them. The guy told Xiaoqing that he should not underestimate the new young generation and this time he will be defeated and this cannot be changed. Su Heroine thought that this man jumped onto the iron table without making a sound, and he felt as if he was standing in front of a master. The guy told Xiaoqing that this young man is one of the top 3 in the earthly rankings and maybe even surpasses everyone there. Xiaoqing told Senior Yao that he said that he would help him but Su Heroine fixed the hump on his back and he could not do anything to him. Senior Yao told Xiaoqing that everything was correct and Su Heroine was able to dodge his blows and not every person can do this. Su Heroine wondered if it was the old devil and Yao told the kid that he could really see the trajectory of his movements before the impact. Senior Yao told Su Heroine that he has very good eyesight and will achieve more than him in the future and he is 100% sure of it. Su Heroine said thank you to the man for the praise, but he would not dare to compare himself with him and he must grow up to become like his master. The man was surprised and told Su Heroine that judging by his tone, he had already heard about him and knew who he was and what he had been doing all his life. Su Heroine said about Wudong Fantasy City de Mo from Kunlun is also a fierce monk from Shaoshi and the old devil hermit, they are legends. Su Heroine said that these are the 4 strongest in the world and of course he has heard about them including him and it is an honor for him to meet the pros. The old devil said that compared to the first 3 he is the weakest and if he is close to any of them they can speak equally. Su Heroine wanted to tell about the teacher, but the old devil asked him not to talk and said that he understood who his teacher was from his eyes. Su Heroine smiled and told the old devil that he didn't want to tell him who his teacher was and he didn't want to tell everyone about the master. The old devil smiled and told Su Heroine that he was funny, and he realized that he also had excellent fighting skills and was good at fighting. The old devil asked Chen Taishuan not to create problems for their friend Su Heroine in the future, and he is not a bad guy, and he immediately understood. The old devil asked Chen Taishuan to come back and discuss with Commander Zhang how they could solve Su Heroine's identity problem. Su Heroine thought that only God knows how many people would come for him if they found out his identity, and he would not be able to stay in China. Su Heroine thought that the old man had helped him a lot, and the old devil asked the kid if he didn't thank him for all his help. Su Heroine told the master that it would be boring if cultivators of their level expressed gratitude to others, and this is against the logic of meaning. The old devil smiled and told Su Heroine that he is funny and he is very witty and can come up with funny jokes and he is cool. The old devil jumped to the floor and thought that he should talk to Su Heroine and give the guy the knowledge he has to grow. The old devil told Su Heroine that fate brought them together there, so let him give him some advice and it will be very useful. Su Heroine told the old devil that he would gratefully accept his instruction and listen to everything he said to the guy. The old devil asked Chen Taishuan to take a nap while he was there to talk a little with the student, and he would give him very valuable advice. Chen Taishuan didn't understand what his friend was asking him for and how he could take a nap there now, and he didn't want to sleep at all, and this was just absurd. But suddenly, right after the old devil found a point in Chen Taishuan's body, his friend fell asleep and no longer wanted to wake up without his friend. The old devil told all the prisoners that they too should sleep there, and he didn't want them to hear their conversation with his friend. The bandits were afraid and asked their hero to spare him and said that Su Heroine knocked them out then, and they still did not wake up and did not hear them. But the old devil began to whisper and told the bandits that they all wanted to sleep now and they must do what he told everyone. And at that very second, suddenly all the bandits fell asleep, and the old devil immediately realized that his method still works and he has not lost his skills. Su Heroine thought that even he was dizzy and the old devil was very strong and he didn't want to have an enemy like him. The old devil told Su that his spirit is strong and he did not succumb to hypnosis, and his gift of heavenly eye is at the 3rd level and he knows the origin. Su Heroine told the old devil that his mentor taught him this then, and of course he would like to know his story sooner. The old devil told Su that then he should listen, and in their circles there is a legend that already in every generation of Buddhism or Taoism, there is one person who practices the heavenly eye and Mo. He is one of the 4 masters and his mentor has been using the Taoist eye for a long time. The old devil told Su Heroine that, however, there are no cultivators with this skill among Buddhists now, and this is very bad for them. Su Heroine told the old devil that he had forgotten about him and he himself also uses the heavenly eye skill and successfully develops strength. The old devil told Su Heroine that he was right, but he did not profess Buddhism, so he did not mention him, although he did not forget about the student. Su Heroine was surprised and thought that then he would listen to the master's story there and would not interrupt him, and then he would learn everything about his skill. The old devil said that more than 10 years ago, a senior master beat a monk from Shaoshi and he was in great pain at that time. The old devil told Su Heroine that this person also stole a copy of the Buddhist teachings of the heavenly eye there and fled from this place. The old devil said that after this incident the monk could not come to his senses for another half a year and thought who could have done this and ordered to show himself. The old devil told Su Heroine that today he met him with this technique and he might also meet an evil monk. Su Heroine thought that his master knew how to create problems and he taught him a stolen skill, and how could he do this to a student? Su Heroine realized that it was not surprising that the master took him abroad when he reached the 1st level, but why then did he ask to come back? The old devil said that there was no need to be afraid of the monk, and so many years passed and he calmed down and his master had a reason to call him there. The old devil asked Su to remember that no one will ever be able to discover the heavenly eye until he uses it, not even the monk himself. Su Heroine stopped being nervous and said thank you to the old devil for the advice, and now he knows what to do if he meets an evil monk. The old devil told Su Heroine that he was just so happy when the fierce monk was unlucky, and so he warned him about everything. The old devil said that in China in different areas there are their own groups of masters and the strongest fighters are included in the earthly list. The old devil told Su that Chen Taishuan's friend the hunchbacked Iron General is ranked 5th on this list and he is a very strong type. The old devil told Su that Chen Taishuan has a good relationship with Zhou Tian, the 6th on the list, and Zhou is also considered influential. The old devil said that Zhou Tian has a godson named Huan Renhui and this man knows how to do business and has many companies. Su Heroan told the master that now it is not surprising that the Huang family is so powerful because Zhou Tian is behind them and he is helping them. The old devil asked Su because he would want to take revenge on them, and when he gets out of prison he would immediately go look for Zhou Tian, and asked if he was right. Su Heroan told the master that of course he was right because Zhou Tian set him up and how could he remain silent in such a situation, and he was angry. The master told Su that he should know that Zhou Tian is determined and vindictive and he must be ruthless and has a lot of money. Su Heroan asked the old devil why not help him in this matter, and isn't it boring for the master to stay there in prison alone. The old devil told Su Heroan that he would think about it, and although he cannot leave now, he has his own obvious reasons for this. The old devil kicked Chen Taishuan and asked him to get up so he could wake up, and they ended the conversation with the cool disciple Su. Chen Taishuan woke up and was very surprised who kicked him and how he fell asleep because he didn't understand anything and didn't notice how tired he was now. The old devil asked Chen Taishuan not to pretend, and he had already learned his lesson and could release Su Heroan from prison now. At this time, Tang Xini met with her friend Dong Xiu and she was very nervous and worried about what was happening to her husband at the police station. Dong Xiu asked Tang Xini not to worry and that Su Heroan would be fine, and his wife hoped that he was fine and not hurt. But Tang Xini said that until Su Heroan is released from prison, she cannot be sure that he is not unwell and that her husband is now healthy. Dong Xiu told Tang Xini that it was normal for a wife to worry about her husband's condition and thought that she loved him very much. Tang Xini was angry and said that everything was wrong and she didn't care what happened to Su Heroan, and Dong Xiu agreed with her and said that she was nice. But at that moment the prison doors began to open and all people were wondering who would be leaving prison and who they would release. Dong Xiu was surprised and thought who is leaving prison there now, and she hopes that they are not releasing the evil maniac now. But it was Su Heroan and he was sent out by Chen Taishuan, and he asked sweet Tang Xini if she was really waiting for him, and he was glad to see his wife there. Tang Xini was very happy to see Su Heroan and realized that he looked great there and didn't seem to have suffered at all in prison, which was a shock. But at that very second Dong Xiu ran to her best friend Su Heroan and she said that he had finally been released and they had been waiting for him for a long time. Dong Xiu told Su Heroan that his wife Tang Xini was very nervous right now and she cried all day while she was at home, and it was true. Tang Xini was surprised and asked Dong Xiu what she was saying and where she came up with such things, and told Su Heroan that it was a lie. Su Heroan approached Tang Xini and asked her to let him look at her now and find out whether she was really crying or whether she was lying. But suddenly Tang Xini pushed Su Heroan and said that people were looking at them there, and Dong Xiu realized that her friend had screwed up there again. Su Heroan told Tang Xini that everything was clear to him and she just really doesn't like the public, and in private he could kiss her and that's so cool. Su Heroan asked Tang Xini that so many bad things happened to him today and he even got into a fight in prison and it was definitely the hardest day. Su Heroan asked his wife if she shouldn't console him because he suffered today, and she was surprised and asked if he was fighting. Tang Xini ran up to Su Heroan and asked if he was hurt there because he fought with the people from prison and she knows that they are strong. And at that same moment, Su Heroan hugged Tang Xini and realized that she was still worried about his condition, and this made him happy because his wife cared. Tang Xini was shocked and thought that she never expected Su Heroan to hug her now because she said that she didn't like this thing. Su Heroan told Tang Xini that her husband is brave and invincible and how could he have been hurt by some bandits, and all this is impossible. But Su Heroan told Tang Xini that she is so cute when she worries about him now, and he knows that she cares as much as her husband. Tang Xini asked Su Heroan to stop hugging her and let her go, and all the people were looking at them and she was embarrassed by his behavior with her there. Su Heroan immediately let go of Tang Xini and she thought that she could not expect that he would hug her and therefore ran to her husband. Tang Xini asked Su Heroan to finish things and they would go home with him and discuss all the matters and punish all those responsible for his arrest. Tang Xini immediately ran to the car and realized that she had to leave there herself before anything happened between her and Su Heroan there. Su Heroan was happy and thought that his wife is so shy and he gets along well with her and she falls in love with him, and that's cool. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that she knew everything and asked only to forgive sister Yang Miao Miao and not create problems for the officer in everything. Dong Xiu told Su Heroine that in fact Officer Miao Miao was too honest and Miao even had a fight with her boss because of him. Su Heroine asked Dong Xiu if she really meant Commander Zhang and Yang Miao Miao dared to argue with such a serious soldier. Su Heroine told Dong Xiu that he understood her and he would not create any difficulties for Officer Yang Miao Miao and she thanked him for being kind. Dong Xiu kissed Su Heroine on the cheek and said that she would definitely give him a fuck later for all the kindness and he would not be offended by the surprise. Dong Xiu told Tang Sini that she and Su Heroine thought that this was not the first time she had said this and did his wife know? Chen Taishuan told Su that he knew the reason for the incident and Zhang did this because of his request, so could he let his friend go? Su Heroine agreed with Chen Taishuan and asked if he really thought that he would take revenge on him and realized that Miao Miao had already taken revenge on everyone for him. Chen Taishuan told Su Heroine that now he feels relieved and Zhou Tian is also his good friend and couldn't he forgive him everything. Su Heroine told Chen Taishuan that if they are really friends, then he should tell him that he will find him and let Zhou not run away from him. Chen Taishuan agreed with Mr. Su Heroine and said that he would already tell Zhou Tian to wait for him and he should answer for everything. After Su Heroine and Tang Sini returned home, she told her husband that she always thought that his master was a fraud and that he didn't know anything. But Tang Sini told Su Heroine that after what happened there today, she changed her mind and she is already convinced of the opposite. Su Heroine asked why she remembered his master and she told him that she was very worried and couldn't find a lawyer anywhere. But Tang Sini said that Su's mentor called her and told her to go to Dabi prison, and Su realized that perhaps he had predicted his problem. Tang Sini said that Master Huanshan said that as soon as he goes to prison, his phone will be confiscated and asked for his number. Su Heroine wondered if Tang Sini approached him now there so simply and asked for a phone number and this is very interesting. Su Heroine told Tang Sini that tomorrow he would need to leave somewhere for 2 days and she was surprised and asked where he wanted to go. Su Heroine told his wife that he suffered such losses and how can he not demand compensation for moral damages and all enemies will pay. Tang Sini wanted to tell Su Heroine something because he himself started this topic and she can notify him about what happened that day. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini if she already had it and she immediately agreed with her husband and said that she had this thing and would give it to him. Tang Sini said that Mr. Huanshan also asked her to look at the hidden file on his phone and she quickly did what he asked. Tang Sini told her husband that Huanshan told her that then nothing would happen to him and then he left prison right after that. Su Heroine immediately grabbed the phone and asked what kind of master he was and he wanted to know where this scammer was now and he would talk to the master. Tang Sini was surprised and asked Su Heroine what happened and why he was swearing at his mentor and maybe he could explain the whole point to her. Su Heroine called the master and said that of course he had already disappeared and his trace had disappeared and now he would not be able to find his master anywhere. Tang Sini asked Su what happened and he said that the document that the guru asked for contained data from the bank for honorary clients. Su Heroine told Tang Sini that the master used her to rob him and all the money for opening the clinic was with him and he was already a beggar. Su Heroine said that last time the master deprived him of all his personal savings before the wedding and now everything happened to him again. And then Su Heroine's phone started ringing and he was surprised and asked Tang Sini if the phone really works even in his mouth and he didn't expect it. Tang Sini told Su Heroine that the phone is of high quality and he can trust the technology in any situation and she will not lose her husband. It was Chen Taishuan and he told Su that he was looking for Zhou Tian and he could find him tomorrow in the military district together with Ren Hui. Tang Sini wished Su Heroine a good journey and thought that she would wait for him to return to her quickly and she would miss him there. Su Heroine thought why his wife had such a look and told her that everything was going according to plan and she didn't have to worry and he would return soon. Tang Sini agreed with her husband but she was upset that he was already leaving and would not be able to be with her these days and it was so sad for her. Su Heroine asked Tang Sini why she was so spread out and she told him that it seemed like she was fine and she was so happy. And then suddenly Su Heroine began to pester Tang Sini and asked if she wanted to fulfill her promise when the couple was alone. But Tang Sini scratched Su Heroine and thought that he was allowing himself there and it looks like he has no sense of shame at all and her husband is insolent. Tang Xini started to run and told Su Heroine that he was still the same and he wanted to take advantage of the situation and should stop this habit. Su Heroine was lying on the floor and thought that he already thought that his sweetheart was ready, but it seems that there is a long way ahead and it is still very difficult with her. Tang Xini thought that Su had just solved the problem with the prison and was already leaving for 2 days and she should go with him, but how to tell her husband. Tang Xini said that all Su Heroine thinks about is kissing and he can go anywhere and kiss his commander there. The maid was very surprised and thought about what kiss Tang Xini was talking about and what commander her husband Su wanted to meet tomorrow. The next day at 5 in the morning, Su Heroine left the house and thought that he did not want to leave his wife there, but he was already forced to leave. Su Heroine asked who he sees there and is it really Officer Miao Miao, and he is very happy to see her again but did not expect their meeting in the morning. Young Miao Miao told Su Heroine that fortunately she arrived early, otherwise she would not have had time to talk to him and this is very important for her. Su Heroine asked why Miss Yang Miao Miao might need him there and maybe someone again accused him of murder or kidnapping the victim. Yang Miao Miao asked Su Heroine to forget about yesterday and now she wants to arrest Huang Renhui and bring him to justice quickly. Yang Miao Miao told Su Heroine that that's why he should take her there with him and not even think about leaving her and she will punish everyone. Su Heroine asked Yang Miao Miao if she was still not fired from her job after her argument with her boss and if she knew where he would go. Yang Miao Miao said that she was fired and he can laugh, but her father Yang Taiji is third in the ranking and nothing will be done to her. Yang Miao Miao told Su Heroine that she still knows his plan and can guess what he will do to his enemies and wants to help him in his efforts. Su Heroine told Yang Miao Miao that he understood that she was under the protection of her father and why he already often meets people from the earthly list. And immediately after they went together to the military district to communicate with Huang Renhui and Tian and find out what they were up to there. After a while, they arrived in the northeastern military district and Yang Miao Miao was shocked and thought, are these the same people? And this is suddenly. The soldiers stood straight in formation and Yang Miao Miao thought that these soldiers had excellent discipline and were ready for anything and they were strong. Yang Miao Miao thought that she had long assumed that this detachment would not gather and people had gone to other places, but this was not true. Yang Miao Miao said that this is one of the trump cards of China's military circles and the Tiger Special Forces, but why are they standing there now? Su Heroine told Yang Miao Miao that all the soldiers there today are just for escort and she doesn't have to worry and everything is fine there. And then Qin Taishuan began to approach Su Heroine and he said good afternoon to his master Su and they are glad to see the guest in the military district. Qin Taishuan asked Su Heroine to call him Tiger Fang, and Commander Zhang personally invites him to meet the squad. Su Heroine told Qin Taishuan that this is not bad and all these soldiers look strong and can fight back any enemy any day. And at that very second the soldiers shouted attention and Yang Miao Miao was very frightened by these shouts and thought that this was not funny at all. Yang Miao Miao asked Su Heroine not to pretend anymore and he scared her very much and who is he pretending to be in front of these people now? Su Heroine said that it turns out that their brave woman officer is so easy to scare and he thought that she was a fearless and brave woman. Yang Miao Miao told Su Heroine that he couldn't stop clinging to his stupid ego and compared to these soldiers, he was nothing. Su Heroine told Yang Miao Miao that she can think whatever she wants and he doesn't care and he knows that he is the best and will live with his opinion. Qin Taishuan told Tiger Fang Su that their special forces Tiger is very strong and everyone knows him as the king of fighters of the entire underworld. Qin Taishuan asked Su Heroine if he would like to have a small duel with their best soldiers now and test their strength. Su Heroine asked Mr. Qin if he was suggesting sparring and this was a bad idea and he had already defeated him and his people were no match. Qin Taishuan told Su Heroine that of course these warriors would not be able to compete with him in Kung Fu, but they would not be inferior in the basic skills of their fighting. Yang Miao Miao looked at Su Heroine and wondered if he really defeated Mr. Qin Taishuan in battle and he didn't expect that he was so strong. Qin Taishuan asked the soldiers to tell him their result in the 100-meter run and what about cross-country and shooting and he was interested to know. The soldier told Qin Taishuan that he ran 100 meters in just 10 seconds and he could shoot from a distance of 1.5 kilometers. Qin Taishuan was pleased and asked Mr. Su Heroine now whether he understood that they are worthy to compete with him and they are all the best. But suddenly Su Heroine said that they are rather weak and he admits that they are first-class soldiers, but they are far from the best fighters and soldiers. The soldiers were annoyed by Su Heroin's words and thought that Su Heroin was allowing himself, and he thought that no one could defeat him. Su Heroin told the soldiers that they should be better than first class, and if they disagree with him they can go out and fight him.